Hello? Anybody here? Anybody see me? Wow. Oh my god. No way.
He didn't want to account for the unexploded ordnance. He didn't want to account for...
Wow. Okay. That is so weird. Huh. How is everyone that's here? 2 people that are here. How are you? Hold on. I have to turn this off. Oh wow. That is actually a pretty nice thumbnail. Damn. I'm proud of myself. Let me... What is this? What the hell? Huh. Alright. Oh. No, wait. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Oh my god. Reset. Reset. Okay, I wanna reset the... Okay. Hello, Greater Rain. How are you tonight? Or today? It's 30 past midnight. And I'm out of my estrogen. So I will only take the testosterone blocker. Because, you know. No way! No freaking way! You could use that to skip videos? I never knew that. Wait, hold on. I never knew that in the past. On the what? Okay, I'm gonna have to test it with other games now. I did not know that. Because I ran out. I ran out. I ran out of estrogen. Oh, I wonder if anybody's gonna join the stream. Today is just drama on drama on drama on drama, you know? Pretty sad if you ask me. Big debate. Big debate about pagers. Maybe I should talk about the whole pager thing. How much does estrogen cost? It's actually pretty cheap. But I cannot get it unless I have a prescription. My doctor has to prescribe it. I cannot just go and buy it. I have to, you know. It's a prescribed thing. You cannot just go and get it. He does, but sometimes with a delay. Hopefully he'll do it soon, so I will not have to go too many days without estrogen. You know, I'll just revert into a guy or something. The one thing that happens when I don't have it is that I guess my emotions get a little bit irregulated. So I'm a bit more, I'm even more unstable than usual. I mean, not after a few days just, but I'm getting emotional more than usual today. Look at this. I'm gonna punch him. Burning anger, rising burst, wave fist. Boom. Oh, wow, really? Okay. Wow. That's great. Cool. He missed. Wow. I guess enemies miss as well. That's fair. Look at me shooting at the enemies with my bow. Ray, really? What the hell's going on today? I cannot hit a single target. That's so weird. Isn't that weird? So, how's everything today? You're carrying this stream as a chatter, as the only chatter. Everybody else is watching, I don't know, Loner Box debating West Side Tyler or whatever. Or President Sunday debating Brooks. What the hell is going on? What's going on with this game today? Come on. This is so weird. Isn't this weird? Hormone as a whole kind of suck. Like they all seem to do multiple things at once and they sometimes do. You don't want all those effects like progesterone can give you soft tissue context. Well, you know, it happens. Unfortunately. Today I'm just a little bit out of it. I'm just a little bit out of it. Which is not good because we're gonna be talking about depressing news today. Or just the emotional swings from natural biology exactly makes me want to swan dive on. Oh. Well, you know. Damn. Uh oh, I should buy more potions. Actually. It's sad. Wow. Everybody's missing today. Cure 4. Dude, I honestly don't know how painful it is to painful either. And everyone, even doctors, are like, yeah, your life is a... Oh, damn. Well, you know. Wow. Jesus. By the way, what a thing to hear from a doctor. Something that basically sounds like shift just happens. I am distraught. Uh-oh. Let's shoot him. Gonna shoot him. Boom. Why is the... What the heck? Why is the bow so weak? Don't worry, Ramza will avenge. I was about to ask why isn't the auto potion working, but then I remembered I don't have any potions. It's okay, Ramza will just punch them all to, you know, submission. Whew! So how is everybody doing? Well, you're the only one here, so everybody saying everybody is a stretch, but you know. More and more weird comments are coming in because I don't know why this short stream has gained so much traction. I keep getting Yeah, hate comments. Bam. Well, the newest one says that I sound like I have some mental thing going on. And that I spout propaganda. I guess. Well, there are now 6 people watching. Lurking quiet viewers. Welcome, lurking quiet viewer. Make yourself known. Make a comment. Comment. Say something. To alleviate my mental thing that I sound like I have. Oh, disappeared. Viewer disappeared. Viewer gone, carry on. Alright, done. Huh. Very weird. Interesting. Oh, history, Mr. Terry History teacher. Let's snipe President Sunday and see if he's still doggone.
If you're not going to explain your reasoning, I don't have reasoning to get me to there, right? That's just being obtuse.
Okay. If I were to say,
Wow.
for example,
Still going on about this.
things do. Now, philosophically, we can start pulling and poking and tearing at it, but it's still Euclid's geometry. Still
Okay, but you
remaining
don't-
geometry.
Oh, damn.
Okay, but the
If you consider propaganda as biased messaging with the purpose of changing minds, then maybe you are, but it's justified. Maybe. Although I'm not sure what part of what I said is propaganda, considering that I don't know. Which part of what I said was propaganda exactly? Is saying that Tim Pool received money from Russia propaganda? Or is it just stating a fact? Or maybe I'm just too... My mental thing is too strong to grasp. This sort of thing, I guess. Just being overwhelmed by my mental thing. That I totally have. I wonder when, at what point are they gonna start selling X potions? X potions. I mean, propaganda doesn't have to entail deception or falsehood necessary, right? Or no? Does it? Let me see, actually. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a political cause or point of view. Well, I don't think I'm misleading anybody. Hopefully I'm not misleading anybody. Who knows? According to a bot hating transphobic person, I guess I am. But I have no clue why this particular stream has gained so much traction. Why it has garnered so much attention. Maybe it's because of its length, 50 minutes. It's just 50 minutes, so maybe that's why. I did Tim Pool videos before, and they didn't get such traction, so. I have other Tim Pool videos, I believe. Hold on, let me check something. It's also very downvoted, by the way, that video. That's VOD from the stream. It has, let me see. It has a ratio of 10 likes to 35 dislikes. So clearly it has been poorly received among some. Clearly some people did not enjoy it. This has been clearly a thing. Hold on, what's the level of my character? Right? Let me see. Final Fantasy Tactics. Welcome back. Welcome back to this stream, to this exciting stream. Maybe I should debate someone. If you were to see me debate somebody, who would you like me to debate? Now is your chance to tell me to let your debate fantasy roam free and tell me what sort of person would you like me to debate. And what topic would you like me to debate on? My tummy feels funny. That's not good. My stomach hurts. Oh wow. Critical hit. Have you eaten? I've ate a spaghetti right before stream. A little bit of a spaghetti. It was my first meal of the day as well. I don't think I've eaten any meals apart from... You gotta eat food? Well, you know. Yes. I just feel so... Boom! You know? Oh! I'm preparing to go to Ukraine again. Isn't that exciting? Exciting development. I guess I've... If I had money, I'd send you some. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Maybe next week. Or maybe... Well, probably definitely next week. Maybe on Monday. We'll see what I can do. I would like to start releasing on doing something with the things that I've already done in Ukraine. And also, you know, I would like to... I think I've chosen too much of a drama-filled night to stream. I think most of my audience is from President Sunday or something. And he's streaming the West Side Tyler thing. And also debating Brooks. Tonight has drama? Oh, a lot of drama. Loner Box debated West Side Tyler about the pagers. Are you familiar with the pagers? So basically Israel rigged a bunch of pagers that went to Lebanon and Hezbollah sort of ordered pagers and Israel sort of made them explode and killed a bunch of people. West Side Tyler argues that it's an act of terrorism and that we don't know how many civilians were struck by this. And I guess the Ownerbox argues that it's not an act of terrorism. So yes, this is where we are. And they had a debate about it. And then President Sunday tuned in to react to the debate. Well, the answer from Lonerbox would be that they were not just regular people, they were terrorists. That the terrorists were targeted by Hezbollah, which were valid military targets because Hezbollah has been shooting missiles at Israel for a long time now. Oh my gosh, I've sneezed. Maybe I should call in and debate someone. I should... Oh no, I'm not even gonna joke about debating West Side Tyler. I don't want to debate West Side Tyler. But I should debate someone. So have you thought about who would be a good debate partner for me? Oh, I thought it was TJ Kirk. Do you like TJ Kirk? Wow. TJ Kirk. Are you a fan of TJ Kirk? Have you watched a lot of TJ Kirk? The Amazing Atheist? Maybe I should debate Paul. I should debate Paul on Ukraine. What do you say to that? Should I debate Paul's ego on Ukraine? Yeah, sure. You should set us up. You should set up a debate between me and Paul's ego about Ukraine. But he tends not to give a shit, and I bet he swore off debates. Oh. Well. Oh, does TJ Kirk give a shit? Or no? I'm actually grinding right now. Perfect that nobody's watching. Hello, viewer number 6. Are you here, lurking, or... TJ gives me more of a shit. I suspect they quietly disagree under politics as how they should be active in politics. Wow. I wonder. Everybody just wants drama. Greater, and you're the only person that actually does not want drama. Is their content diet. Jesus. It's fun, but only for like 5 minutes to understand the issue. Much longer is just bickering. True. Oh my god. I Boom. So you want me to debate TJ Kirk? That's the only... Wait, what streamers do you actually watch? People take things so personal and go off on topics of unimportance for like hours. It's silly. Interesting. So what other... You said you only basically watch me, but in the past have you watched anyone else? What sort of creators have you watched in the past? And what makes you like me as a creator, for that matter? Like it's like a one-on-one stream, just like I used to have in the past. Which makes it a big opportunity for me to talk to you as my sole viewer today and learn what makes you choose watching this particular stream over any other. There are quite a few people streaming right now. You could be watching anyone. I currently watch Vosh, Onion Nuggets. I did watch Demon Mama for a brief while and a few episodes from Dead Domain. So what makes my streams appealing then? I'm a pretty slow person. That's boring. Wow. I'm not making any favors for myself. I'm not doing myself any favors with that description. I guess I watch Charlotte because it's much more interactive and the stream are cozy and chill and maybe relatable. Relatable? In what way? Boom. I've heard people use the word relatable when describing my streams. Whoops. Just like your comedian and you as a host. Oh. I guess. But that still brings me back to the question of what you like about me as a host. But if you cannot think of anything in particular, I guess that's okay. Should I kill the kitty cat? Damn. Punch the kitty cat. Hee hee hee. Kitty cat has been slain. Damn. Uh-oh. You really give a shit about things on more human level. I guess, though it can be detrimental sometimes. You know? More human level. I do try to be human. I've been having a pain in my leg recently and I always freak out that the blood clots are starting to build. Oh. Want to cry. I am a bit of a crybaby, that's true. Especially since I've started HRT, my crybabiness has exploded exponentially. I'm gonna drink some cola. Your job includes sad things. Are you in healthcare sector? Boom! Heal. Cure for. Okay, not gonna die quite yet. From my work, sometimes I read about how little guests have been getting really neglected. Oh, okay. That is pretty, yeah, heavy. Indeed. Mighty breeze, heal from the sky, cure for. Wait, where's the enemy? Oh. Wait, do you work in law or something? Work in law enforcement? Are you a cop? Oh. That's right. I know your mom works with special needs children. Did your mom answer any of the questions? I think she did, right? I would love to talk about these things on stream. To answer the questions on stream. That would be pretty nice. Hopefully people would watch. Oh. Bad empanada video. Oh my god. I'm terrified by the fact. Oh! Jesus, people bailed from President Sunday's stream all of a sudden. I think it's because... Oh no, that's the wrong one. People actually didn't bail, never mind. I was like, Jesus. So much less viewers now. Okay.
Memorandum on that. Torture was a thing that was illegal. And it was explicitly made so they didn't give exceptions. And instead...
Okay. I'm education archiving. She's essay teaching. I try not to pester her too much about it though, since teachers get overworked. That's true. That is true. Let's see who else is streaming. Eric London is streaming. Wow, not a lot of viewers. Eric London has like 100,000 subscribers, but only 13 live viewers. Jesus.
Sup, Morbid?
14 live viewers with 100,000 subscribers. That's wild. That's wild. President Sunday has more viewers than Xander Hall. That is equally wild because Xander Hall has like 90,000 subscribers and Xander Hall is like a live streamer. So his subscribers come from him being a streamer. So that's extra wild to me. You know? Heck, we could talk on what I sent you now if you know I don't know if I've seen. It's been a minute since I sent it. You wanna talk about it by writing or do you wanna call in? You strike me as a person that will be a bit shy to call in. I do have plans for stream, but it just sort of feels weird to stream topics to just one person. You know? That happens. Sith happens. It's okay, I'm excused because I have a mental thing. I just have a mental thing. How would I want call in even? You would just call me on Discord. And then I answer. You'd call me on Discord. And then I'd pick up. And that's it. And then we'd have a voice call. Wait, fist. What? Okay, that's just silly. It just annoys me. Missed from that angle, from that distance. Okay, that's not good. Whoopsie daisy. Oh. Huh. Oh. Interesting. Oh, no auto potion. Or whatever. We can handle it. We can handle our things. Boom. Boom. Oh. Final Fantasy Tactics stream. Who would have thought? I'm gonna use Cure 4. Cure number 4. I wonder if it'll reach him. It will. Perfect. Huh. Okay. Power break. Oh wow. Oh wow. Didn't expect that to happen. Alright. Guess I'm lucky. Lucky me. Oh, no way. Mighty breeze. Pretty please. Alright. That worked perfectly. Hello, Tairyu. Welcome. You're the second viewer here today. Hello. Nobody's watching. Everybody just wants drama. You know? And tonight's the night of drama. Did you know that, Tairyu? Did you know that tonight's the night of drama for some reason? And I guess I don't participate, so I don't get viewers. That's the rule of the game, apparently. Oh, so you know what's happening then? Or did you just, are you just saying that? Do you actually know what I'm referring to, or you know? Yeah. Boom. I mean, I was watching PES before I saw you were streaming. Oh! So you know about the Westside Tyler, Loner Box, Brooks, whatever thing, right? Did you get a notification that I was streaming or? Juicy. I'm not sure if that's how I would call it. It's very. I guess President Sunday got what he wanted. He said he's been saying that he wanted to. Listen, I've been wanting to talk to President Sunday about something, but he's ignoring my DMs. Ignoring my DMs, President Sunday? That's not cool. Hold on. Of course. Of course. Oh, another fight. Let's go. Maybe I should do something more interesting that now that I have one more viewer. Let's see. Let's see if I can make this whole thing more interesting for you. Just for you. Let's snipe and see if they're still arguing. I'm very curious, actually. Are they still arguing?
I think that's.
No, you are.
But
They're
I'm not.
still arguing. Oh my god, really? They're still arguing?
I'm really not.
Oh my god.
Well, look, if they
If the fear is like I'm going to infect, okay, the pro-Israel party with my genius, and they will now use my slippery rhetorical insights in order to make sure Israel has permission to continue doing this.
That's not.
Jesus Christ, they're still arguing actually. Woo! Ta-da, ta-da-da, ta-da, ta-da-da, ta-da. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna show you this real quick, okay? It's a very... Why do I like those parody videos so much? I cannot fathom. Okay, let's watch.
Where is his ship, Anakin? This guy tried to steal our bounty.
Yes, let's murder that foreign alien changeling motherfucker.
Hey, Anakin, calm down. You're a kind of racist right now. This might be bad timing, Anakin, but I just remembered I forgot to get some milk from the grocery store. Wow, I just came.
What?
Look, Anakin, that's the new KICX-3 AL54P670CD speeder model.
I don't care about that, Master. I have this all-consuming hatred inside me, and I need to slaughter that bastard. Let's try this.
Man, I don't know, Anakin. I think we lost him.
Do you think we are good bounty hunters?
Well, I hate that you're taller than me. I might have to cut off your legs someday. Just kidding.
What the hell? I would have to cut off your legs someday.
Oh, wow.
You're taller than Austin.
I hate that you're taller than me.
Do you think we are good bounty hunters?
Well, I hate that you're taller than me. I might have to cut off your legs someday. Just kidding.
Oh, wow, that hurt. I don't want
Just kidding.
to live anymore. Bye.
Oh, man. Not again. It was just a joke.
Oh man, not again. It was just a joke.
Oh, man. Not again. It was just a joke.
Oh, wow, that hurt. I don't want to live anymore. Bye.
Oh, man. Not again. It was just a joke. And another one for my collection. Someday I'll have more than my good friend Grievous.
Someday I'll have more than my good friend Grievous. Oh boy. I am, of course, interested. What? What? Destiny concedes debate after 3 minutes, admits patriarchy is necessary. Okay, I wanna watch this. Now I'm interested. Destiny lost a debate against Andrew in 3 minutes. Okay, let's watch this. I'm in the discuss chat. Oh, hold on. For you to DM me and call me. Okay, we're discussing education then. Alrighty. This is becoming a serious stream. You have elevated the level of the discourse on this stream. Where's the global stage? Got it. Start the stage. Education stage. Start stage. Alright. I want to pull you into the stage now. I've pulled you in. Do you have any permits? Wait, why were you kicked out? Speakers. I'm gonna pull you into the speakers. How do I make you into a speaker? How do I pull you into the speakers? Hold on. This is very... I have no clue what I'm doing. Hold on. No, I have to figure it out. I have to figure it out somehow. I have to overcome my illiteracy when it comes to these things, and I have to make it work somehow. So... oh boy. Speakers. Speaking. Show requests. Show chat. Can I just not... Can I just... How do I... What the hell? Inbox. Show... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna DM you. Just gonna call you. Just gonna do it the old-fashioned way of calling you. Where are you? Raider ain't. Just gonna call you. Alright, it worked. Hello. Hello. I have to...
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Do you wanna be without camera or?
Okay. There's a slight delay on my end, but I'll try to work with it.
A slight delay? What do you mean? In the voice chat or?
Yeah, by a few seconds.
A few seconds? In the Discord voice chat?
Hold on. Let me see here.
Just mute the stream if you have it on and just listen to the voice chat.
Okay.
And then there should be no delay. Hold on.
Testing.
Yes?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it is what it is. So I wanted to talk about this because,
hold on.
Sorry?
I've never had a delay on a voice chat on the Discord. Ever.
Oh, it must be something I'm doing. I'm not very technologically literate
Are you?
sometimes.
You're not listening to me through the stream, are you?
I am. I'm on my phone. I was trying to listen through my phone, but it's quiet, so I don't know if I have a weird setting going
No,
on or.
I mean, are you hearing me through Discord or through the stream that I'm doing? Is what I mean.
I don't know
Hmm?
what I did.
Are you listening to me through the call that we're in or through the stream?
No, I can't hear through the call.
Oh, you have to listen to me through the call. If you're listening to me through the stream, then you will have a delay, yes.
Okay. All right. Say something.
I am saying something.
I hear you. Okay.
All right. So then you can
I
mute the
I
stream.
think that solves it then.
All right. So you can mute the stream and just listen to me for the conversation.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about teaching because I think the state of things is really problematic.
All right.
Honestly.
So let's maybe start from a little bit of an introduction thing.
Right. That makes sense. I'm Brianna, also known as Graderain.
Well,
Personally, I
not
do
Brianna
student
Wu, right?
archiving.
You're not Brianna Wu, right?
Sorry.
You're not Brianna Wu, right?
Oh no. No. Just Brianna.
All right.
Yeah, so I do student archiving personally, which is like I get all the confidential documents from student files at each school in the county, and I digitize them, which is like test data, health records, all that sort of stuff. My mom, however, she's an ESC teacher. She teaches special education. Well, it stands for exceptional student education, rather. That would be students that, like, for example, if they have problems with math specifically or eyesight, auditory issues, they get special help so that they can, succeed. So, do you have any questions so far?
Yes. What sort of a person sort of qualifies exactly as a special needs student?
That can be a lot of kids, honestly. Like, for example, it starts with you get a 504 plan, which is more superficial help. Like, for example, I had a 504 plan because I struggle with anxiety. So when I was in high school, my what they did to help me was I just got more time for tests and I did presentations one-on-one with a teacher.
So you had more time
like
for
instead
tests.
of
Isn't it something like, okay, let me ask you this then. Sorry to interrupt. If someone has ADHD, do they qualify then as a student with special needs? Because I know that students that have ADHD
yeah, I
also
would
get
say they do.
special time on
If
tests.
it's impeding their ability to succeed, then yeah, they would need help, I would say.
All right.
So I would say that they qualify. The issue lies also in whether there's enough teachers to help them, though, which is that I'll be talking about.
You're speaking specifically of your state of Florida, right?
Yes. I don't know how education fares across the nation, but it's pretty dire in Florida, especially my county, which is Polk County.
All right. Sort of.
Frankly, I don't know how it functions sometimes.
I guess sort of bring us in. Oh, wait. What are your pronouns?
Oh, they, them.
All right. I'm going to add it to the descriptor. They, them. All right. Woohoo. Okay, so sort of introduce us to the situation of the educational system in Florida.
Um, well, there's a dire lack of respect for education generally in the state. I feel like most regular people kind of see educators in a suspicious light. Like, whether they're trying to push religion in their eyes or political views, that sort of suspicion, or just they don't think that education is very important generally. Like, a lot of parents themselves haven't graduated, they're uneducated. So,
So they've not. What do you mean when you say they've not graduated? They've not graduated primary school, high school, or
high school.
okay.
Although I think that there are a fair amount of people, parents who like are middle school dropouts too, even.
What are the reasons? What are the primary reasons why people drop out of high school or primary school and what are that? Do you think?
Um,
What are
it
your
can be complicated. Some people, it might be that their home life isn't very good, so they need to help out financially in some way, so they can't like prioritize schooling. Um, a lot of kids just don't like see the point. um, yeah, they get fed up with school and then
as
they just
in?
leave.
Let me clarify. When you say they don't see the point, do you mean that they feel that even if they graduate, it won't lead to any sort of opportunities on the you know getting work or
I feel like it's honestly a lack of forward thinking a lot of the times. Like they just don't want to deal with it in the moment, which sounds really superficial,
I mean,
of a reason, but that's kind of a lot of the vibe I get from people who don't value education, is that they just genuinely don't see the value in being learned.
I think that people are not necessarily wired to appreciate education. I think that is something that has to be instilled in some way or the other, you know? This sort of
Right, and
appreciation of learning.
if your family doesn't value it, then the kids won't value it, and so on.
In a lot of cases.
Yeah, it's an issue. So, any other questions at the moment?
Let me think. So what happens to those? I'm not sure if you'll have all the answers, but I'll try to sort of. Well, what happens to those kids that drop out usually? What is their trajectory in life from dropping out of middle school or high school?
Um, I would say some of those people end up looking for a GED, which is like a high school diploma equivalent. I'm not really sure if it makes it any harder or easier
So
if you're
they
looking for a job.
do end
Like
up
I don't.
pursuing some sort of education then.
Right. Yeah, some people do get a GED, and other people manage to somehow get hired in some low-paying job with no diplomas whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So McDonald's, or maybe some of them will pursue like a trade type thing, like welding or construction-y type stuff.
Hmm.
Um, do you want me to move on?
No, I'm just thinking. I was just. I had something in on my mind, but I sort of I blanked. I blanked out for a second there. Was I thinking? I just remember something from the past. When there was this, I had a friend. I used to sort of work with them in a calligraphy school. He was the director
Oh
of a
wow,
Japanese calligraphy school.
that's
And
really cool.
once there was a man that visited the school. He was like, I think he was approaching 40, and he was preparing for an exam an exam in order to graduate high school, as he couldn't do it
Hmm.
earlier for some reasons that I did not know, but he decided to do it near 40 or something. And it made me think that it's sort of never too late to pick up on those things or to sort of pursue these things, you know?
Right. I
If you
really
want
wish
to.
a lot of people had more hope in that regard. Many people just think they're too old or something, but I feel like you're never too old to keep learning.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's. I thought it was very positive that this person decided to um, continue his education later in life, even if they couldn't do it before. So
I've
I.
also wished to, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Go on.
I've wished to that it was easier to pursue higher education without the barrier of
Money.
the money aspect. Sorry?
The money. Yeah. Yeah. Because in US,
Yes.
it's a pretty big issue.
Right. I wish it was if you are interested in this subject or that subject, you could just go and learn about it and not have any strings attached. I think it'd be nice, but maybe that's kind of utopian.
Well, not necessarily. Free education, free higher education does exist in quite many countries in the world.
Hmm.
Of course, there are certain barriers. You have to pass exams. You have to sort of have certain
Right.
achievements in high school, but it's still a better option than ending up with student debt.
Yeah, it's a pretty massive undertaking, that debt. Speaking of education, the first part I have outlined here is what kind of education to become an exceptional student education teacher, an ESC teacher. You only need a bachelor's degree, apparently. You can get a bachelor's in something outside of education specifically, but if you do, you'll need to pass um, like a test specifically for educating so that like they know that you're qualified enough. Um, let's see here. So, from the perspective of my mom, because she's the ESC teacher in the family, she has a qualification for kindergarten through 6, K through 12 ESC, and she has 300 extra hours of classing, like outside of her degree. So, just like the school district will require teachers to take this class or that class, professional development type stuff. 300 hours.
Damn.
And I don't, let me see if it's even paid here. I don't think that many of those extra classes that they make people take are paid. I know that for a while there, Ron DeSantis was doing some kind of a history. Yes. A history course that I think it was like $1,000 incentive for people to take it. I'm very suspicious of it. I didn't take it.
I wonder
But
what sort of history
yeah,
is
I worry
being.
what kind of a version of America it paints. So,
Interesting.
yeah. For a master's, it can cost an additional $20,000.
And your mom, I assume, went through all these?
Yes, all of that. She has a master's degree and took all the extra classes and things.
Was she able to pay off the
She she even took that Ron DeSantis history course.
Oh, did you talk to her about it?
I tried, but she said that she didn't notice anything particularly amiss about it. I wish I could have looked at it.
Those things can
Because
be
I don't trust it.
those things can be pretty insidious. Something can be
Yeah.
pretty feel pretty benign, but so for example, in a really benign way, imply that slavery was not such a big deal, for example.
Right. And Florida definitely has a record of doing that. Like, even when I was in school, just in retrospect, some of the things were pretty suspicious.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yes. Do you plan on getting those extra courses and pursuing a master's degree?
Me personally, I probably wouldn't. I'm not really sure what I want to do professionally beyond like what I'm doing now, which is just archiving student files. She never wants to go beyond masters for her. She wouldn't want to get a doctorate.
Degrees and educational sort of achievement and academic achievement sort of works differently in Poland than it does in the US. The titles are different. For example,
Okay.
in Poland, professor is the highest thing that you can achieve in academia. The regular professor, Belvedere
So what is
professor.
the tiers of degrees or whatever in Poland?
Gosh, you have the I guess you have the equivalent of bachelor's and master's, then you do your doctorate, then you move on from being a doctor to being an ordinary professor. That's a TLDR of the whole process, and then you become finally a regular professor. And there's such a thing in
A
Poland.
regular professor.
Yeah,
Just an ordinary regular professor.
it actually says in the title ordinary professor. and
It almost sounds insulting.
and that's like it does, but it sort of is like the highest thing that you can get.
Yeah.
There's such a thing in Poland that a particular university can give a teacher a status of a professor, but that professor can only be a professor at that particular school, right?
Okay.
But the ordinary professor, the Belvederian professor, as they call the title, can basically go to any school, not just in the country, but basically in the world, and still have the title of professor, still have that accreditation.
Okay, so if a regular professor went to the US, like people in the US would have to call them a regular professor?
I guess they'd call him the equivalent, but like for example,
Yeah.
my grandfather was a regular professor of law, and he, for example, would go to Japan to give lectures at the Tokyo University, and he wouldn't even give the lectures to students. He would give the lectures to other lecturers.
Oh wow. That's cool.
So that's like basically how that works.
And you said he did law?
Yes, professors need a PhD. Okay, I'm gonna. Professors need a lot more than PhD. You have to go through the doctorate, etc. I have to professor. Because you have to habilitate yourself as a doctor before you can become a professor. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the
Hello, Alec.
maybe there's be like Poland in the English. No, I have to translate the Polish wiki. Apologies. Hello, Dr. Johns. Oh, I remember when I was in high school, all the school guidance counselors wouldn't shut up. There was no such thing, by the way, when I went to high school. In Poland, that's not really a big thing, guidance counseling. You're expected to learn, and you're expected to just make your own choice what you want to do from there on. There's no guidance counseling. About college, and couldn't understand why I decided not to go, mainly because my family always told me you ain't going to college unless your dumbass joins the military. Do you know how messed up your credit history has to be rejected for a student loan. Damn. So, the title of professor is given to people with who have this title of doctor, habilitated
Mm-hmm.
doctor, that have like extraordinary achievements in science or arts, or in academia or arts. And
Mm-hmm.
in Poland, it is granted by the president of Poland.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
that you do a whole application to to this group, that like this council of academia excellence, and then you have 5 reviewers that sort of review your application, and this title is given for life.
That's cool.
And because this is given by the president, and the ceremony is sometimes happen in Belvedere, which is a palace in Warsaw. Sometimes those professors are called Belvederian professors, or presidential professors.
Belvedere. Belvedere?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Nice.
yes, Belvederian professor, presidential professor. So my grandfather was a presidential professor.
Do you do you know if they get kind of a pre-printed out like congrats from the president, or does the president like actually sit down and like write a letter?
I have actually no clue, but I know that uh, I know that till 2018, ordinary professors were. Oh no, I'm not gonna go into that now. The ordinaries and the not ordinaries, but yes, that's a whole thing. My grandfather was pretty proud of his title.
Your family sounds like they value education quite a bit. Like you
Yeah,
have a history of education.
yeah. So I'm like the black sheep because I didn't finish university. So I'm like
What do
the
you
black.
mean? Look at your bookshelf.
Yeah, that's well. I inherited
I
it
mean,
from
even
my.
if you don't have a degree,
I
I would say
inherited
that
this
you're
from my
pretty.
father. So.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like you're pretty informed, definitely compared to the standard person where I live. You're pretty informed.
Oh well, I'm the black sheep of the family actually. When it comes to being informed, when it comes to being educated, especially, I didn't. As I said, I never finished university, so that's like that's a no go. Like I think everybody, like not only people in my family finished universities, they gloated about being like number ones,
Oh my
when
gosh.
it comes to you exams to enter the universities and having top grades. Jesus, I have, I guess I'm from a family of lawyers and artists. Like I like
Yeah.
the
So,
grandfather. Yeah.
if you were to pursue a degree, what do you think you would study?
Damn, I should have picked history, but I didn't for some reason. I should have just went
You
in.
think? I feel like you could do good in like linguistics.
I tried, but I sort of I tried. I almost failed high school
Oh wow.
because our cat gave birth,
Mm-hmm.
and the cat got sick and stopped taking care of the little kittens, just ignored them, and we had to take care of them ourselves. That was in a critical period in high school. And I had to be awake 24/7 feeding the little kittens every 2 hours because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to feed them every 2 hours and rub their bellies and keep
Right.
them warm, or else they'll just die.
Well, that's a worthy reason to not go to class, I would say.
Yeah, but most of them died anyway.
Oh,
Only one survived
that's sad.
out of the whole litter. Yeah.
Did you keep the survivor?
Yes, was my favorite cat. She used to, when she started walking and seeing, she started climbing on me and licking my face, and she developed a habit, so she would lick my face all the way till she died.
Is it the cat that you would have the picture of on the
No, no,
screen
that
by
was a
chance?
different. That was
No,
a
no, it was
different
a
cat.
different cat.
Because
Oh, well, it sounds like a nice cat.
one of our cats gave birth again, and that cat on the picture is from the other litter.
Oh, okay. You have a whole lot of families of cats.
Yes, I used to have 10 cats.
Oh my goodness, Lucy.
Yeah.
I've always wanted a cat, but my family, they've always been dog people.
Yeah, but they all died. All of the cats died.
Just from old age?
No, some of them died fairly young, 5 years, 6 years.
Oh, dang.
Because they all got this liver disease.
Oh, that sucks.
Very specific for Persian cats.
Hmm.
They were Persian.
Yeah, it's sad when purebred uh breeds suffer from those sort of
Like the
things.
cat. See the cat on the picture also. You can see she's Persian.
Okay.
And they weren't
Did
actually all that pure breed because their faces were not as flat as the most pure breed.
mm-hmm.
I'm not. Maybe I have somewhere the kitty thing. I have somewhere. I cannot find. Oh well. It happens. You remember how she looked like, right? She was often on
I
screen.
do, yeah. She was a cute cat.
Yeah, it was really sad when she died. It was a pretty tragic story as well.
And she specifically, she had the liver thing, or
No,
she
she had
just
something
got old?
worse. She was
Oh.
pretty old, but then she started sort of coughing blood,
Oh, wow.
and then we took her to the vet. The vet said that things are pretty dire, so we started getting her every single day. She started getting thinner, so we started getting her to the vet every single day. She would stay there whole day getting antibiotics and drip nutrients in liquid form.
Like in an IV?
Yeah, and the blood work was pretty bad. They said that it's a pretty tough case. And then after a few days, she started fighting back against the vets and getting rowdy. Um, oh, Kamala Harris. What's it gonna be about? Kamala Harris thing. Should we watch it? But anyway, the doctors told us that, oh, this is a very good sign. This is clearly a good sign. She's clearly getting better. We can physically see she's getting better. She's getting rowdy, so it must mean that she's getting better. We we're gonna we're gonna get a blood test, but we're thinking it's gonna be fine because we can see that she's clearly getting better. And we took her
Yeah.
home, and the same night she sort of started convulsing. She couldn't stand up.
Mm.
I think she tried to hide away, but she just couldn't stand up. She pissed herself. um, she started sort of going into a seizure, and when I held her head, she sort of calmed down. The seizure stopped, and then she just died.
Yeah, it's hard when a pet passes. I've definitely had a few.
Yeah,
Our
and
Jack Russell, Sam, he got old. He lived a long life, and it was time. But it's hard to see them deteriorate.
yeah. And then the next day, the doctor, sort of the veterinarian, called and said, "Well, the thing that we said about the blood work, it seems that we were wrong. The blood work came out horrible, and the only thing we can think of is that the only reason why the cat was getting rowdy and so energetic was because she had such a great will to live."
Yeah. Well, I've heard that before an animal or a person passes, they can get kind of like a burst of energy.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's true, maybe
Maybe.
that's what it was. I don't know.
And then the veterinarian told us infuriating things that really angered me and made me remember that veterinarian that said, "Oh, the cat died at home. That's great because you didn't have to make the tough choice of putting her down." Huh?
Oh man. So just they were saying a bunch of insensitive things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder maybe they get kind of desensitized from putting down a lot of animals or
Maybe,
something.
but then maybe you shouldn't be in this
Right.
line of work.
Right. Yeah. Well, at least she sounds like she lived a good life though.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And then sometime later, my father died. So, you know.
Yeah.
And then January 6th happened.
Oh gosh.
Because my father died at the end of 2020, near the end
Yeah.
of 2020, and then January 6th sort of while we were still sort of processing the entire death thing.
Right.
It was
Yeah,
wild.
that's a lot
It was
all at
wild
once.
watching January 6th on television. It was honestly wild.
I mean, it's kind of been a blur since Trump got elected. I remember I was in high school and some of my peers were like super, ooh rah, pro Trump. And I didn't understand. And then he got elected and it felt like a joke, but it wasn't.
Oh,
I don't know. And every day in this country has just felt like a joke since.
yeah. Also, Decimaru. Join the page and link us the Kamala Harris. Apparently, Kamala Harris is going live in 7 minutes. Less than 7 minutes now. Do you know
Okay,
anything
do you want to
about it?
watch that or?
I mean, we could, but do you know anything about it? Do you know what it's going to be about? You're an American. You're
Oh,
tuned in.
no, I have
You're tuned
no
into
idea
the
personally.
system. You're part of the, you know, you're the electorate.
Yeah.
You're gonna vote Kamala Harris, right? You're gonna vote.
Yes. Yeah,
You're
I'm not voting for
gonna go
Trump.
vote. You're gonna go vote. So
I
have
would
you?
prefer not to see democracy die.
True. Or even be damaged. Not even if it doesn't die. If it gets compromised, that's already bad enough in itself, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Like I can already see conservatives being like, see, democracy didn't completely die. Well, sure, but it got pretty compromised.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So, I forgot where we were. We were talking about degrees, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about degrees.
Are we continuing that, or are we watching the Kamala thing?
Let me snipe prison.
I don't mind either way.
Right, there are
I saw,
people
like,
very
one.
close to they're like the fruit market and in the over the counter.
Okay.
There are people really, really close to these guys when these pages go off, and they're
Hold
fine.
on, President
They just
Sandy's
stand
stuck
back
into
and
a
they're like,
loaner
"Whoa, what the
box
fuck
now.
happened there?" They're just like scratching their
Jesus.
heads, like
More
explosion
drama?
just went off, like,
More drama.
like
Well,
3
sounds
feet
like
away.
Oh, goodness.
sounds like they got lucky. Like I wouldn't
yes,
I wouldn't
maybe.
go on. But
If they-
hang on, no, but slow down. So are you
Slow
suggesting
down,
then
loner
that
box.
the 2,000 people weren't injured? What's the relevance
No.
of them not being injured if they're close by on the camera?
I'm suggesting
I don't
the
think
people
I've
who are-
ever
the
watched
2,000
Loner
people seem to
Box.
most likely be
Wow.
Hezbollah.
Have you ever?
Maybe I've seen him in a panel that you've
On what?
gone
You
over.
can see
I'm not
people who are
sure.
next to the because you can see.
I'm not
videos
really
of people who are
familiar
next to the
with Loner
explosions,
Box.
and
Have you ever
they are not
watched,
hurt. They don't look.
But we have we are
Chad
aware
Logic?
of children, for example, who have been killed by the
Nope.
explosives.
Have
They
you
were
have you
not, to
heard
my
of Chad
knowledge,
Logic?
established to be holding onto these
I've
pages
heard
and
of him.
radios.
Okay.
They
Have
were
you
killed
ever
by shotgun
watched?
The girl who was killed was holding the pager because her dad.
What
was
other
at Hezbollah
streamers do I actually
military.
know?
It was in his-
Vosh.
Has this been established? This has been
Wick?
confirmed?
I don't know.
Wick. Have you watched Wick?
Okay.
I've
But
not
just to be
watched
clear,
Wick.
though, you're in a bit of a
Have you ever
pickle here because
watched
if what you're saying
Destiny?
is what we're running with, that
Mm,
indeed people could be standing right next
does
to
it
people
count
circled using
if
the
it's
thing just because the
watching
majority were killed.
Destiny through
And that means that
Vosh?
It
the
counts.
vast
Yeah.
majority of these 2,000 people
Then I
injured
guess
that
very
have been
vaguely I've watched
holding
Destiny.
Okay.
radios
Riley
on
Grace
pages and they were
Rochon.
only injured?
Yeah, have you seen the hospital footage where
I've
people
only
with their
seen
hands,
the
they're missing fingers, but
debate
they're not that
regarding
bad.
Doe.
Yeah, so yeah.
So you have seen. Okay, Dylan Burns.
That's why they're small explosions. Or they got like
I think I've
like
seen
flashes.
him in a guest
Yeah.
capacity. Well, I saw him.
Again, I don't know. I'm just saying
What's
that
what's his name?
if it were the case that they knew how big this explosion would
He
be because they
it's that
designed
one
it,
guy. He
because
like
they're very small.
screeches his mic
They
Hello.
all the
knew
time.
that
Hello,
these
Philippe
explosions would
August.
be
Oh,
so small
Haas,
that they
infrared
would
Haas.
cause the
Hello,
person
Philippe
to die,
August.
and
Yes.
they were unlikely
Yes,
to hurt
I
people
saw
next to
him
them,
debate
even if they were
Haas
fairly
on something a
close.
long time
Then
ago.
I would say that's a reasonable collateral
Yeah,
damage.
that was funny.
What you're saying is that these 2,000 injuries were caused by 2,000.
Yeah, DBZ is not streaming
Well,
today,
didn't they say
Philippe
that's how many
August.
pages were designated?
So
All that we know
you
is that
decided to
2,000
come to
pages
me
designated
because
as
of
well.
that, yes?
I actually don't know. Let's see.
Uh,
How many?
we can
what's the
save
I
them.
can't think
percentage
of
that
any
we
other
have?
streamers.
You
The
can
Lebanese
save
security official
DBZ.
said that 5,000 pages were brought into the country.
Am
The
I
one
a
that was
human?
detonated,
Am I a human?
How many were detonated?
Where's that article?
Join the page.
How many were dead?
Listen. Okay, can I go on a rant, Greater Ain't?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I
It's your
complain?
show.
Can I complain a bit about the fact that
I
everybody's
didn't save this
complaining
article. Can you
how
take a minute to find it?
everybody's bad, everybody's wrong, watches drama, watches just those bad streamers that are drama mongers, with one exception of DBZ.
So are we saying that
But
it's less
Yes.
I'm not a drama
Go off
monger. Where's
theme,
the
as they say.
audience? Where's my audience, huh?
Agree on that?
I don't do drama. I guess people are just not as
Not
interested
even.
in
What I'm saying
non-drama
is that
content
if
as
it
they
appears
think,
to be
huh?
the case that they had
I mean, you've got a few
let's say,
people.
no conceivable
You've got a
Yeah,
few
but
watchers.
yeah, exactly. I got a few
gonna end up, and
watchers,
I think
but
the fact that
those
this little girl
horrible
was holding
drama
the device
streamers
kinda
have
puts that a little bit when it detonated.
President Sunday.
that's kind of a
I don't know.
problem, because
Does
now
President
this
Sunday
whole
count as a
they-
drama
they-
streamer?
they-
President Sunday has 301 viewers right now. Let's see. How many people does Lonerbox have right now?
Would you consider selling out and doing
Wait,
drama?
Lucy is what DBZ should be, what he will be, I believe. Wait, what do you mean by that, Philip August? Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean I am what he should be and will be? Now I'm curious. And we're gonna check how many viewers Lonerbox has. 437. What do you mean by that, Philip August? I trust you can elaborate on your point. Isn't that right, Greater Ain't?
Yes.
Like how you are pro-Ukraine and super smart, but not a libcuck. Do you think DBZ is libcuck? He's getting closer. Oh. You know? Not anymore. Well, you know. Mid-transformation. Whoa. Where do you think this transformation has started? How far back would you trace the start of this transformation? Damn. Oh wait, we're looking for Kamala Harris. But am I not correct? Am I not correct? People say that they don't want, Oh, Oprah
People
Winfrey.
say they
But
don't want what?
drama, but they don't watch their own
Oh.
drama streamer.
Yeah. I would say people tend to gravitate towards the drama. Yeah.
Listen, I think. Okay, I'm not gonna comment. Okay, what sphere am I part of, Greater Ain't, would you say?
I would definitely categorize your channel as political. Lefty political.
Yeah, but am I part of a sphere of some bigger creator, you think?
You gravitate towards President Sunday, don't you?
I sort of, but we don't really do a lot of things together. And he ignored my DM.
Sure. I mean, Vosh kind of branched off of Destiny, and like he hasn't interacted with Destiny, but people say that he's, I guess, like the genealogy of the channel is related. in
I
that way.
started streaming before I met President Sunday. Do you know what my trajectory of streaming has been? If
I don't.
anything, if anything, I'm an offshoot of Riley Grace Rochong,
Oh,
actually.
really?
Yeah, because when I
So
was
you started watching her as your first streamer, or?
well, it's not that I started what I sort of, I guess. I was a little blooming trans person.
Uh-huh.
Oh, do you know Riverboat Jack, by the way?
I don't.
I'm not
I've
sure if
heard
this
the
question was
name.
to me or to you.
Oh, either way, I don't know Riverboat Jack very much at all. I've heard the name, but that's it.
I know of Riverboat Jack. We were supposed to talk, but the thing keeps not happening. But in any event, I was a blooming sort of beginner trans person. And I thought maybe I should join an online community. You know, joining an online community feels like a safe option, sort of, to explore transness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw Riley Grace Rochong be a moderator in a debate. That must
Yeah.
have been like in 2019 or something like that, something crazy like that. And she was very calm in that role, very collected, which is something that I sort of liked in a person. It sort of appealed to me, this sort of calm demeanor that was not shouty and aggressive, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, I guess this is the person whose community I'm sort of gonna join. So I joined the community, and you know, during my tenure in the community, one of the mods there sort of asked me, "Hey, would you like me to maybe?" A few mods, actually, a few people from there were like, "Would you like us or me to, make you a Discord? Would you like a Discord of your own?"
Oh, that's
And
cool.
was like, "Oh yeah, sure." And that's how the current Pond Giggle card was created.
Well, I'm glad that they made that offer. I enjoy your community.
Yeah, and then I started streaming, and when I started streaming, I didn't talk because I sort of just had a guy's voice. It
Right,
didn't
you hadn't
show.
started your speech therapy thing?
Yeah, I haven't started any training yet at that point. I had an ugly face, which I still have an ugly face, but it was even uglier then.
No, you don't, Lucy. You look nice.
It was even worse then. Because before HRT, I had very thin hair at the front, etc. It it got better on HRT. You can uh, you can see the early videos with my face reveal that you can still see that the my hair was very thin at the front, you know.
Right.
And after I was mute and faceless streamer, I used to play a game because then I mostly played games. You know, I didn't do any politics at all. Mostly, I almost didn't do any politics at all. Basically, I mostly did gaming stuff like that. I used to, and I streamed on Twitch primarily. Then I would.
I forget when I joined. I think I remember you still using that anime
That was later. So
avatar,
I would
but you
stream.
would speak.
I would stream a game for hours, like
Mm-hmm.
Valkyria Chronicles, and there would be only one person watching for hours. And I don't think I was even monetized in any way then. So I would like stream
Who was
for
the one person?
a person called Phoenix something. They were in the RGR community. So they would
Okay.
watch the game with me and comment on the game. And it was like basically like playing a game with someone watching, but at a distance. So those were my streams, streaming to a single person. Well, that happened today as well. So I guess back to tradition. So then I created an avatar. I became a VTuber, and I started speaking on stream. That was like my view. I still did mostly gaming at that point. I streamed
Were
a
you
lot
really
of
nervous to start speaking?
yes, yes. Started streaming Final Fantasy, and then my voice was different. I used to have a more falsetto voice, like this,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I remember.
So I
Yeah.
have a more falsetto voice. Uh, so I mostly streamed Final Fantasy 14 at that point. Gaming still, because I wasn't very confident, because it might be a surprise to learn that my self-esteem is pretty low,
Right.
you know, and I didn't really feel confident in doing anything history, anything politics much. I guess I did some
I mean,
politics,
I
LGBT
think
related, but yeah.
a lot of us in this community, I get the impression anyway, we struggle with confidence. I know I do. I was like kind of terrified to do this call, but
Oh,
I did it. Um,
wow.
I think that you are kind of inspiring in a way because you have pushed those barriers for yourself.
Oh, well, that is nice to hear. Thank you. But then something happened that sort of pushed me to do history and more politic related content. And that is Putin's speech before the full scale invasion.
Mhm.
When he, in his speech, said so many incorrect historical things that I thought to myself, oh no, no, oh no, no, no. Oh, even I feel qualified enough to debunk those, you know? So maybe I should be talking more
Yeah.
about history. Oh gosh. Oh no.
Yeah, every now and then I'll see someone making a rant on something that I feel like I could really take them down on it, but then I let it go.
Right.
I relax.
Yeah. It was at that time when Philippe August's second favorite streamer after me
Mhm.
decided to stop his debate show and go to Poland and then Ukraine, become a war journalist.
Who was that?
Dylan Burns.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, that's important work. I'm glad that he decided to do it.
Indeed. Indeed, it is pretty important work.
And I think I heard he told one story that him and like a translator or something or a camera guy, they had fallen asleep in a van, and when they woke up, someone had put like mines all around the van or
I think
something.
the mines were already there. They just drove into a minefield.
Oh gosh, that sounds terrifying.
Well, you know.
I mean, it's kind of what you sign up for when you're doing like war journalism, I suppose. But, you know,
it is what you signed up for because apparently the person that drove him into that minefield was Polish. So it is what you sign up for when you deal with Polish people, I would say more.
Polish people like to drive into minefields.
Yeah, yeah. What are crazy
Oh my
things.
goodness.
We're just crazy like that, you see. You know? We're crazy
Yeah.
people.
That's funny.
Yeah. But you know, and then I became like the VTuber. I did the VTubing, like doing history. And then I changed. I actually had one conversation with Dylan Burns on stream. Briefly met. But when I started transitioning from my falsetto voice to not falsetto voice, I had a conversation with Dylan Burns about Polish-Ukrainian relation.
Mm-hmm.
The VOD
Would
is
you consider
still,
talking to him more? If you were able to?
you know, I think he's pretty busy
Right.
with important things.
He has a lot going on, yeah.
Yes. And then I decided to throw in the air like this impossible. Listen, it still feels impossible for me to achieve on my own without being rated. So I think I was fair in my assessment. I was like, you know what? If I have 50 viewers watching my stream, I'm gonna. I think I threw out 50. I might have thrown out even more. 50 or 100 even, I don't know. I think it was 50. I was like, if 50 people watch me on stream, I'm gonna do a face review, you know.
Hmm.
And then I got rated, I think, by President Sunday. It was 50 or more
They
people
pushed your
watching.
hand.
Yes, I was like, oh no, I haven't actually considered that happening. I guess I have to show my face now, and I did.
Hmm. Yeah, I would be pretty nervous.
Yeah, it was a pretty nervous moment. Yeah.
Are you glad though, in the end?
Yes, it did lead to a few interesting developments in my life. So yeah,
Well, that's good.
did lead to uh meeting new people
Right.
who were more interested in meeting me after they knew how I looked like.
So, does that mean perhaps that you're not as ugly as you say you are?
Oh no, I'm
As
still
you
ugly.
feel?
Yeah, I'm
No.
still I'm still ugly.
Oh my
I
goodness.
apologize. Although it
I
feels
will
weird to
convince
say
you one day.
because I'm pretty I have some facial features that are similar to my mother's.
Hmm.
So I guess that's
And it like
uh
helps with the
that
dysphoric
that
feelings or
is
something, or
I'm not sure. Sometimes when I look at my mom's photo when she was quite young, I think to myself, it's hard for me to say if I look girlish or if she looks manly-ish,
oh,
because I can see a lot of my features in her.
right.
You
I
know?
mean, there's so much variety in how people look that I really do think it's a blurry line between masculine and feminine. Even people who traditionally present one way, or even like how they were born, I think it can still be blurry sometimes.
Yeah, and then there's this. My mom even makes this joke. Yeah, you're ugly. You're ugly because you look like me, and I'm ugly.
Yeah. People say I look almost like my mom's twin.
Polish people went through hell. I don't blame them for being bitter to everyone. Yeah, true. We are bitter people. Polish people are mostly known about being very complaining about everything.
I've gotten the impression, I guess from you, I suppose, that people are very standoffish in your city or like kind of
Oh,
hostile
you
to
think I'm
interaction or
You
something.
think I'm standoffish?
No, 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 no. From like how you say other people are,
Oh,
like in transit, for example, or just walking around. I don't know.
oh, it's I my mom is Tuch. Oh wow, she went through World War II. Why isn't anybody joining the side page? That's not fair. It's outrageous. It's not fair. Isn't that right?
Rage.
You know what this is like a reference to, right? You're a big Star Wars fan.
I'm not super biblical with my Star Wars knowledge.
Okay, so there's this scene, this infamous scene in the prequel trilogy where like this Jedi Council tells to Anakin
Oh,
he
is it
says,
where he gets rejected for being
yeah,
on the
he's like,
council?
yeah.
It's not
You're on
fair.
this council, but you do not grant you the rank of master.
Hmm.
What? This is outrageous. It's not fair. And that's why I quote it so much.
Right.
There's this AI parody in which oh, I guess I'll just show you. All right, I'll just a picture is worth 1,000 words. Okay. Um, Revenge of the Sith, but Anakin is smart. Because there's a video called Revenge of the Sith, but Anakin is smart. So I'm gonna stream
Nightmares of Padme.
I'm gonna stream it to you. I'm
I'm gonna send you a link.
I'm gonna show it on stream, and I'm gonna stream it to you. Okay? I'm gonna do my best not to show any
Okay.
Vosh folders. I'm gonna do my best not to show any
No suspicious
weird
things.
folders. Okay, I think this is it. I think there are no horses here. Ready?
Yes.
All right, I'm pressing play. What is this video that you sent?
Oh, it's a clip from Hercules that just kind of makes me laugh. He gets upset and he says, "Disappointed."
You're not gonna be disappointed by this video. We're gonna watch the whole. We're gonna watch the full 3 minutes of it because it's funny, and it has the thing that I wanted to point out. But because it's funny, we're gonna watch the full thing. All right? Are you okay with watching the full 3 minutes?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
I am tormented by relentless, harrowing nightmares of Padme perishing during childbirth.
You can see and hear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What should I do, Master Yogurt?
Just let go, bro.
Oh, okay.
So, did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis?
You mean that questionable story crafted to seduce Jedi into embracing the dark side?
What? No. I'm just making small talk.
No, I don't think so. You asked to see me, Chancellor?
Yes, I can tell you're worried about losing Padme.
Mm-hmm.
Only through the dark side can you save her from certain death.
Could you supply some scientific studies that support your claim?
I don't have them on me right now.
Could you please cite the sources from which you derived this information?
Oh, come on, Anakin. Just trust me, bro.
Nah. Your deceit is transparent to me now. I recognize the elaborate scheme you've constructed, positioning yourself to ascend to the zenith of power. By orchestrating conflict between the Republic and the Separatists, you exploit this engineered dichotomy. It serves not merely as a strategy for dominion, but as a sophisticated mechanism to transform the very foundations of democracy into an autocratic empire.
Shit.
I need to tell the Council about this.
We're running low on spice and death sticks. How about we grab some stuff from the underworld?
That's a very interesting point, Master Forehead. What are your thoughts on that, Master Yogurt?
That alien girl on my left. I'd smash.
Greetings. I've discovered the unsettling truth that the Chancellor is a Sith Lord.
What? Dude, that's wild.
You must eliminate him at once. I will stay behind, as it is likely he will manipulate me in an attempt to thwart your efforts.
Damn.
All right.
Master Windshield.
Time to take out the trash, Chancellor.
Oh, you can't defeat me, fool. I'm too powerful. Wait, I can't fly.
This is your end, Chancellor. Any last words?
Where the heck is Anakin?
He's not coming.
Well, that sucks.
Now, Chancellor
He's not
Paperplate,
coming.
you will die.
Ah! Thanks to Anakin, the genius here found and eliminated the secret Sith Lord we have.
Good job, Anakin. Now, we do grant you the rank of Master.
This is wonderful! It's fair!
Done well.
That's the main scene that I've even started
Yeah.
this video for.
Where he's like,
It's
"This is
wonderful."
upsetting. This is absurd."
No, it's outrageous. It's unfair. This is wonderful. It's fair. This is wonderful. It's fair.
This is wonderful! It's fair!
Done well, Anakin.
Good job, Anakin.
You're so smart, Anakin.
Man, this is the best day of my life. What? It was all just a freaking dream?
Yes,
Oh my god.
Well, intelligence gone, carry on.
Intelligence gone. Carry on.
This is the best day of my life. What? It was all just a freaking dream?
Yes, you dummy.
Well, intelligence gone, carry on.
I like these parodies for some reason.
Yeah, they're good.
They're AI generated, so I guess I can agree with AI being used in some ways. The voices, I mean. the voices are done with AI.
Yeah, I enjoy AI personally, but some of the arguments seem valid.
It's a tool. It depends how you use it, what you
Yeah.
use it for, etc.
Yeah.
I did. I created an account. Oh, so can you chat in the chat now, Desidaru? And can you consider not being white? Listen, I'm a very small creator. I have to beg for money. I have to e-beg. Is that so wrong to e-beg? Is that so bad? Shall we watch one more?
You could start a poll, or not a poll, like a donate $100 for drama or donate $100 for
Oh Jesus! I'm not
theory
doing. No, I'm
thing.
not. That's a prison Sunday thing. Okay. Jesus. I'm homeless and on SSDI. What's SSDI? Okay, we're gonna watch one more. Ready? I'm actually gonna show you one more.
Social Security Disability Insurance.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. That means that you actually cannot donate to me, right? Because that would mean that you're sort of spending money in some way that you cannot, and you might lose your thing, right?
I assume you
Or is
have
it?
to
Or is
be
that?
a
No, wait.
certain
I know that
income to
Lisa.
qualify. I'm not sure.
I know that Lisa gets some sort of assistance from the government, but that's donate to President Sunday. I don't have a credit card. Oh, I actually don't have a credit card either because I have debt, and my bank account is blocked. I use PayPal. Oh, well, that's not good. Okay, ready to watch one more? Ready?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
I like them.
I can get a prepaid visa. I'm not even sure if prepaid visas are a thing in Poland, actually. I don't know if that's a thing in Poland.
On this.
Okay, everybody speaks like Yoda. That's the premise of the video.
Is that essentially like those gift card things?
I think so. I think it's like a Visa card, and you load money on it, and you can use it.
Right.
That's why it's called prepaid Visa, because you load it with money. It sounds actually like a pretty useful thing, but I'm not sure if it's a thing in Poland. I should check. If it's a thing in Poland, then I'd get one. I think.
What is the benefit between a prepaid card and just using regular cash or whatever?
I think you're not tied to a bank for one when you use like a
Right.
prepaid Visa, and you can still do things online, like buy things, order things, etc. And you cannot do that with cash.
Yeah. So what about like why would you use a prepaid card versus a debit card, for example?
Because the debit card is tied to a bank.
Right, you would, but like why not?
I have debt. I cannot. I need debt.
Okay.
My bank accounts are blocked.
The pieces are coming together.
You know?
Yes.
All right. Another happy landing. Let's watch the video.
On this council, you are, but grant you the rank of master. We do not.
What? Do this! How can you?
Outrageous. This is. Fair. It is not. On the council, how you can be, and a master be not.
A seat you take, young skywanker.
The Wookiee's on attack droid. The what about?
Understand shit? I cannot.
Fun of me. You all make.
Grammar matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my syntax. Do you?
900 years old, I am. Speak proper English. I cannot.
Very wise, I am, yes. Language skills, I have not.
Green and ugly I am.
shriveled and tiny my lightsaber is.
Okay, Anakin, this just got weird.
Dude, too much, Anakin.
Wow, that was really over the top, Anakin.
You ruined it, Anakin. Sit your ass down.
Yes, what's wrong with you, Anakin? That was not okay. Now we have to chop you up.
Hold up, Master
Jeez.
Yogurt. Did you just speak normally?
Yep, of course I can speak normally. I've been fooling you suckers the whole time.
Oh my god! You motherfucker!
Well, typical council meeting done. Carry on.
Wait, Master Yogurt? Did you just speak normally?
I like how it's just a roast Yoda's speech pattern circle.
Anakin? That just got weird. You ruined it, Anakin. Sit your ass down.
Those are fun.
These are fun. I like watching them. It's better than partaking in the dramas of...
It is. I
whatever
agree. It's
whatever.
better than the random dramas.
Speaking of random dramas, I wonder if President Sandy's still talking to Blownerbox.
It's... I don't know if that's...
Are they still talking?
Because when I looked here, not X, Y, or Z.
Occupies the West Bank and Gaza. I mean, I don't get to talk to you that often anymore.
Oh.
No, you didn't have your fill on Hippy Dippy?
Oh, God. That fucking, what's his face?
Which
Perfect
one?
Union.
The
Perfect Union.
homeless guy?
Crazy fuck. Yeah. How right-wing is Canada right now?
I try not to think about it. Less than America right now.
It's good enough. It's weird how it like lowers the bar, you know? Like
The
much
Polish
hate...
far right is bad. I'm just gonna say that, okay? Very bad. But it's very fascistic, you know? You're still here, right? Hello? Oh. Did you disappear? Damn. We've lost Crater, right? Whew. Have you ever watched the people who make fun of games by role-playing? No. If I get a prepaid card next time, I'll donate. Well, thank you very much. But if you're gonna donate, do it through the page. So try... Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Yes. That's right. Through here. Perfect. You're now on the White Forest page. Wait, hold on. Did I? What is this? That's interesting. That looks... I'm gonna turn this off. It worked. Perfect.
Conservative politicians in the UK, when I watched like Rishi Sunak fucking conceding defeat before the line had even been crossed, I was like, oh, that's refreshing.
As a very, very progressive person surrounded by very many rainbow folks, my general appreciation for Canada is at least it's not X, Y, or Z.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, I don't hate you.
I don't hate you either.
If we want to talk about any other nonsense, we can.
Stop being padding for a country that's killed
genocide
40,000. Let's just. I'm happy to leave it at thousands of kids. Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Cheerio.
Talk to you another time. Bye bye.
All right, let's finish this fucking thing.
Subsection. It is prohibited to use booby traps or other devices in the form of apparently harmless portable objects,
Damn.
which are specifically designed and constructed
All
to
right.
Why would they
explosive material.
add a part to say it's prohibited to
Perfect.
use weapons with
Perfect, perfect. Isn't that perfect? 11,000 viewers. Bridge mended? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I never had a beef with Lonerbox. You will notice. I've debated Lonerbox like twice, and we never. I've actually been raided a few times by Lonerbox.
Hey,
Wait, who is cute? Lonerbox? Lonerbox is cute? Wait, who is cute? You said eh. So who is cute? Did anyone enjoy the call? Wait, it's over? The call is over? I didn't think it was over. Or it was ongoing or something. Wait, so should I just disconnect then? Oh, I got goofed something up. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect then. That was a nice call. I'm pretty good at sort of bouncing off of people. Would you like to be a regular guest on the stream? You seem like a very eager person to sort of. Yes, the call was great until Greater ran away from the debate. True. That is true. I'll be a guest. Oh, you want to call in? Sure. What do you want to talk? Do you want to debate me on something? Wait, are you from the US? Wait, what other streamers do you watch? Desi Daro? Georgia. So what other streamers do you watch apart from me? Apart from your favorite streamer, me? Not many. Well, who do you watch? Not many implies that you watch someone. You wanna snipe Xander Hall? Xander Hall streaming.
Off center. Cool.
161 people. Xander Hall has less viewers than President Sunday, and Xander Hall has like 90,000 subs. That's true. I always win. I always win, no matter what. Even if I lose. Although Eric London RPG has like 100,000 subs, and how many people are watching him live? 31 people. Well, still more than me.
Way ahead of that.
Still more than me. Wait, what the hell? What happened to Vosh? Oh, never mind. I was like, what happened to Vosh? Only 524 viewers. But that's because the stream has not even started yet. Agenda Free TV. You don't watch any people that cover Ukraine? Not really, but it does come up in my feed. Wait, what does? What comes up in your feed? Ukraine. Oh. What streamers come up in your feed? I guess we can watch one more. Anakin meets... Oh, we can turn off the guest thing as well. Anakin meets Darth Vader. React. Alright, let's do this.
Who are you? And what are you doing on my balcony?
Well, Anakin, my boy, I am your father.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'm you from the future, and my name is Darth Vapor.
All right, funny guy. Now get out of my house or I'll call the cops.
Listen, you son of a bitch. I'm here to tell you something really important.
Okay, what is it, dude?
Well, how do I put this nicely? Your legs will be severed, and flames will burn you alive, leaving you in unimaginable torment with your existence defined by excruciating, endless pain.
Dude, that kind of sucks.
Also, you will kill Padme.
Yikes.
Oh, and you will also have 2 kids.
Dude, I hate kids.
Yeah, those damn younglings at the temple, right?
Yeah, they're such a pain. I just had the craziest dream.
What's up?
Well, sanity gone, carry on.
Oh my god! What the hell was that? What's up?
Dream.
What's up?
Well, sanity gone, carry on.
Oh my god. Wonderful. Isn't this a wonderful stream? Aren't you happy that you're not following some drama nonsense thing? Aren't you happy now? Also, you're watching the best game ever right now, Final Fantasy Tactics. Do I have to remind you of something very important? Do I have to remind you all that... Do I have to remind any of you that this is Destiny's favorite game ever? As he said on multiple occasions on his stream. This is Destiny's favorite game ever. He said it. I'm happy, but that's because the alcohol is taking. No, you're happy because you're watching this stream. How do you like Destiny's favorite game? Rate it. Rate it from 1 to 10. Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm gonna make the music louder so you can appreciate it. I have to say, Greater Rain became much less anonymous for me now. Philip Augustus, how do you like the Destiny favorite game? Lucy, that, how do you mean? You can put on a voice and name to me now is all? I mean, I still think of your, when I think of your name, I still think Greater Rain, but I guess there's a voice that I can sort of. Woo! Missed me. Vibing though. I don't really understand. It's a tactic game, you know, you move your units on this like grid-like setting and you have to defeat all your enemies. And you have a nice story added on top. I keep missing today. Swing in and miss. Auto Potion is a skill that allows you to use potion every time you get. Do you like Stardew Valley? I do. But if I do Stardew Valley, I'll be accused of being Anna Voir again. Do you know? Okay, in the chat, who knows who Anna Voir is? Who can tell me who Anna Voir is? Because there's lore. There's lore sort of related to Anna Voir and me. Sort of lore. It's not really lore. But a weird thing. You know? Does any of you know who Anna Voir is? Recently resurfaced Anna Voir. I don't know Anna Voir. So Anna Voir is basically this person that had a really weird thing with Destiny and had a YouTube avatar. And people used to come to my streams when I was still using that YouTube avatar and say, "Oh, Anna Voir, your voice is different. You're different today, Anna Voir." And Anna Voir is like a Stardew Valley streamer. So that's why I'm saying if I'm gonna play Stardew Valley on stream, I'm never gonna beat the Anna Voir allegation, am I? Does that make sense? I think that makes perfect sense. Patreon. Oh, Patreon. Like Patreon, the nice page where you can... I trolled Lonerbox one time. Hello, glorious content. What do you mean? I never trolled Lonerbox. I debated Lonerbox twice. And won twice. You can ask him about it. You can ask Lonerbox. Hey, Lucy Hazet debated you. And won. Twice. You know? And see what he says. I bet he's gonna be like, of course. Lucy is the best debater ever. Lucy is the strongest debater I've ever met. And I'm gonna be like, oh shucks. Oh shucks. That can't be true. But then I'm gonna drop the false modesty and say, of course it is true. You know? Oh, so what did you do? How do you troll people? That's not nice. It's not nice to troll people. Boom! Okay, I'm gonna link you the page that you can join and become a super chatter. And I'm gonna ask you this. Because there's more viewers now. The viewer count is booming. I guess I must be doing something right. If the viewers are flooding in. So who should I debate, in your opinion? From streamer types. Who should I be having an intense debate with? hell is that? Who should I be debating? Tell me. Tell me now. And I'll do it. Tell me. Well, so, isn't there... Wait, hold on. Let's learn some monk skills, shall we? Oh my god. Have I actually mastered monk? While fooling around. I've just casually mastered monk while fooling around. Okay, we're changing job. Listen, I'll start humble and debate someone else first. Oh. I'm a thief now. I'm a thief now. Should have been whether random crits are fair and balanced. With who? With whom should I debate that? It's outrageous! It's unfair! Also, what streamer would debate me on that? Whether or not crits are fair. Okay, let's go. Welcome back. Who's Uncle Dane? I have no clue who that is. Oh, let me check something, by the way. I actually DM'd a content creator. If I wanted to cooperate in some capacity with a person called Kraut, would you approve? That's weird. Well, you should play Crosscode sometime. I've been told it's another trans game. What's Crosscode? Depends on what you want to debate and why. I want to debate politics with someone that's willing to debate me. Preferably Ukraine. Who are you? What do you want? I'm Agrias Oaks of the Lacelia Saint Konoe Knights. I came from Orbon to save the Son of God. Saint Ajora, open the gate. If it's a cynical pursuit of views, debate anyone who will have you. I mean, it is a pursuit of views, but I'm not sure if I would call it cynical. Saving Saint Ajora is the will of the High Priest. The gate will open for he who would save the High Priest. Open the gate. I don't think there would be anything we disagree on. It's like a hack and slasher. Oh, that sounds interesting. I understand your situation, Agrias. Moreover, I'll send a man to the High Priest in Murond. We'll do something to expose Larg's scheme and keep the princess from danger. Will High Priest funeral help us? Well, it's your funeral. Don't worry, Agrias, I'm with you. You must be strong to make the princess feel at ease. Make yourselves comfortable in this old castle until word comes from the Holy Land. Thank you for your kindness. Saint Ajora is with us. There's no need to worry. Young mechanic, I heard your wish too. I'll send troops to Gauk to destroy Bard Company. Thank you. But would you explain why they're after you two? I can't. That's alright. Is this it? What is that crystal? Have you ever heard of the Zodiac Brave story? You mean that fairy tale we used to hear in church? Here now, are you saying the church lied? No, I didn't mean that. Long ago, when the land was much different, 12 brave warriors fought against the evil Lucavi who ruled the land. After a desperate battle, they sent Lucavi to Hades and the land was peaceful. They each had crystals with zodiac signs on them. They were called Zodiac Braves. Ever since then, whenever humans are attacked, the Braves come to save us. You're quite learned, Princess, just as I expected. Mr. Simon taught me at the Orbon Monastery. He also said Saint Ajora and the Braves saved Evelise from chaos. We call the crystals holy stones. This very stone is the legendary secret stone, the Zodiac Stone. I didn't think it really existed. They say its divine power surpasses Lucavi's. I feel a strange power, but it looks just like an ordinary crystal to me. What's wrong, Mustadio? You look pale. You saw the same stone underground, Gog? Many broken machine parts are buried there. But if the stone gets near the machines, they start to howl. Bard company's after the stone, right? I don't know what power the stone has. But Rudwig wants to use its power to make weapons. My father told me never to give the stones to him, so they abducted him. Don't worry, Mustadio. The church will see to his safety while our men fight. We'll get the stone back. Yes, sir. I'll go to Gaug with you. Thank you, Ramza. We made it this far thanks to you, Ramza. I wish I could have been more help. Please be careful. That's very thoughtful. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Very thoughtful. Wait, is this a city? It is. Bar. Proposition. Rumor. Bard's company. Dark Rumor. Okay, let's go to the shop. Fitiru. Best. Oh. Lightning bow. Wow. Oh. Oh. Wow. Are you seeing this? A trailer of what? Okay, let's watch it together. Let's watch the trailer together. Nobody donated today anything. That is sad. What a sad stream. How am I gonna survive? React. Wow, Lucy. I know, right? Alright. Let's go. Let's watch it. A trans game. Follow. Looks pretty good. It reminds me of That game that I've been playing. You know the game, the RPG that I've been playing for so long. Sea of Stars. It's about like this. What a cool game. Nice. Let's see who's streaming. Let's see who we can snipe. Bridges podcast. Wow, only 500 viewers? That's weird. Oh, what is... Wow. This Bridges podcast is not doing very well. These are the current games. I forgot if you played The Binding of Isaac. I think I've played some of it, actually. The Humanist Report. Elden Ring. West Side Tyler Bowl. This is how a clone impregnated a Jedi.
5,000 pagers. We have 5,000 pagers out here, according to the Slate article. And then the Hezbollah walkie-talkies, at least 9 people were killed and 300 people were injured. We don't know exactly who the fuck was injured because your fucking side of things isn't paying enough goddamn
That's collateral damage either way.
attention to it. And let's see, they said about 2,800 people are said to be injured, but it's not known how many of those are Hezbollah or how serious.
I'm making faces. Every Sasuke Rinnegan swap ever. Oh my gosh, thank you Dr. Jones for $5. Daknana Bikini Hot Tub Stream when? When you donate $200, I will do a Daknana Bikini Hot Tub stream. In this room. I will bring in a hot tube to this room and do a Daknana hot tube bikini stream. Donald Trump, live President Trump in Washington, D.C. Oh my God, we are so watching that. Oh, Trump is bound to say something really stupid. Oh my God, oh my God. I didn't even know Trump had a YouTube. Okay, we're watching this. No, I don't care. We're watching this.
I was campaigning in 2015 in
Let's
Iowa,
go.
in a very Christian area, and there were about 6,000 people. And
6,000 people.
A church, and they were very religious Christians.
Oh wow.
And And
I wonder if this stream's gonna get axed. I better pause a lot because I'm afraid that this stream's gonna get axed from watching this, actually. Oh, Trump speech. Let's go. Let's go. Trump speaking. He's your president.
the father, the minister, and a few others were there, and they said, "Sir, would you please say something great about Israel?" I said, "Say it again."
What?
Say it again, because I didn't realize. You know, in the old days, it wasn't like this.
Like what?
He said, if I say something good about Israel,
Israel.
That's not a positive for this particular group, is it? No, sir. If you say something good about Israel, they'll love you.
What?
I said, my, things have changed. How things have changed, right, Miriam?
Okay, what are you talking about? What? I feel like I'm missing context, or either he's just babbling or I'm missing context. What is he talking about? Or maybe
So
both.
I was a little bit circumspect, to put it mildly.
What?
And I went out there, and that place went wild because they liked me right from the beginning. I don't know why. A lot of people have bad taste, I guess. But they liked me right from the beginning. And I said, we love Israel, and we will save Israel, and we will fight with Israel. And the place went wild. I said, what the hell is going on? They love Israel. I hate to say it.
Poor they.
Sometimes they love Israel much more than Jewish people in New York love Israel. Alan Dershowitz knows that. They really do. It's an amazing thing, and that's when it really started, and it was incredible. But
why is it amazing and incredible, and why are you giving such incoherent thoughts?
You have Christians and evangelical Christians.
Oh, I wonder why they love Israel. I wonder why the evangelical Christians of Israel. Could it have something to do with the rapture, perhaps? I wonder. What a grand mystery.
Israel so much. And it's great to see that. It's great to see
Oh,
it.
yeah,
If we
great.
continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala, and I don't say Harris because when I say Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about.
What? How does that make sense? You only say Kamala because if you said Kamala Harris, nobody would know what you're talking about? Why would you just say Harris? That's so weird.
I said it to another group. You know, Miriam has me working hard here. I have this group, but this is the big one, right, Miriam? This is the big one. But don't worry, I said that to the last group also. No, she's got me working hard. But it's sort of interesting when you look at what we're doing and how important a mission we're on. If we continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala, Israel will be faced not just with an attack, but
what 4 more years with Kamala? Kamala has not been president once. How can you say 4 more years with Kamala if this will be her first term? What 4 more years? What's happening? Like, yeah, vice president does not count as president. There's no 4 more years. Do you even know how any of this works? Or no?
total annihilation, and I hate to say it so much.
Annihilation.
It's total annihilation. That's what you're talking about. You don't have a protector. You have a big protector in me. You don't have a protector on the other side. And I've said
oh yeah, because Biden has been, Biden has totally not been supplying Israel. Totally not.
Allowed anybody, and especially over the last few years, anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel
loves being Jewish
is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. But beyond
what?
Beyond that, If they love Israel, anybody that votes for a Democrat or Kamala especially, because this is the worst ever. This is the worst you've ever had. This one makes Barack Hussein Obama look like he loved Israel.
What the fuck? What did I just hear? What? Going back to the Barack Obama conspiracy? Really? So shamelessly, so flawlessly? The Democrats are very pro-Israel as far as I remember, as far as I'm aware. That is so bizarre. Wow. It's just so weird. Like, I'm pretty sure... Listen, okay. Like, this has been the biggest criticism of Biden, if I remember correctly. The fact that he's been supplying Israel. Like Genocide Joe or whatever. Hasn't he been called a genocide enabler? And now suddenly he's not supporting Israel enough? In Trump's eyes?
Comparison. But you should have your head examined. Because it will face an...
He goes to the 9 different subjects, smooth as water to say the English professors that call him brilliant. People call Trump brilliant? Oh, wow. Yeah.
Unceasing bloody war to obliterate the Jewish state and drive Jews out of the Holy Land. That's what they want to do. They want to drive Jews out of the Holy
Land. Yeah, totally. That's totally what Biden indicated by sending arms to Israel.
Holy Land. And they are not forgiving people. You found that out on October 7th. By the way, when Trump was president, you had no problems, did you? None. You had no problems. You ever think of that?
We had plenty of problems. We had plenty of problems while you were at office. We had plenty.
I wanted to tell Israel that numerous times during the presidency, but I didn't want to do that and then have something bad happen. But nothing bad was going to happen. They didn't have the money to prosecute the war. Nothing was going to happen. We had everything in check, beautifully in check. And by the way, Russia would have never attacked Ukraine either.
Oh, never, of course. That's bullshit, of course. What do you mean Russia would have never attacked Ukraine? Russia attacked Ukraine in 2014. Russia was attacking Ukraine throughout your whole term. And you never stopped it. What do you mean never would have attacked? It attacked. The war was not full scale, but it was still a conflict that was happening. Come on, dude. Are you joking? You have to be joking.
Just so you know, we wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had that horrible situation.
Oh, yeah, the inflation would have magically disappeared just because you'd be in office. Oh, wait, you do the tariff that would make everything expensive for everyone, sure.
In Afghanistan?
Didn't he advise people to vote twice or something? Like do mail-in and then go and vote a second time in person? Didn't he give such advice to people during one of his speeches?
Where we lost 13 great soldiers, where $85 billion worth of brand new beautiful military equipment that I bought, beautiful stuff. I bought and they gave it away.
Because that's how that works. President personally buys military equipment, of course. That's exactly how that works.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And we wouldn't have that. We left American hostages behind. Remember that. All of that wouldn't have happened. Think of it. October 7th would have not happened. That wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, of course, nothing anywhere would have ever happened except that you were not even able to stop this small-scale conflict in Ukraine while you were in office. What makes you think that you can so easily stop the full-scale conflict?
And we wouldn't have had inflation. It was started by a stupid oil policy and a spending policy. We would have never had inflation, which has destroyed many families. Let me spell out bluntly the danger of 4 more years of weakness in this White House. If Kamala is reelected, Iran will quickly obtain nuclear weapons. White House. If Kamala is reelected, Iran...
Reelected? Is he high? She was never elected. What do you mean if Kamala's he's really a senile old man. He thinks Kamala Harris is Joe Biden. And ironically, like he lost track. He's lost. He's like lost in the sauce. I think he never realized that there was a swap. He never realized that Biden stepped down and that there's a new candidate now. Re-elected? Really? How is that supposed to mean? Like, I thought that the whole 4 more years was a goof, but no, he's very deliberately saying that she's getting re-elected 4 more years. Like, is he implying that that's her second term? No, she was not elected. She was picked by the president. Vice presidents don't get elected. Like, there's no voting for vice president.
Will quickly obtain nuclear weapons. They're already about ready to do it.
Well, who?
Okay. And will quickly of weakness in this White House. If Kamala is reelected, Iran will quickly.
You're talking about Iran getting nuclear weapons quickly after you've screwed up the nuclear deal with Iran? You put them on the track of getting nuclear weapons. You did it. You did it. What do you mean? And now you're gonna blame it on the Biden administration or Kamala Harris? What the hell? Oh my god. I knew this was worth watching. I knew it. I knew it from the start. I knew this was gonna be... Wow. Jesus Christ almighty. This is interesting. Also, Glitchmaster, please stop being white. You're watching the greatest stream in the history of ever streams. God. Wow.
Obtain nuclear weapons. They're already about ready to do it.
Yeah,
okay?
Thanks to you, because you've screwed up the nuclear deal with Iran.
And you know, they were so broke, and I'm not looking to hurt anybody, but they were broke. I had sanctions. Anybody that did any business with Iran could not do business with the United States. I told President Xi of China, if you do business with
You gave them the opportunity
Iran,
to be able to start their nuclear programs because you've screwed up the deal. I don't even know why you did it. You did it out of spite because you didn't like that it was not a deal that you've created or something stupid like that. Oh my God.
Buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, you're not doing any more business with the United States, and I'm going to put on tariffs of 200%. And China didn't buy anything. And other countries likewise, other countries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What the hell?
And Iran was ready to do something. They were ready to make a deal. They weren't spending the money because they didn't have the money to spend.
You already had a deal with Iran. You already had a deal with Iran. You just screwed it up. What do you mean they were ready to make a deal? You already had the deal. All you had to do is not screw it up. That was all that you had to do. Not screw up the deal. And you failed. You failed at not screwing up the deal. You're not Darth Vader. I am altering the deal. Pray that I do not alter it any further.
And you didn't have a single strike. You had nothing happen during this period of time. It was a beautiful time. Not a single strike. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, he does lie a lot. Yeah, I've noticed.
So Iran will, right now, quickly obtain nuclear weapons capable of killing millions and millions of people. Jewish people, non-Jewish people.
Oh, God.
There's no discrimination with nuclear weapons, you know that. And the power is unbelievable. And I know because I renovated, fixed, and bought brand new nuclear weapons. We have the greatest nuclear stockpile now. But I hated to do it because the
Jesus Christ, he's so incoherent. He's such an old man, rambly old man.
devastation is nothing. This will be Third World War if it happens, and we're relying on stupid people. If it happens, this will not be two army tanks going back and forth and shooting. This will be, again...
You put Iran on track to obtaining nuclear weapons with your botching the deal that was present. You're so...
Obliteration. This could be world obliteration. And we have to get back to common sense, and we have to get back to good leaders that are respected by the other side. Our leaders are not respected by Russia. They're not respected by China. They're not respected by Kim Jong-un of North Korea. They're not respected, frankly, by anybody.
You try to blackmail Ukraine into giving dirt on your opponents during the smaller scale invasion. During the smaller conflict, you just try to blackmail Ukraine. That's the origin of that photo of Zelensky looking at you with disgust. Like, what the hell's happening? In fact, because you didn't aid Ukraine efficiently when it was still just a small-scale invasion, you basically enabled the full-scale invasion.
From behind this nuclear shield, the regime will be free to unleash its militant terror brigades to turn the Jewish homeland into hell on earth. They've already started with October 7th. Rockets will rain down from above until the Iron Dome has been exhausted. You know, the Iron Dome's great, but when you send too many, there's not a thing it can do. It's exhausted. It becomes exhausted. They call it that. They want to exhaust.
You paved the way to that, you idiot.
And they send up anything. They send up, they call it garbage into the air. Let them keep sending their missiles up, and eventually they don't have any missiles to protect, and that's when it begins. We can't do that. Terrorist death squads will conduct constant raids into Israeli territory from all sides, going door to door and torturing, raping, kidnapping, and massacring innocent civilians. This is what it is, and you know that better than anybody because you've just seen it. A year ago, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem will become unlivable war zones as suicide attacks grind life to a halt. So, as president, I would...
How much fear-mongering can you fit in a speech? Oh my God.
Map of the Middle East, and I'd see...
I swear to God.
Massive piece of land, and I'd see a little dot, just like...
But please stop turning international affairs. Please stop turning geopolitics into your own personal fan fictions.
Stage, and that, right at the top. This would be Israel. And I said to Miriam, I said to Sheldon, I said to friends of mine, how can such a big piece of land, I mean, how could this be possible where you have that little piece of land surrounded by massive numbers of people and soldiers? Big armies. Iran has a big army. Big mistake when another administration took out Iraq. You know, you had two for centuries. They would fight each other under different names, under religion, but they were the same strength. And they'd fight and fight and fight, and then they'd relax. And then they'd fight and fight and fight. This went on for centuries. And then somebody who wasn't a very smart person eliminated one of the sides. And the other one was left with nobody to fight. And now the other one basically has Iraq as a subsidiary. And Iraq is very rich, and so is Iran very rich. When I was there, Iran had no money. Now Iran has $350 billion, all made in 3.5 years. They took off the sanctions. But Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran. Don't let anyone ever tell you. And Iraq has over $300 billion. So this is a very rich two nations, and they are essentially one. And they're getting
What?
closer and closer all the time. This is a
Iraq and Iran are essentially one country? Oh. This guy could potentially win the presidency, by the way. Mr. Iran and Iraq are basically one country. Damn.
nightmare that should have never happened. Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis.
Iran is your biggest failure. You should not be talking about Iran.
See the Houthis all over? They've long dreamed of making all of this come true, and if Kamala Harris wins the election,
Oh, you
her
said Harris
weakness
now.
and incompetence, she's grossly incompetent. Look, she can't do an interview, okay?
What do you mean?
And let me tell you, I won that debate by a lot. By a lot.
Oh yeah, by a lot. By saying a lot of not. Okay, that's cope. That's stupid. I don't even know where to start here with this statement. I win that debate by a lot. By a lot. He's so inarticulate that it's just sad to listen to him speak. I won it by a lot. A lot. And even more. It's just, come on. Dude.
You know, I walked off the stage, I said, man, did I beat her, even though I was against 3 people.
What the fuck? Is this a serious presidential candidate? Man, did I beat her. Man, did I beat her. And it was a free V1. I was a free V1 because those pesky people fact-checked me on my bullshit. Like, come on. Yeah, because they fact-checked him on the pet eating, post-birth abortion. What else did they fact-check him on? I believe there was a third thing they fact-checked him on. Can someone remind me? One of the things, he definitely got fact-checked on the pet eating thing. He definitely got fact-checked on there are states that abort children post-birth. And what was the third thing? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Jesus. Jesus Christ Almighty. Looking at how the left treats him on Roe v. Wade, he probably will win. Oh god. Wait, glorious content. You think Trump won the debate against Kamala Harris? You actually believe that? Glorious content. You actually believe Trump won that debate? But he looked good in that debate. You're gonna have to substantiate that to me because... Oof. You're gonna have to give me some substantiation to that because... he did not look good on that debate. Let's say post-birth abortion isn't happening. Is it bad to ban it and make sure it's not happening? That's not an issue. I'm sorry, that's not an issue. Most abortion laws do not allow the 9th month abortion. So how are we even talking about post-birth abortions? And also, that wasn't Trump's claim. Trump's claim was that it's happening. And he has been fact-checked on it, on the spot. Oh, interesting. I might later. So, also the pet eating thing, that was big. That was a big statement by Donald during the debate.
I kept saying, I said, what are you doing here? And you know, the things I said were right.
Like what? The pet eating post. the Ukraine. Oh, or what? Like when you refuse to answer the question of should Ukraine win this war? You mean that? Do you mean that? Oh, my YouTube froze for some reason. No, it was totally random. Oh yeah, and also bringing. Oh yeah, there was another thing. Thank you, glorious content. You keep reminding me. You're a gift that keeps giving. Also, shifting every single topic to immigration, not answering a single question, but actually just instead of that, instead of actually answering questions, just pivoting to immigration. That was a big thing, which brought us to the glory of trans surgeries performed on immigrants in prison or something along those lines. Like immigrant prisoner trans abortions, trans surgeries. Like Trump brought us this on this debate. So did he really look good in that debate? Yeah, they're transing the immigrants. Exactly. The earlier version of that, before the debate, he claimed that children go to school and get trans surgeries and just go home with a surgery performed. So that's also a thing.
I said, we have massive increases in crime. And David Muir said, that's not true.
Yeah, because he has data and you just have. Do you remember when Trump started talking? I think it was about the pets, and he was fact checked that pets are not eaten in that state where or city where it's where the rumor originated, conspiracy originated, and Trump replied with, "Well, I saw it on TV that someone said that it's happening. I saw it on TV." That was a great moment in the debate when Trump just said, "Yeah, you say it's not happening, but someone on TV said that it is." So, pinning Project 2025 on him made the whole thing a loss. If you have to lie about his policies and refuse to talk about your own, you're making. What do you mean, pin it on him? His stooges create the 2025. It's not pinning it on him. He endorses it. Of course, he has to officially, publicly distance himself from it because it's awful. But do you really think that if he wins, he's not gonna enact it? He's not gonna be on board with it? Of course, he's gonna be on board with it. So, yeah, quote unquote, pinning Project 2025 is perfectly legitimate. It's a perfectly legitimate argument, actually, to pin quote unquote Project 2025, since it's endorsed by his direct goons. And in fact, all the videos, all the training videos of Project 2025 invoke Trump constantly. Okay, I wouldn't say he looked good, especially on everything. As for winning in the logical sense, he did on many things. Name one. I'm not even gonna say name one logical thing that he won on. Name one. What did he win on? You just said you wouldn't say Trump looked good, especially on everything. As for winning in the logical sense, he did on many things. Project 2025 is not a brochure. It's a couple of 100 pages document You didn't. It's a document that has over 300 pages that outlines very specific policy and endorses Trump directly and is worked on by Trump's people. It's actually pretty ridiculous to, wasn't it like 900 pages? It's a lot of pages. It's not a brochure. It actually looks more ridiculous for Trump to be like, oh yeah, I have nothing to do with this thing that my people happen to work on, this thing that endorses me, that thing that outlines policy that will come into life once I'm president. Oh yeah, it has nothing to do with me. It would be just such a, such a coincidence if he wins and Project 2025 just happens to start being implemented. It would just be such a coincidence. But it has nothing to do with Trump. Absolutely not. It's a totally separate thing.
The statistics show that crime is going down. Anybody in their right mind, take a look at what's happening from the border. That we have crime that's worse.
So any other logical things that in your mind Trump won on apart from Project 2025, which he didn't actually? You said he won on many things. What are the things? What are the things that he won on? I'm very curious. Very, very curious. You should come on stream and debate me or something.
I said, you're wrong on that. Crime is going down. Now let's go to the next one. I said, what the hell was that all about? I only have one regret, that I wanted to be elegant and I didn't want to attack the anchors, which would have been very easy to do. So I didn't attack them, but I should have.
What? Because you're stupid. You would not win. If you attack them, they just give you the stats. And what would you do then? You would call the stats fake, and you'd look even worse than you did.
Attack the anchors with regret. Go to the next one. I said, what the hell? I said, you're wrong on that. Crime is going down. Now let's go to the next one. I said,
yeah, because they quoted stats on crime, and you just didn't agree with the stats. Didn't you say that it's all FBI and FBI is a bunch of liars or something? Is there a way to call in? Yes. Yes, there is. Damn, I'm about to have a debate. Jesus, that's exciting. Okay. All right. Wow. I feel I'm not even American. All right, I'm going to give you the link to the Discord. Invite people. Damn. I'm about to have a debate. Ugh. Okay, join. Project 2025 is the manifesto of the political operators who are both funding and advising Trump. Trump is a used car salesman. He's merely a vehicle for the fascist wing. I don't use Discord. Well, so how do you want to call in? I can only do Discord call-ins. You should get a Discord to debate me in an exciting debate. I was so excited for this debate to happen. Finally, a debate in my life. I'm so debate starved. Yeah, whatever. Phone number. I'm in Poland. You want to call me in Poland? What do you mean phone number? You're in the US probably. You want to call me from the US? Do you know how much that costs? Damn. phone number. That's funny. Also, I'm not giving my phone number to people unless they hit on me. A cell should cost nothing. Well, it doesn't. Okay, alright. Get a Discord and we can get this show on the run or on the road. Damn. Alright, we're gonna get a debate. Should I change the title of the stream to Big Debate? Damn. Debate. I'm gonna have a debate. I have myself a debate. Alright. I can continue listening to Trump now. I cannot believe you think that he won that debate. Just cannot believe it. Damn. Listen, I think this warrants a donation or two. The best debate, true, the biggest debate in the history of the US. All right. I'm gonna try to figure out how to create a working stage in the meantime. Stream suggest. Oh, Laser Pig. Laser Pig. I should do things with Laser Pig. Hold on. Global stage. Debate. Okay, how do I still have no clue how to do this. Oh, well, you know, you can always ask someone to set up a Discord for you. If you're having trouble with setting it up yourself, that's, you know. That is a thing that you can definitely do. Okay, am I in the stage? Hatchling ground. Are you kidding? Have you really just joined today, Glitchmaster, the Discord? Have you not been on the Discord before, Glitchmaster? You should chat in the chat. Alright, let's listen.
What the hell was that all about? I only have one regret, that I wanted to be elegant and I didn't want to attack the...
You were not elegant, by the way. You were not elegant. You had no ground to stand on. Thank you for the $10. Thanks for being a great streamer, Lucy. Thank you for being a great audience member. All right, we're waiting for the person. Yes. You were not elegant, Donald Trump. You were not elegant in the slightest. You were just fact-checked and you had nothing.
Anchors, which would have been very easy to do. So I didn't attack them, but I should have attacked them because it was 3-on-1. It's like a basketball game, 3-on-1. It's very hard.
It wasn't 3-on-1 though. It's just that Kamala Harris did not lie during the debate, so she was not fact-checked. If you lie during a debate, you get fact-checked. That is how that was their job. They were doing their job. Like, you cannot cry about being fact-checked on your lies. Come on. Calm now. Calm down, buddy.
Hard, but we did well.
You did not do well because you lied.
And you know what? Since the debate, we're getting great kudos because they're analyzing the debate. They say, you know, Trump was right. I was right on everything. She made up all these
On
stories.
what? What were you right on? Who's analyzing the debate? That's a lot of nothing. Oh, they're analyzing the debate and they say that I was right on everything. On what? On what exactly? Oh, okay. 5, 6, 5. Okay, all right. Let's go. Let us go. Okay, so join a voice or something. Oh, and don't say any slurs. Oh, you'll get booted or something. All right. Join any voice. I'm trying to get in. Facing tech issues. Yeah, I'm gonna fix your tech issues because I believe you haven't done the I believe you haven't done the verification probably. Yeah, you haven't done the verification. People never do the verification. I'll just give you the role manually. Okay. You have the role now. You can join. You can now join the any voice and I'll drag you in the thing. And I'll try to make you a speaker writer than just the audience. That's your Discord game, the Giggle Chord. Alright. Damn. Alright, you're in. And now I'm gonna do my best to turn you into a guest. Even though I have no clue how. Roles. No. Move to... Yes! Move to... Speakers. I hope. How do I do this? Jesus, this is so stupid. You know what? Whatever. I'm just moving you to global. Global VC. Let's go. Join the global VC. It's gonna be fine. Alright. Can you say something? Can you unmute yourself? You're muted. Hello? I cannot hear you. And I had a guest before, and I could hear them, so... You're not saying anything. My first ever debate. That's not with Loner Box. Exciting. Can you... I'm logged into Discord, but I don't know how to find you. Oh, click on this. Hold on. Click on this link. Copy link address. Just click on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Apologies. Apologies. Copy link addressed. What? What do you mean rerouting through the... We're talking through Discord. What do you mean? What do you mean? Click on this link. Oh God, I have to log in. I was looking at it wrong? What do you mean? So can you say something now? Are you talking now? Are you speaking now?
This fucking thing working?
Yes, it is working now. Perfect.
Damn it, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so this might be that much of a debate. I mean, a debate about a debate seems kind of spurgy anyway, I don't know. But so
So why don't we start from like the basics, from you introducing
right,
yourself?
right. I'll start by explaining sort of my perspective on this. So it looked like Trump it looked to me like Trump was losing every step of it when I was first watching the debate live, and then later re-looking at it, it seemed a little bit different than that. It seemed like he was at least winning some points.
Can you?
But
yeah.
I think I was perhaps somewhat looking at it wrong both times, and I didn't watch the full thing all the way through. Now there is definitely some shit that maybe whether in the form of the process of the debate or not, he's definitely winning on in a sense. Like he passed the Roe v. Wade thing. Like, first of all, he accomplished something or whatever. But aside from that, the way that shit works, if you know anything about what all that is, and you probably know more about how a lot of this shit works than a lot of my fellow Americans.
Okay.
I really don't doubt that, which is sad.
Right.
But either way,
but bear in mind that just because you're accomplishing something, it doesn't automatically mean that it's good, right?
Well, for the people who back him on that. But aside from that, Roe v. Wade opens up a win for everybody in a sense. And a lot of people are missing that it's primarily a constitutional issue.
Doesn't revoking Roe v. Wade open? Yeah.
Like leaving it back up to the states. Now I'm not going to. So, as for saying he's completely winning because of that, I wouldn't go that far, and here's why, very simply. So, he says that it's been tearing our country apart, and leaving it up to the states can help that issue or whatever. But adding more movement to the issue has just furthered the debate and politicization and polarization and everything to an extent. So naturally, nothing is as grand as he would make it out to be. He always makes everything out to be super grand and everything. But I do think that this and a certain amount of related issues give him a really good chance of winning. As for whether he deserves to win or whatever, that's a whole other story. But what's convinced me of something I saw earlier today.
Yeah.
It was a politically motivated documentary that started off with trying to claim that abortion was a way of rallying the Christian right of this country, and all of it was just because all of it was like an excuse to push racism or whatever. That was sort of the start of it. And towards the end, they were saying the evangelicals backing Trump and backing Trump largely for the Roe v. Wade issue were giving up their principles because of the kind of figure he is, you know. But it's like they even showed a guy saying, "Hey, we don't agree with him on everything, but God has chosen him to push this forward." And there's been many times in the Bible where God has chosen unsavory characters to push things forward or whatever. So a lot of what I'm seeing is short-sighted. Um,
So wait, let's
but
go. Let's sort of circle back to the debate. What are the points that you
yeah.
think that he won on again, logically speaking?
Well, with the Project 2025 thing,
Yeah.
I'm reconsidering that, but like I just really fucking until now never heard anybody even try to explain it at all, like how there's supposed to be a connection with that. Like at one point talking to someone, I'm like, okay, well this is a an organization put this out that isn't him, and they did it like before he was really campaigning this time around. And I could be wrong, but it seems like some of it doesn't all the way line up with the policies of his administration. If you could call anything he did policy or call what he had an administration, granted. But I don't know.
I mean, it's done by people that are aligned with him and cooperate with him, no?
You might be right on that, depending on like how involved he is with the Heritage Foundation, but he is to some extent a different wing of the right. Like the Heritage Foundation is like, you know, actual conservatives or whatever. So there's
But he panders to
like
those actual conservatives, no?
he does. There is that. So there could be more connection than I would have thought previously.
Right.
I would say it was. Hmm. I mean, it's somewhat a matter of how much. Like they probably want to put a lot of the shit in there for Trump to pass or whatever.
Right.
A little bit of how much he can or would want to. As for like a nationwide abortion ban, I heard he has said in the past that he would veto that, but but he might have changed his mind. I might have heard wrong, and he did dodge the question directly in the debate. So,
Right.
and saying he won on stuff there's like if there's anything he lost on, it's probably dodging questions, even if it could be one of the more defensible political dodges. It's never going to be fully defensible to dodge a question directly.
So basically, so if he dodged all the questions in a debate that was all about answering questions, then what did he win on? Because you said that he won on many points, logically speaking.
Hmm.
Also, I just received like a message from a chatter that his vice president candidate wrote up the foreword on the Project 2025, which makes him pretty.
Real?
Yeah.
Is there a source on that, or he wrote the foreword? What is
Glitch
that
Master,
like
give us a
legal or
source.
whatever?
But in the meantime, tell me what points did Trump win if he dodged the questions, which was the whole point of the debate, answering the questions.
I guess, like I was saying, in a way, the Roe v. Wade thing, in a sense.
But that's highly debatable, considering that opening it to the states, quote unquote, just opens it, for example, for all the conservative led states to just ban abortion.
It opens that shit up, but Kamala also was saying that a bunch of people are if I'm remembering that right, if I heard that right, that in a bunch of cases it also opened up the left states to vote in favor for their way in their states.
But that
And
means
so,
she
and so in that, well, hang on.
yeah.
Hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
In that way, each state gets to run things how it wants to on this issue, in that sense. So, if Texas wants to ban abortion, they can do that. And then, if you don't want it that way in California, then they don't have to fight on the federal level over this. And so everybody wins in a sense.
Well,
um,
no.
that doesn't always pan out for a couple of reasons that I myself elaborate on to an extent.
Right.
But it could be it could be something that could lead to gaining more support than the other side would gain on this. Because, like, again, he did accomplish a thing.
Well, yeah, but keep
And
in mind, while right-wing legislators in certain states win on this, and it's a win for them in that sense, it's definitely always a loss for the citizens, no? Both in the blue and the red states.
Well, yeah. If you think the policy is bad, then it's a loss.
Well, if
On
you
the
want,
flip
if
side,
you
if
want
you
to
think
get
the
an
policy is
abortion in a
good,
red
it's a
state,
win.
that's a definite loss for you. If you're a citizen of a
Sure,
red
but
state.
if you want something that you think is murder to not happen, and there's less of what you believe is murder, that's a win. I mean, that's like that. This is a problem I faced when this is a problem I face a lot, or see a lot with this issue, is people argue it like from their side. Um, I mean,
Well, it's more like people argue that they deserve to have certain freedoms, and the other side argues that they deserve to take those freedom away from others. No?
the freedom of what is being alleged to be murder.
Well,
So,
yeah,
like,
but
let's
that's a
say,
vibes made claim without any. By that logic, if we go far enough, we could just call destroying fertilized eggs murder. Couldn't we?
there is somewhat of that debate there, but, like, let's look at, like, the post-birth abortion thing.
Well, that's not happening, so
So,
there's no debate
so
there.
okay, it's not happening, right? So you
Yeah.
like I don't know all the way. I'm not all the way sure on that.
Well, I
So
am.
if
It
it
was
were
fact check on the spot.
so let's say, so if it were happening, you would have a problem with that.
If it was happening, yeah, because that would actually be murder. A born
How
human
much
is a
further
born
back
human.
from that until it's no longer a problem? And that's where a lot of this comes down to, because a lot of,
Can you?
I would say,
Sorry. Can you
most
repeat?
people who call themselves pro-choice, most are sure. Most people who call themselves pro-choice or pro-life are actually moderates on the issue, and that could be a reason. That could be a good case to make for why we shouldn't pursue a one-size-fits-all stance. So, like, all right, so 9 months, it is murder. Is it murder at 8 months, 7 months, and so on?
I don't
You
think
know, but
it's murder at
it's
all
like,
until it's still a fetus. No.
okay, so you and I both agree that 9 months is murder,
Uh,
and a fertilized egg is not murder, right?
I'm not even sure if I'd call 9 months murder necessarily.
Okay, well, you say it's not happening. Well,
The post-birth one, no, it's not happening.
all right, well,
I'm not even
but
sure
if
if
it were
9 months
happening in that
abortions
case,
happen unless there's
okay.
clear danger to the mother.
So wait, let me make sure I heard you right. So this thing that you claim isn't happening,
Is
even if
post-birth
it were
killing
happening, it
of
would not
children.
necessarily be murder.
It would be, yes. Killing
Or
babies
it
after
would,
they're born would be murder, yes.
or I thought you said you weren't sure
Although
if it
you said
was.
9 months, in the 9 month, people can still be pregnant, you know.
So it's just whether or not it's in the womb if it's murder. I mean, I just want to throw this out there. There's something called evictionism, you can also like remove the baby from the womb without having to kill it and stuff. There's more ways in which all sides can win on this. Another one is uh, seeking ways to avoid unplanned pregnancies to begin with. Although if I say, although taking a like shit happens stance with it, saying if you do end up
But
getting
the thing
pregnant, then you have to carry to term or whatever. But
even
that would be arguing too many steps ahead. So I'm not necessarily pushing that right now. But either way, there's plenty of things you can do. One pro life sign I said, or I once saw a pro life sign that did offer assistance to women facing issues with stuff like that, and you know that is a more effective way of like stopping abortions, or a more effective way of attacking the issue of abortion in multiple ways
but
than straight legislation. So like some a big point with this is I believe there can be ways everyone can win on it.
why would you want to attack the? Are you anti-abortion?
I would say largely yes. I would say even a lot of the people who think that you should have a right to an abortion, past where I think you should have a right to it, still would not prefer it does happen or whatever. Uh, I hardly anyone is truly pro-abortion per se.
Yeah.
But to answer more specifically,
Yeah.
I, like many people, have a take a mostly moderate stance on, or a somewhat moderate stance on this. And I'm also, like, again, like many people, somewhat weak and undecided on this.
Well, then you should not be pro revoking. Then you should feel that revoking Roe v. Wade was a loss, not a win.
I was talking. I was speaking in like practical terms of like how, like, if it was a good move politically, like if it's gonna make you win or
It
whatever.
was a bad move
Um,
politically because more people lose on it than win.
I mean, you claim that. Well, I want to make sure I understand very specifically what you mean. So you say if somebody is not free to get an abortion, that's a loss.
Yes.
But on the flip side, nobody wins from an alleged immoral act being banned or whatever.
Yes.
I'm not sure this really makes sense.
It makes
And I'm
perfect
not.
sense
And I'm not.
because
I'm.
you're taking people's freedoms away. Other people have no right to take other people's freedoms away just because they think it's immoral. It's like it's basically like
All right. Well,
saying the
we
topic
can
of
apply this
divorce.
to.
Can I finish my thing?
Oh, sure, sorry, but after you're done, I'll say it. Sure.
Okay. It's basically like in the 19th century, divorce was forbidden. So if you, let's say we had a Roe v. Wade equivalent for divorce, that like on the federal level it decided that divorce cannot just be banned, and then you left it to the states, and the red states would say, you know what, from now on divorce is banned. People cannot just divorce once they marry. Would you say that it's a win for those, that it's actually a good thing, it's a win because there are those who think that divorce is immoral, and hence taking away the freedom for people to just divorce is, fine?
Again, what I mean by a win, I think might be different than what you're saying. Like, do you like? I'll answer that I want to like pivot more to like making a more apt comparison to regular murder. But either way, I'll answer that question with a question. Do you think that pursuing banning divorce is politically viable in the country I'm living in?
Depends. There are states that would definitely pursue it, yeah.
Really?
Red states,
Do you
of
think
course,
it's,
yeah. More
do
radical
you
red
think
states,
if,
yeah, I think so.
do you think if Donald Trump proposed a divorce ban, granted after getting multiple divorces
I mean,
himself,
it's
but let's
Trump. He
assume we
wouldn't
don't live
propose
in a
it. He
world.
would do an executive order or something.
I mean, that's an if under an if, but sure, whatever. Um, like, would could do you think that anybody's going to win on that? Like, um, to me, I think that one is different than the other because people have been pushing for repealing Roe v. Wade for a while, and now they got it done, and now it is a talking point that does to some degree help them win. As for my other
So,
comparison
yeah.
against regular murder, all right, let's say we legalize regular murder.
Regular
Um,
murder is
you
already sort of
think that
legalized
you
in
think that's
some
an, well,
contexts, isn't it?
ah,
Regular
shit.
killing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess shit. I didn't think about that. Yeah, there's cops killing people and whatnot all the time. Fuck. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the state has monopoly on violence. That includes killing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fuck. Yeah, shit. But more broad, but let's say broadly
Yes.
legalizing murder in total, or I guess we can work off of that. So let's say, or I think at one point Trump even was saying something like this. If he didn't say it, it was misinterpreted as such. There was some sort of thing where it was claimed he was saying that cops should have immunity and that what he was advocating could allow for cops to get away with murder even more than they already do. This I don't think is winning. I don't think that's a winning move. I don't think that wins him at all.
I mean, it depends.
And
Again, once again, it depends how much power he gets, how much he can get away with once he's president.
to
Lukashenko, for
some
example,
extent,
has enacted a law that allows soldiers to just kill citizens without any repercussion in
to
Belarus.
some extent, but I'm meaning specifically in a campaign sense. There's probably a good number of people who would vote. Well, I don't know how many. Well, considering all the other shit at play and the choices people have to make, and how we're already in a cycle of like lesser two evils bullshit. But there's probably at least a few people who would change their mind on voting for Trump over him uh, saying that cops should be able to get away with murder. Meanwhile, the abortion thing, which is the flip side of that, at least as some people see it, um, like with Roe v. Wade being a federal protection on a form of murder, it's already won him a lot. It won him the evangelical vote, but it won him the white evangelical vote by a significant margin. So significant, some have said that he wouldn't have won without that. So I just don't see how it could be not denied that it's been to some extent a practical win. As for some people's freedoms potentially being at risk because of this, that is a completely unrelated question to what I meant with what I was saying with that. As for how much the people win,
Well, it's sort of related,
as
isn't
for
it?
how much
Because all
people
those
win,
people,
whoever wins,
yeah.
well, if Kamala wins or if Trump wins, the American people is going to lose. So it would be a little bit tricky to scrape for that with this.
Well, but I would. Okay, there are two things here. One is that it is sort of related because all those people that lose their freedoms are gonna be absolutely motivated to vote against it. No.
here's another question though. How much free? Let's say abortion. How about how about like banned to like a somewhat moderate level? Because like let's say, because like at the zygote level or whatever, you gotta be able to know when you have a pregnancy at a certain like there was some discussion of like if an abortion ban was put out that this could involve just monitoring chicks' wombs. If it was put on the conception is life stance or whatever, if an abortion ban were put at a level that would ban Plan B pills, it probably would involve that. So to avoid those complications, let's say 3 months or just whenever you're gonna know. Yeah, I guess 3 months, the heartbeat thing. Like as soon as you know that there's a living human in you, then it's banned to kill it. Let's say that does get banned across the states. Um, if you get murdered in the womb, you have lost all your freedom.
Well, you don't get murdered because you don't have sentience at that point, no? Even if there's a heartbeat.
Let's say you have a fairly developed brain
Well,
and
that's not
there's
3 months,
at the point of a
definitely.
heartbeat. I mean, you can say that there's no sentience there,
Yeah.
but the more the science looks into it, the more we learn that there was more sentience there than we thought before. Like before we were able to look into the womb, then we might have very well thought there's no sentience at 8 months or something. And there's questions of what sentience means. There's
Yes,
also
there
people
is.
who don't. There's also people who don't necessarily hold things to that standard. I've heard the comparison between this and a person in a coma. I don't agree with that. I bet you can see the problems with that, like somebody who. But
But if you can
either
just
way, a lot
use
of
any standard you want, then we go back to the whole fertilized eggs thing, no?
well, I want to avoid the fertilized eggs thing and some other shit because it just makes it complicated. But let's say 3 months. Let's say you can't kill a baby
But why
in
three
3 months.
months?
To me, not for any moral reason or
Well,
whatever, or what you
morality is
think.
pretty important here, no?
Yes, it can
That's
be,
that's the
but I'm
that's the
looking at a
main
certain
crux
level.
of the argument
Still,
for people that
let
are
me
pro-life or
explain.
anti-abortion morality.
My just bear with me. I'm not specifically trying to pin down with you like where it's moral to kill an unborn baby or
Oh,
whatever. Like
kill
like
is
I
like
said,
again.
I'm rather weak and undecided on where that should be and stuff. So if I were to try and go back and forth trying to pin that down with you, it would go on forever probably. So I'm just saying like 3 months, somewhere around 3 months, just so that because like at the zygote level, that probably would involve womb monitoring and in order to make that ban enforceable or whatever. And
But again, there's no
so
sentience, there's no cognition in 3 months. Nothing to go by to
if
sort
you
of.
think that, that's cool. That's not what I'm trying to argue with you about. But
What are you
all
trying
right.
to argue with me about?
Well, if you let me finish, I can explain. So
Okay.
let's say abortion is banned across all 50 states.
Yeah, okay.
Abortion at 3 months banned in all 50 states.
I'm sorry,
You're
again?
let's say hypothetically, or let's say hypothetically, I'm a woman living in one of these 50 states, and an abortion banned at 3 months.
Okay.
Another reason I would want to go for this being the example is because something like that would be one of the more likely laws to be put in place. This is what the law is in certain places.
That's horrible. But go
So,
on.
how much freedom am I losing from this? Let's say I'm a woman, not I'm a pregnant woman. I'm a woman. I live in America.
Yeah.
If I get an abortion, or I mean, sorry, I'm a woman. I live in America.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance I can get a pregnancy. There's that whatever I decide to do with the pregnancy, I got to make whatever decision I got to make about that.
Right.
Maybe the law restricts certain decisions on that, but either way. So, how much freedom would you say a non-sexually active woman is losing from this?
Why would you ask that?
I mean, you can. I mean, so. I mean, you
It's
can
like
ask other
it's
things.
basically sort of
We can
like
go
it's
through- we can
that's
go through
you know.
women protection. We can go through women who want to have a
It's
baby.
basically like asking if you take away rights from trans people, how much rights do not trans people lose really? Like if you're asking about things that take rights away from people that
Well,
are
there you go.
pregnant
You
and
got
then
the
ask
ball
how
rolling. There you
many
go.
rights do people that are not pregnant really losing? Who are not sexually active on top of that, because
Or women who, or
once
women who
you
want
add the
to
sexual
have a baby.
activity, suddenly you sort of get into the losing rights thing.
Well, all
Like
right. There you go. It's very much like that. We
you're
can.
asking me how much do people lose in this law that are not involved in this with this law. You might as well, if a person is completely inactive sexually and never gets pregnant, then you might as well ask how much freedom do men lose from the ban of abortion.
I would actually say that men can have their freedoms affected by this. I would say abortion is to an extent a men's issue, and men's responsibility involved in this can't be overlooked. And there's a whole thing where from the man's perspective, it'll be like, okay, a woman can kill the baby, so I shouldn't have to be responsible for the situation after impregnating a
Well,
woman.
you can call
And
it killing of a baby, but it's not. So
but as for your comparisons, it's like absolutely saying, well, asking how much freedom is a non-sexually
and
active
it doesn't it actually does not take away any freedom from the man.
Hang
What
on,
sort
you're
of
saying
freedom does what sort of freedoms does a man lose from a abortion ban or in a
well,
lack of one?
let's say I impregnate a chick and let's say I impregnate a chick, maybe I want to start a family with her, maybe we want to get an abortion. Me as somebody who's responsible for the situation and somebody who might want to make a deal of what to do about the situation with the woman.
Well, a deal involves
Um,
two people, not just one.
exactly, and I want to speak to your comparison with trans people and stuff.
But it okay,
Yes,
wait, but
that's like
yeah,
that is absolutely a great comparison.
is it?
And like what you were saying, how much freedom is lost by non-sexually active women,
Yeah,
and you're like, well, that's ridiculous
it is.
because
Yeah.
it's like, sure, it's ridiculous. It's a complete fucking non-issue for certain people, and then it's an issue for certain people. So that's a
But
measure
that's
of
true
how
for
much
all
freedom is lost.
issues. There's no issue that is an issue for everybody.
Well, the environment or something, but sure. Um, so with that,
Well, even that is
different.
not an issue for everybody because the hyper rich can just weather the environment with their wealth and then just, die and not care.
Well, I wish him luck in that. There, no one's fully safe from everything, but
But
I'm
yes,
not
I would
sure.
say that I'm sorry. I would like to hear a compelling argument that a man, even if he wants to make a deal, he still does not personally lose any freedoms from an abortion ban.
If you believe an abortion ban takes away somebody's freedom, I
A woman's
mean,
freedom, yeah, over her body, over the choices about her own body.
right? I mean, if we grant that's a loss of freedom that somebody should have that freedom.
Yeah.
I mean, what if I want to? I mean,
What
like
if a
what if I
man
want?
wants to have control over a woman's body? That's not a freedom.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that. Like,
Oh, good.
as like you could say a man. You could think of it like there could be ways a man could try to exert control over a woman's body using the precedent of an abortion ban or abortion being allowed in certain ways. But saying that this is a loss of freedom, okay. What if I
Yeah.
want to fuck? What if I want to fuck a chick and she won't do it because abortion just got banned or something?
Well, that's not a loss for freedom for the man. What do you mean?
Let's say I impregnate a woman. The baby's going to be born with
Like if
severe life-altering birth defects, and me as a potential father and the mother want to get an abortion for that one and try again with a baby that's not going to be fucked up.
Well, that's
So
that
because it's
scenario
not
is
happening
still
in
a
my
loss
body.
of freedom for the woman, but not a loss of any freedom for the man.
All right, well let's reverse it from abortion. Instead of killing the baby, let's reverse it. Let's say I'm not allowed. Let's say racial segregation. Let's say I'm a black guy. Madly in love with some random white chick. Well, not random because I'm madly in love with her, but let's say I'm a white dude, white chick. It's illegal for us to have a baby. So race mixing ban, right? So because the thing would happen in the woman's body, me being denied the right to have a father with a potential mother that would have me.
Why what?
This is not a loss of my freedom. Me losing the right to have my autonomy of my own body as it relates to what I do with it with her.
Well, you can still have the body out. You can still have sex if she consents. That's the extent to your bodily autonomy as a man.
Assuming I'm allowed to still fuck her but not impregnate her. Okay, so me not having the right to impregnate her when she is willing it, I'm not losing any freedom here. You believe this?
Yes.
I don't know how you square that, but we'll just have to agree to disagree on this, I suppose.
Also, what do you mean lose the right to impregnate her?
Well, like it's illegal. Let's say it's illegal for me, a black man, to impregnate a white woman. She wants me to impregnate her. We're married. We're going to do this. We're planning on having a family. And there's a race mixing ban. That was an issue we had in this country.
Okay.
But just so because it's all happening because the actual pregnancy is happening in the woman's body, you say this is in no way at all a rights issue for the man. Let's say baby is born. Paternity test is done. It is found out I am the father. I did this horrible, disgusting race mixing. How evil it is for this thing to happen for some reason. For some reason, race mixing is this horrible evil. You're okay with this?
I'm okay with what? With banning
No,
race mixing?
I'm not trying to say you're okay with racist laws or whatever. That was a joke. But yeah, but these horrific racist laws that.
But those laws are not about the a ban on bodily autonomy. They're basically a ban on freedom of association.
Yeah, there's freedom of association, but there's bodily autonomy issue here as well.
Well, you can
like
still
if
have.
there's, I mean, like pregnancy is an issue of bodily autonomy wherever you stand on that issue. As for you can also also like saying bodily autonomy of the fetus or whatever, wherever you stand on this issue and whatever side of the issue we're talking about. Like I'm not talking about a different issue. I'm still talking just because it's not abortion.
Even
It's
in your
still,
example of the whole impregnation thing, that would still be just a problem of women's body autonomy. Because
yeah,
even
there's
if
the
a
women's.
man does it with a woman and she ends up pregnant, the state in your example would just force an abortion.
Well, let's say I impregnate a woman and I'm found out to be the father and I'm hanged for this.
You're hanged
That's
for this.
not losing any freedom
Were
because that's a
there
thing that happened. Lynchings happened in my country.
lynchings
There
are
have been
not
plenty
something that is law. Lynchings, do you know what a lynching is?
have been well, okay, so yeah, okay.
Yeah.
A lynching is where somebody is murdered. Let's say
Can
somebody
you
like
do you
oh
know what
yeah,
a
like
lynching is?
talking about law, people can lose freedom from means other than the state, but can also be through the state. But I'm saying that people have been lynched. That's been a thing that's happened.
Yeah, but
Yes,
do you know what a lynching
it
is?
is done. It is done by the mob or whatever. But let's
Yeah.
say, but if we're going hypotheticals, let's say hypothetically, it is in fact the state itself that is doing the lynching because the paternity test comes back positive. So
Well, how can a
I'm
government do a
kind of
lynching?
what
How can a government do a lynching?
what are you confused about?
Do you know what a lynching is?
It's where someone gets hanged. Like, yes, it is done. It's been like done through the mob or whatever. That's the historical example. I'm moving beyond the lynching thing and
Okay.
going into a hypothetical of a different thing where the government is doing like historically there have been black people lynched, whole fucked up thing for all sorts of
But
reasons.
that's mob
That's
justice.
that's
That's lynching.
Yeah, so that's been done through mob justice. The state's also done whatever fucked up shit like that.
Like what? Were
But
white men hanged under the law
let's
for
say,
sleeping with women and having children with them when race.
all right, let's say a law where the same thing is done by the state. I mean, let alone the fact that you can lose your freedom to something that is not a state actor, as evidenced by that example of lynching.
What do you mean?
Well, let alone that. Like, if I were to go to Poland and murder you, you would lose your freedom, no?
What do you mean lose my I would lose my life. I would lose my everything. Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So what are you talking about? Or what are we talking
All right,
about?
all right. Let's
Yeah,
say I'm
if
a,
you'd kill me, I'd be dead. Yes, that's right.
yeah, exactly. So let's say I'm a black guy. Let's say I fuck a white woman. Let's say she gets pregnant. Baby is born.
Okay.
Paternity test is done. I am the father. Maury Povich show. You're the father.
Okay.
And then the state executes me.
Okay. That's not a
So,
bodily autonomy problem.
well, yeah, in some way, well, yes, in some ways it is or isn't. Like me being killed is its own bodily autonomy issue, but but to the extent that it's not my pregnancy, yeah,
At
like
least the
it's
pregnancy itself is definitely not a man's bodily autonomy problem.
right, yeah. So,
Right?
but would you say that I'm not losing freedom in this instance?
Well, you are losing freedom. You're losing freedom to associate in any way you wish with the other person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So?
Now with an abortion ban or whatever, you don't quite get a lot of this. Women aren't in a lot of cases with the abortion ban stuff. They're not even trying to legally punish the woman for anything.
Kamala Harris in that very debate gave examples that that is actually what's happening.
Well, I'm just saying, like for the most part or whatever.
Well,
There's
if the
been
state is
some-
blue, then no. But if the state is red, there is a probability that's not low that it actually will persecute women for seeking abortions.
there's examples of people pushing for it.
It's like, if I'm not mistaken, there are actually states that push for punishing women for even attempting to go to a different state to seek out abortion.
Oh shit! Well, yeah, I've heard about something like that. Yeah.
So that's even worse than the examples that you've given.
Which actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me think for a second.
Okay.
With the Roe v. Wade thing and like leaving it up to the states, which again, this is not like I was saying at the beginning. This is not going to be all just pure debate. That's something to think about. So, if A is legal in the state over, and A is illegal, A for abortion. If abortion is legal in California and it is illegal in Texas, and me moving over, and there's been other laws with that sort of fucking bullshit going on with it, and it's legal for me to go over to California, get abortion, and if I come back, I could get prosecuted in Texas. Like that as for how much will that affect as for how much will that weaken the political gain to be had by the Trump campaign with this, I guess remains to be seen. But it did get brought up in the debate.
It did. And Trump
And
completely fumbled it by saying things that are blatantly not true, and he got fact check on it by the people that he said that he says in this thing here that
or what do you say specifically that was wrong, and how was it wrong, and to what extent does it matter?
Well, he
how
started
wrong you were?
pandering conspiracy theories about babies being killed post-birth, which is completely not true.
That's apparently been true in like some cases or
Well,
whatever.
apparently not, since the people that have access to data fact checked him on it on the spot, unless you're claiming that they were lying.
They might have been lying.
Why would they? Are you saying that everybody in this debate was just out to get Trump for some reason?
He said that he was debating 3 people or whatever.
Well, yeah, he
That's
said
like,
that because he was being fact-checked. That's the main reason why he said it. He was being challenged on the lies that he was saying. If Kamala Harris said blatantly incorrect information, she would be fact-checked as well.
You got to look at like how much fact-checking was done on her too. But I mean, in all fairness, making a perfect debate is like a pipe dream to an extent or whatever.
Yeah, but they were just doing their job. They were just doing their job on fact-checking people on basic information on whether or not it's true. That doesn't mean that they were debating him alongside Kamala Harris. They were just fact-checking his information and correcting it when it was wrong.
All right. Well, I'm googling women being prosecuted for getting an abortion.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
I'm googling women being prosecuted for an abortion.
Right.
Which by the way,
this is becoming a abortion debate / discussion when we were supposed to discuss the many points that Trump logically won on in the debate. And you said at one point that whether Kamala Harris wins or Trump wins, everybody loses either way. But I would say that if Trump wins, everybody loses a lot more. Not just in the US, but outside of the US.
If you were to say that based on the abortion thing, there would be.
Well, I would say that based on many other things, not just the abortion thing.
As for the foreign policy thing,
right? Foreign policy, okay.
Yeah, a while about that. A while ago, like fuck, yeah, foreign policy. Two
Yeah.
words that need to be in certain people's fucking heads.
Yeah.
At one point, I was pretending to be Canadian, trolling some people, and then this fucking midwit who kept adding me in chat. After I said, okay, I was lying about being Canadian, they were still
So wait,
arguing
you're
with
from
me.
the US,
about-
yes?
Yeah, yeah, I'm American. So after I dropped it, like in the middle of that, in the middle of me pretending to be Canadian, they're like, "Oh, you don't live in America. Your opinion on this doesn't matter." Like,
Well, clearly I'm not gonna make that
um,
argument, right?
I just want to throw it out there that that's some xenophobic bullshit to be saying that, and your point on foreign policy is exactly why I fucking hate that shit. And like so, all of a sudden, when I stopped being Canadian, my opinion mattered more to this guy.
I mean,
Like,
I'm not
it's
sure
fucking
why
bullshit.
bring it up to a Polish person that's discussing US elections on stream.
Just throwing it out there that I see a lot of just that I see that in some cases and it just pisses me off. Like people saying like, okay, if you don't live in America, your opinion on any of it doesn't matter. I just want to throw it out there that I think that's some xenophobic bullshit that somebody was saying.
Oh yeah, but I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna say that, right? Okay, so let's discuss foreign policy. Do you think Trump won on foreign policy in this debate?
He maybe did a few things okay on foreign policy
Let's focus on the
in his
topic that is close
administration.
to my heart. Okay.
As for the debate,
Yeah.
I mean, what like?
So I guess let's take it one step at a time. Let's focus on the topic that's close to my.
At no point
Yeah.
was I trying to say. At no point was I trying to say that was one of the things he did great on in the debate.
So do
As
you?
for
I guess.
as for how good Kamala did either, maybe not that great either. Like,
Okay, so I guess let me ask you: did
um,
Trump win with Kamala Harris on the topic of Ukraine in
on
the
the
debate?
topic of Ukraine,
Yes.
no.
Okay.
I mean, I heard this one guy saying that vote that Trump winning would be better for Ukraine in a couple of ways and shit. And there was some logical arguments there or whatever.
What were the
There's
logical
like,
arguments on
well,
Trump's side?
I don't remember specific, but essentially, well, logical arguments as in they were
They were not totally
logic basing it,
nonsensical. I
not
mean, they were
necessarily the
totally
right
nonsensical
correct
from my
understanding.
perspective. But
Lo-
if you could tell me what those.
Logical in the sense he laid out logic in favor of a position.
Well,
Logical is not the same as correct, but
but yeah,
anyway.
but the problem
The guy was
is, wait, hold on. The problem is that in the case of Ukraine, he didn't lay out any logic.
well, I'm not saying
What's the
Trump did, so
what's the logic
well,
in
see,
Trump's
I'll give
Ukraine?
a different person unrelated to this laid out some logic for why
Okay,
this would be better. But
can you tell it
as
to
for
me?
Trump's case himself, as for like the case Trump made in the debate, I don't know. That shit just seemed weird how he was phrasing things and shit.
So he didn't win on Ukraine. He just lost, and Kamala Harris won.
Yeah.
Yes. Can
Well,
we agree on that?
I'm less confident in saying she won, but that was he should have prepared more to say the least.
I mean, if he lost on Ukraine on the Ukraine topic during the debate, then it sort of follows that she won. No.
Like by default, I suppose. But and anyway, this one guy was essentially just saying.
Yes. What was this guy saying?
Essentially, that like Trump would be better at sending the Ukrainians aid and shit.
But he said that he would just end it. He said that he indicates that he would stop aid. he blocked aid for 8 months, as is,
Well,
which is causing
that
a
was
lot of
like
trouble now, by the way.
that was like before the war started or whatever.
But before the war
There-
started, it was his term, and a smaller scale war was going on, and he never did anything about it.
right.
You could even make a case that he enabled the
Well,
bigger scale conflict by not doing
sure.
anything when it was still a much smaller scale one.
Right. Yeah, I suppose another thing the dude was saying, which I'm not throwing it out there saying I agree with it, but just something I've been thinking about and wanted to look into. He's also saying that like Kamala and the Biden administration, their move is to like send them just enough weapons to get by or whatever, and they wouldn't actually send them enough to win. But I don't know. Seems like there's only so much we should be sending them, and not drain ourselves.
Drain
But
ourselves. Do you think that the US should not be sending Ukraine more? What do you mean when you say drain ourselves? Now
well,
this
like
is getting interesting.
not sending enough resources to like bankrupt the nation or whatever. But I
Bankrupt
don't
the
know that that's
nation.
really on the table.
Do you
I don't
think?
again. I don't know that that's really on the table. But
I
anyway,
I
but
don't think so. No.
some of that dude was saying that might have not panned out so much. But one thing the guy I'm talking about was saying that is better though is we have to be careful with the kind of aid we do send them. Like we shouldn't be sending these fuckers money because it's not getting to the people and everything.
Well, that's not what's happening. That's not how the aid works.
A certain amount of aid is money and everything.
The only sort
Although
of money that goes to Ukraine is going to upkeep its economy, and that definitely is. It goes to the paying of teachers, uh,
there's a
basically
lot of
people
corruption in
people
Ukraine.
that are hired under the government. But the money,
If
all
we're
the
running
aid is very very strictly tracked. There's a whole report on it. If you want to read it, I can send it to you.
if you want to link that, sure. But as for trusting all of the money to go to the right place, I'm really thinking I'm not going to be too sold on that. Like the guy said, and I agree with this. One dude was saying, you know, we should be sending them resources. If it's sending them shit for the war effort, we should be sending them resources like weapons and
Well, that
munitions,
is how the aid works. Yes.
and not money. Yeah, a lot of the aid is through sending them munitions and stuff. You said as for you saying sending them money to help their economy and stuff.
Well, the upkeep the
Um,
economy because Ukraine is in a pretty big hole economically. Because
so
Ukraine
so
is
we're
not
not
able to upkeep its economy on its own because it's being devastated by the
so.
war that is ongoing.
But essentially, the case is we should
People
send
need to be
them.
paid,
Hang
or
on.
like teachers, nurseries. People need to all the elderly have to be paid their, um, pensions, etc.
Well,
You
okay. Well, essentially, it was said that a lot of the people running Ukraine fought against Lend Lease in favor of monetary aid because you can't put a tank in a bank account.
But that's irrelevant because the aid is organized the way it is, and it's very well tracked. It is actually very well controlled. There is a very detailed report on what goes where, what is spent where, what sort of equipment goes where, etc. There's a pretty
Any idea on
firm
who wrote the
lid
report?
on the whole aid thing. Yeah,
All right. Any idea on who wrote the report?
it was made by. Where do I? Hold on.
I mean, all of this could be correct.
It is.
The more you have read the sources you intend on citing, the more credible you are in claiming this, naturally. But either way, agree with me. Tracking money can be difficult.
Yeah, but in this case, it's very well tracked. So that's not really a significant argument, is it?
All right. Well, I'll at least want to take a look at it or whatever. If you want to link in the chat or whatever the fuck.
Hold on.
Well, I have to pull up your stream again, but I don't know. Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I see somebody in chat saying Trump has no plan. What the fuck's even the point of saying that? His name's Donald J. Trump. Of course he doesn't have a goddamn plan. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna find that report
like
and I'm gonna send it to you after the talk we're having.
look here, the guy who's a moderator named Paul Dead. Here's Donald Trump's plan for things, and it's very effective. Okay, he has a plan. It's very effective. Your father just gives you a small loan of $1 million. That's his plan for shit. But yeah, I'm waiting on the link, I suppose.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the report after the thing because I don't really have it on. I didn't think I'd be talking about tracking aid, but I assure you the report exists and it's pretty detailed.
All right, well, I'm not able to look at it, but I will assume you are correct about everything that I'm not able to currently look at it. And the homework fallacy is not a fallacy, but when I am able to look at the report, that will be helpful.
All right.
But another thing
Yeah.
though, which earlier today though, or wait, oh, I just remembered it was on your stream. I was fucking seeing that. Actually.
Yeah.
So about Trump saying Iran and Iraq are like almost one country.
No, he said they're basically one country. Yeah.
I was watching and thinking, fuck, what if he's right and I haven't been paying attention? What if that is actually true to extent? It's like shit seems crazy. I mean,
you can make such claims. People say that Ukraine and Russia are basically one country. Would you agree with that?
I have said that and insist on the phrase "the Ukraine" and called it the Russian Civil War, but that's mostly just trolling. As for this, Iraq and Iran being one country because of all the money they're sending each other and shit.
I mean, just sending each other money and having ties does not make countries one and the same.
I mean, if they merge into one country in a couple of years, you'll look foolish for calling this claim ridiculous. But
it's still ridiculous,
as
yeah.
well,
Like the European Union sends countries within the Union money. You still wouldn't say that the European Union is a single country, would you?
Well, with the European Union, that's a little bit different. Like if you look at Brexit and why that happened and everything, you could say that's a political order, whatever. That's maybe not that great of an example, but either way, like with him saying this shit, it's another case of like, it's just random. Maybe, I mean,
right.
There's also another thing where like, I don't know. The guy has said some weird stuff. There was at one point he was saying that nobody was talking. It might have been the Roe v. Wade thing. It was something where he's like, nobody's been talking about how crazy and controversial this is until me. Or was it a foreign policy thing? I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I don't know. But like, how much money are they even sending each other where it's almost one country? Like,
I'm sorry.
he's saying that.
What is your question?
Like how I guess I could just Google it myself, but how much money are they sending each other where it's almost one country?
That's not a factor at all. Do you think that countries stop being separate states once they send them each other enough cash?
I'm saying, like, is it not even that much fucking money? And what Trump is saying is even more ridiculous than it sounds.
Well, it's always ridiculous because statehood is not based on how much money individual states spend each other. There's not some threshold above which individual states stop being separate and just become one country. Oh, you've sent us this amount of money. I guess you're part of us now. That's not how that works.
I mean, it can be how it works
It
sometimes,
never works
but I
like that.
don't think like if a certain amount of land is up for sale or something.
Is that
But
for
I
what do
think
you
this is
mean?
not a case that's at all like that. Like like my question is like, is this I'm hearing, or is it all his imagination entirely? You know, is he the one making shit up himself?
Trump?
Yeah, because
Are
I
you
mean,
asking if
a
Trump is
lot of
lying about things? Yes.
well, we know he is, but it's like how original are his fucking lives?
Well, you know. Like, he mentions Iran, that Iran's about to get nuclear weapons, and he himself fumbled the Iran deal. Like, I don't think
Um,
Trump won on anything in that debate, quite
I'm
frankly. I don't
previous
see any
Iran,
logical, like, there were so
maybe
many.
the Franklin thing slightly, but I don't know. I'm saying maybe, and like with pointing out that Kamala
Yeah.
has inconsistent policies or whatever. Um,
Kamala had inconsistent policies. What do you mean? Oh, and of course, Trump keeps saying that another term for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris re-elected, as if she was president now and she was getting re-elected. What is that about?
oh, I'm kind of with I'm actually kind of with that a little bit. I don't know that that's a
You're with
point.
that. You're with Trump saying that.
To an extent, like as for
That
saying
it's
that
a
she is the one
re-election for
really
Kamala Harris and that it's her second term. 4 more years for Kamala Harris.
like
You're with that a bit.
essentially essentially the claim with that, I mean, partially other than just her being the vice president, so it would be 4 more years of her in the Oval Office in all technical terms. Essentially, the claim there is somewhat that, which,
No, that's not how that
yeah, I'm
works.
not even the one bringing this up. You're the one bringing this up.
Yeah, and you
I'm
said I'm with that.
this might be the only point I feel is solid in my case as to what I bring up. I don't know, but essentially the claim is just that Joe Biden was largely incapacitated and she was running the show or whatever.
Well, he can make that claim, but the claim is incorrect. If he was incapacitated, if couldn't run the show anymore, then he stepped down and she'd become president. That's the job of a vice president. But she didn't. She's still just the vice president. So it's
Well,
not
gee,
4 more
well,
years of Kamala Harris. It's actually the
well,
first.
gee,
Sorry?
well, gee. In America, there's never been a case where somebody acted out power higher than their technical position. It's totally not possible
I mean, we can
that
enter
somebody
conspiracy
coming from
theories,
like
but it's nothing more than conspiracy at that point. It still doesn't uh, sort of make
conspiracy
legitimate.
theory.
It doesn't really make legitimate a claim that Kamala Harris is getting re-elected and that she's getting 4 more years.
A conspiracy theory is not a logical fallacy.
Yeah, but it's
Conspiracy
still
is
just
a people.
conspiracy. So we can. It's pointless to talk about it. It's just conspiracy.
I don't know. It's at least somewhat fun or whatever. Like it's fun to throw that at people if nothing else.
And if like I'm not
There's
really
also
feeling confident about a presidential candidate that just panders conspiracy next to a podium to an audience that Kamala Harris is getting reelected and 4 more years for Kamala Harris.
um I'll tell you what.
Yep.
I think that's a pretty solid thing to say, but it's still somewhat of a loss for him saying that in a different way.
I think it's a loss for both the ways, but
Well, hang on.
yeah.
So I think that conspiracy theory is pretty valid.
It's
If
valid.
Michelle, hang on, if Michelle Obama were to run for president, somebody were to say she's actually getting reelected for a third term, I would kind of be with that somewhat. When Clinton was running for president, I called that a reelection of Bill and stuff like that. But all right, but here's how it's still a loss, even from the perspective that the conspiracy theory is largely valid. Trump Trump keeps bitching about things not going his way. This is somewhat an example of that, or at least is connected to that. So, all right. So, Trump versus Biden. Here's Trump versus Biden. I'm running against somebody who can barely tie his own shoelaces. This is a fucking disaster. It's an embarrassment to our country that this is what I'm running against. So they fixed that problem.
I mean,
Trump,
you can
Trump
say that
did
about Trump as well. It's just that he's better at
not,
bouncing off of
not to the
his.
extent of Biden. Not to the extent of Biden, at the very least.
I'd say that's arguable.
He seems all there to me. To the extent he was ever all well, I mean, Biden's been like having issue even before it's gotten to this level. Has been like a bit a bit nutty for
Well,
years,
the
but
truth is that Trump is just rambling. He's just good at covering his rambles. But it doesn't change the fact that he's a rambly old man. And it became very evident once Joe Biden stepped down and Kamala Harris entered the race.
yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it. But anyway, what I'm seeing is like, all right, Trump says, all right, I'm running against somebody who is terrible. They get somebody better, somebody who was with the guy he was running against,
Also,
and
that's a pretty good.
and then he cries about it.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Oh, wait, it's not fair. They're running a candidate that could actually beat me," and he's like treating this like a sport. That's a huge. So if somebody wants to throw around claims that Trump largely doesn't respect democracy,
Oh,
this would be a good way of attacking him on that angle.
You're right. He doesn't respect democracy.
To an extent, I don't respect democracy that much either, but I'm not engaging in it.
Can you elaborate on that?
The thing is, hang on. Well, to an extent, I think it's been a shit show and everything.
Democracy.
But yeah, but like, sort of my thing is, I don't have that much respect for democracy, but I'm not playing the game.
Why don't you have respect for democracy? Would you prefer a dictatorship?
Because this is the fucking situation we're in. Like, I mean, if we're voting, all right. So, do you think that we should vote for the candidate that will uphold democracy?
Yeah.
So you think we should vote on the issue of our right to vote? That sounds like a fucking Ponzi scheme to me, man.
Wait, I'm sorry, what's a Ponzi scheme?
I mean, maybe not the most literal in that or whatever.
Right, so you're not in favor of democracy because there are actors that would try to undermine it? Is that what you're saying?
I said like how much I respect democracy or whatever.
Yeah, and so why don't you? You haven't explained to me why you don't respect democracy.
Because it's failing.
How is it failing? What do you mean? So you're in favor, you're in favor of autocracy because in your mind it's winning? What are you trying to say?
Like, there's been voting, like this voter ID bill going around. Now, if someone thinks about proving who they say they are before voting is a sensible move or whatever, but whatever your stance is on that, why the fuck should I be voting on how we run the vote? At what point
Wait,
does
what do you mean voting on how we run the vote?
like much of what people wait, I think it's cutting out.
A bit.
I'm
Yeah.
probably yeah, because it seemed like it chopped that shit off, and I was interrupting you without hearing you speak, and it was cutting out.
Okay.
But
So what do you
all
mean
right,
by voting on how to vote?
that's one of the big issues that's been going around. There's
Yeah.
been voter rights bills and stuff.
Voter what?
Voter rights, and with like the mail-in ballots votes and stuff, there's been a lot of claims that I believe to a large extent that
Yes.
the last election was fortified. So so let's say we look back at the last election and
Okay.
we say that, I mean, maybe you don't agree with this, but this is somewhat what it looks like to me. Let's say Biden cheated in the election and that's why he won. Well, and the reason why Trump lost was not because he didn't cheat and Biden did cheat, but rather that his cheating didn't work.
Okay.
Does this look like a good state of affairs? Does this look like how things are supposed to be run?
I mean, he failed on January 6th, so I would say that democracy worked. He failed to overturn the election.
I mean, there's like that or whatever.
Well, that's
I
a
don't
pretty
that
crucial
that
part,
shit
isn't
was
it? That
not-
he tried to overturn the result of a election
that
and that he
shit was
failed.
never going to overturn the election. There was
Well, then it
there
worked,
that there was
I guess.
in no
The
way.
election happened, he lost, and yeah, it worked.
There's that. So we're at least running a democracy better than a lot of the South American countries and stuff.
So what's the
There's
problem?
that.
Like,
But
are you saying that
either way,
democracy is flawed as a concept because there are people that may try to undermine it? That's basically your argument?
as for attacking democracy as a concept,
That just means that we should make better sure to defend it, to defend democracy, that we should keep our
as for
population
attacking
better
democracy,
informed.
the
Yeah?
concept, as for attacking democracy, the concept,
Yeah?
that this would not be the ideal starting point for doing something like that. But if the primary thing we do with democracy is try to preserve the democracy, I think
I mean,
that
that is part of democracy, working hard to preserve it, because it's not a given. It's a thing that you need
I
to constantly work on, of
all right,
course, yeah.
all right. Well, there is that, but to me,
Oh, yeah, there
to
is
me
a,
anyway,
yeah.
to me anyway, I would rather vote on something, not vote on the vote. Like someone advocate, like someone with this perspective could advocate for a more democratic system, more fucking referendums and shit in our system.
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, our system, um, like I guess instead of attacking democracy as a concept in the sense of like saying we should not have a democracy because there's people who undermine it or whatever.
Yeah.
I would more so come from the perspective that it's just that there's only one form of government, and that is oligarchy.
What? Do you think that the US is an
Would
oligarchy?
would you say it's not?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I would definitely say that the US is not an. Are you saying that
Like not.
would you put an equivalence
It's just
between the US and Russia in that regard?
So perhaps they are more of an oligarchy or whatever.
More, to what extent? To what extent is the US an oligarchy?
As for how much more, I only know so much about Russia, so that'd be hard to say. But the way it stands now, like we have a two-party system
It's not an
where that
oligarchy having a
retreat.
two-party
I
system.
know, but that the two-party system and how it acts is part of the problem.
Oh,
I saw
that's still
I saw
not
this
an oligarchy, not by a long shot.
right, right, but the two part like the two a two-party system doesn't make it an oligarchy. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Like you
But
don't have a bunch of oligarchs that just run the U.S. That's not a thing that's happening.
the thing is, that and a combination of other factors makes it very easy to buy influence on our political system, among other
Are
problems.
you talking about lobbying?
Lobbying, to an extent, yeah, is the issue.
But that's not
Or is an
oligarchy.
issue. Like yes, and you can't. And as for people saying getting money out of politics entirely, that's somewhat of a pipe dream.
But that's still not
And
an oligarchy. Money in politics is not an oligarchy.
right, like yeah, I'm with you there. Like the people who say get money out of politics,
Can I hear?
that's
Can you give
honestly
me a
say
definition of on what an oligarchy is? I'm gonna Google and check you. Right? Can you tell me what you think an oligarchy is?
well,
Yeah?
monarchy is ruled by one,
Oligarchy. An
democracy is
oligarchy. What
ruled
is
by
an
the many,
oligarchy?
oligarchy is ruled by the few.
Yeah, it's a small group of people
Democracy
having
is ruled by
control
the
of a
many.
country or organization. Do you think that the US is a country that is held that is controlled by a few rich influential people, aka oligarchs?
Is the country held by a few rich, influential people?
Yeah.
No, not at all. The homeless rule this country. No, no, man. I guess I'm wrong on that. It's actually the poor people that rule everything.
What? I'm sorry. What is the argument that you're trying to make? Are you saying that
Well,
are you saying
I'm
that
totally conceding, man. It's the poor that rule the country, and there is not a tendency for a small group of rich elites to rule countries overall. And thus, I guess I was wrong in saying that there's a general
so are you saying
tendency
that the
towards
entirety of
oligarchy
the
in all
government of the
countries.
US is basically is just a facade, just a farce, and in reality there are a few super powerful oligarchs that behind the scenes just pull the strings of the United States of America? Is that what you're basically trying to put forward to me?
There's a level of
That
degree to it,
Congress
but
is
there's
basically nothing, that all the bodies that exist in the US are basically nothing, and there are just a few powerful, rich people that are the oligarchs of the US, and they call the shots. Whatever they say goes, and it is what it is. Because that is what an
I would
oligarchy is.
I wouldn't say Congress is irrelevant, and that's why we have the kind of shit, and that's why we have a system that isn't what it officially claims to be. As a matter of fact, Congress has eaten up a lot of the power.
Oh, so is it an oligarchy or is it not? So you're saying it's not an oligarchy
It's
then?
it's the
Or is
degree.
it
It's
an
a degree of
oligarchy
knowledge.
of the Is it like the oligarchy of the Congress? The Congress oligarchy?
To an extent, there's some of that shit.
Excuse me?
Well,
So
to a
the
degree, yeah.
entirety of the Congress is the small group of people having control of a country or organization.
But all right, well, I guess I didn't say to a degree 50 times. I don't know, but anyway. So the executive branch, much of that has been destroyed. A lot of what
How?
the American people do is focus on voting for the presidency. But a lot of the appointments, but a lot of the positions of the actual so-called executive branch, a lot of that shit has to be approved by Congress and stuff.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just say that the executive branch in the U.S. has been destroyed?
Not entirely. And much of the power it's formerly had can be to an extent restored.
So you're just saying that the power of the president in the U.S. is meaningless?
The power of the president meaningless.
Yeah, you said the executive branch has been destroyed in this country.
Sorry, I
country
said to
meaning
an
the
extent. I think maybe it cut out again. I said to an extent. As for the presidency, I didn't say the presidency. The executive branch, much of the other portions of it, other than the actual
it consists
presidency,
of the president, his or her advisors, and various departments and agencies. Are those like ineffective and toothless now?
much of the actual running of the State Department and such happens autonomously and through control of things like the Congress and such.
So, like the federal agencies are toothless in the U.S. The presidential cabinet is
Federal agencies toothless. I'm not
yeah,
sure,
that's
so,
the executive branch.
but as for toothless, I said autonomous.
Well, you said that
Like
they're destroyed.
like what I was saying, the executive branch of the founding to an extent destroyed. Yeah, so
The founding.
but that doesn't mean we don't. But me saying to an extent how the executive branch has been changed from how it was in the founding. That is a different claim from saying we don't have a president anymore or any of this other shit. But anyway, it is getting pretty late. I'm
okay.
Probably going to have to cut this off at a certain point. I don't know what time it is over there, but it's like 10:20 over here.
5 a.m.
So we're over there. But I want to ask about your debates with Loaderbox. So you say
Oh,
you
so
won.
have you watched them?
I'll have to go find them. I was wanting to go do that. But as for the idea that you won a debate a single time against Loaderbox, I would somewhat doubt that. But as for saying you won twice, it's like, well, I don't know if he would let some random person at your level win a debate against him.
Well, I'm
But
not a
he
random person. I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer.
But like if you told me you won a debate against him once, I would doubt it. You tell me you win against him twice, I instantly fucking believe it. I don't know if he would let or wait. Oh well, it looked like you had 10 in chat or whatever. I guess you have a bigger channel than I thought. But I would somewhat doubt that he just loses a debate easily, maybe. But as for would he lose a debate? Cope, and then lose a debate against the same guy and cope more.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Did you say lose a debate against the same guy?
yeah, I 100% believe that guy would lose a debate to somebody twice in a row and
Yes.
cope and see about it.
I mean,
at
I
one,
believe Lonerbox is a reasonable, logical person. If he hears arguments that speak to him and he
somewhat,
decides,
yeah,
well, you know
somewhat
what?
reasonable.
You're right. It's true. What you're saying is true. Then it's sort of a
What
victory on my end, and he can accept it. And when we can talk again, and he can say once again, well, listen, you're putting a very reasonable case. I don't see any objections to that case, and that's not all debates have to be
cool.
brutal, mean spirited, insult slinging.
Well, that's actually even better. I could also see him getting in that situation. Um, so, but yeah. But what were you even debating with him about?
The first time I was debating him about when the Holocaust started, and the second debate was about, among other things, whether or not it was a review of a debate that he had earlier, and among other,
You
yeah,
debated with him about when the Holocaust started. I
yeah,
could have sworn I heard him talking about accidentally tricking President Sunday into saying the Holocaust is not a policy. Is that in any way related to that?
no, it's not.
No. Oh. What was the
It's
other debate?
completely unrelated. The newer one was me discussing with him a debate that he had with, I believe, Kevin Logan, and I discussed
Kevin
with
Logan.
him Kevin Logan, yeah, and I
Okay.
discussed with him what constitutes and what doesn't constitute a war crime, and I put forward a case that, for example, Israel cutting off energy, electricity from Gaza constituted a war crime.
So what exactly is the argument that doing that is not a war crime? Like, uh,
Well, the argument that it's not a war crime is that it sort of targets specific military installations that need electricity to function.
okay. So if I drop a bomb on a military target and there's collateral damage, that's not a war crime either. I don't get it. That sounds like a
Yes,
dumb argument.
that is actually a very often put forward argument. Yes, that is why that is how Israel actually excuses bombing Gaza by saying that Hamas has um weapons or whatever, missiles, etc. in um you know, in infrastructure
Yeah.
that's civilian. Yeah, that is how Israel does excuse it. Yes.
Yeah, you should hear how people defend the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's really rich.
So yeah, I guess. So I guess you will agree then that Trump actually did not win that debate, right? He did not win
Or
logically on many points because we couldn't even get too many points. We discussed barely
um
two. Like you agreed that on
hmm.
foreign policy, Ukraine, etc. He just wasn't
Oh,
very good.
I never really set out to defend him on foreign policy. Like how he's done with foreign policy, like I like some of his foreign policy moves, like killing Salami and the Rocket Man thing. But as for his discussion of foreign policy in this debate,
Yeah.
like what even is there to be said about that shit?
Oh, there's a
I
lot to be
mean,
said about it. There's a lot of criticism to be had, actually.
well, I mean, just like what I mean is by what is there even to be said about that shit? Um, like it doesn't feel like he's even trying that hard with some of this stuff.
Well,
Um,
that's to his detriment. He should be trying. He's
yeah,
a presidential candidate in a debate.
like I mean, the worst part of his performance in that debate was admitting to the fact he didn't uh talk to JD Vance enough. He didn't talk to his own running mate enough.
Oh yeah, that's
And
sort of throwing his vice president under the bus. Agreed. But that just
and
makes him look even worse. That just.
wouldn't be the first fucking time he threw his vice president under the
It
bus.
wouldn't,
His own
but.
supporters called for Mike Pence to be hanged.
That's right. You're correct.
I mean, that's
Yeah. So I mean, we discussed the abortion topic. We discussed, I think, the God.
him calling this a second term for Kamala, which that sort of thing that sort of thing can be an open trolling talking point to an extent. Anyway, so
I mean, by that
I think maybe
logic,
that's
let me ask you this, all right? How many terms has Biden had?
how many terms has he had?
Yeah.
Well, there you fucking go. There's another thing with that. He had he was in the Obama administration, although that's a different situation in a couple of ways. Like he didn't run right after
That's
Obama.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the number of terms.
Right, irrelevant to the
By
actual
Trump's
question.
logic.
Well, I'm explaining how it's which if you were to ask Trump himself, which I heard Trump loves the Polish, so maybe you could get him on. He might lay out the logic a little differently, but as far as I can see it, it's a little bit different in a way.
Yeah,
Biden
but still,
had
by that logic, yeah.
hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
Biden had two terms as vice president,
Mm-hmm.
and one term as president.
Okay.
Officially. Biden was never like actually the comparison there makes it totally flip flop. So I don't think Trump would say that Biden was the secret mastermind behind the Obama administration and Kamala is the secret mastermind behind the Biden administration at the same time. And it's Kamala, the current vice president, running for president. So there's a direct line from a direct line where you could say this is a continuation of the same administration in a sort of way.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant because it's not her term as the president. So that's completely irrelevant.
Well, it's not irrelevant to the logic here.
It's that's the logic is faulty, so it is irrelevant.
Well,
like if Biden had anybody in his cabinet that would suddenly run for president, would you say that this person's re-elected?
Well, hang on. The disagreeing with the claim being made doesn't mean we can just attribute logically fallacious positions that weren't made.
It's logically fallacious. It's just that the logic does not work because of the nature of what vice presidency entails.
Disagreeing with the conclusion.
No, it's not disagreeing with the conclusion. It's disagreeing with the entire premise. There's a
all right. So Kamala Harris. All right. Let's go step by step.
Okay. Let's.
Kamala Harris is the vice president, correct?
Yes. Which means she's not the president. It's an important thing to establish.
Right. So she is officially the vice president.
Yes.
Let's say you believe in a fucking conspiracy theory where she's actually acting as the secret president. And then she's running.
I don't believe in that conspiracy theory. And even if anybody did, they would need evidence to prove it.
Okay, they would need evidence to prove it or whatever.
Well,
but
that's
you
pretty.
All right,
that's
so
a pretty crucial part.
Okay, you don't agree with the conspiracy theory.
No.
That's fine. Let's say I do. Let's say I do believe in the conspiracy theory.
Okay.
So because you think I'm wrong about this.
Yes.
Because you think I'm wrong about this, you just get to say whatever you want about. So because I think that something's wrong.
Just because
I think that something's wrong, just because I say something you think is wrong. Now you can attribute the position to me that I think the moon's made of cheese or something. I'm genuinely confused.
Yes, literally, yes. Just because I don't believe your conspiracy theory that Kamala Harris is secretly running the country as the secret president, yes, that actually means that you cannot just say that Kamala is getting 4 more years and that she's reelected. Yes. It is.
All right.
You might
Well,
as
if
well.
you
If
disagree,
you
if
say
you
that
disagree
Kamala
with the
Harris, if you let me finish the thing. If you say
Sure.
that Kamala Harris is secretly the real president of the United States and you have no evidence to prove it, then you might as well say that the moon is made of cheese.
Well, that's not what I meant. So, all right. So here's a claim.
Yes.
So here's two claims that you're trying to put together in the same box, and I just want to explain why I don't think this works.
Yeah.
All right. Claim one.
Mm-hmm.
Biden is totally mentally incapacitated.
He's not.
And Kamala is effectively the president now.
Well, he's not incapacitated.
Claim two. All right. Well, you disagree with that.
Yeah.
That doesn't fucking matter for what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right. Claim two. Joe Biden was the secret president during the Obama administration. And he already had 3 terms as the acting president. These two, I just think this contradicts or whatever. I mean, you weren't exactly. I mean, like, so if Trump makes the one claim that Kamala was the acting president or is the acting president now, like like that means he's seeing it as a different thing than Biden, who was the vice president getting elected.
I'm sorry, just because Trump has some delusions about Kamala Harris being some secret president, it doesn't make it true. It doesn't mean that he should be saying that publicly. Wouldn't you agree?
That's all right. Well, that's a different discussion a little bit, but
from what? He's saying that she's getting 4 more years, that she's re-elected.
All right, well, that's someone moves back to the original thing. As for how politically effective is this,
lying
or whatever.
I mean, at that point, you might as well make a point that a presidential candidate should just say anything.
You could, to an extent, believe it, and there is some evidence you could point to with it.
Okay, what's the evidence? Point it.
The absolute state of Joe Biden.
What absolute state of Joe Biden? He's absolutely coherent in many of his speeches. He conducts policy. He does things. It's that you really need to point to me evidence that he is completely incapacitated, beyond just saying that he is.
Well, this is it's evidence that is convincing to some people.
Sorry?
So I might not have just proved it to you or whatever, but if the evidence is convincing enough to someone who says it, the
what
person
evidence?
saying it isn't lying. I mean, like,
well, what? The evidence convincing to the one to saying you mean Trump?
There's been numerous times of like Joe Biden falling apart. As for times
there's been numerous times when Trump fell apart. He just bounced back better.
Well, somewhat I would say it's different though.
No, it's basically the same.
How many times? A lot of the times it is at least similar.
Yeah,
but some of Trump being crazy or whatever is less of him falling apart and more so him just being Trump, kind of. I don't know how else to say it.
He made the same fumbles as Biden. He mistook names of places, people, etc. He just bounced back from it better. He just pretended that it didn't happen and moved on.
Well, having bounced back
Biden
from
would
it
stop,
better,
try to correct himself, and fumble because, unlike Biden, Trump just doesn't care. He just moves on because he doesn't care if what he says is nonsense or a lie. That's the difference. That's what makes Biden's mistakes more visible. Is that Trump just doesn't care about them and moves on.
Right. But either way, I wasn't really talking about him messing up on the name of something. Like I saw one thing where Joe Biden called Zelensky Putin.
Yeah, that's the name. That's the mistake of the name.
And immediately corrected.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm referring to, and I think it's somewhat unfair for people to attack him over that. Like that mistaking the name of something, that's something people do that there's nothing wrong with them. People like do that all the time.
All right.
Like with that, I mean that's part of the reason, that's part of the problem with our democratic system. Not to suggest that I'm proposing an alternative or some fucking shit, but people express their rights to vote and whatnot, acting in an incredibly unserious manner. Like I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Maybe less sure now thinking about it, but that might have been the thing that caused him to end up dropping out of the race is calling Zelensky Putin.
So
Even though
what are
that's
you referring to then when you say that Biden's falling apart? Because his policy is pretty solid. His
yeah,
a lot of the
like the
things that he's
fucking
doing.
corn pop story and shit.
I'm
Him
sorry,
going
what?
on for like the corn pop story and shit. Him going on for like 5 whole ass minutes, saying some random weird shit out of fucking nowhere that stacks into like a big ramble of nonsense.
What
Like
do you
with
mean?
Trump, with Trump saying random weird shit, that seems to be him throwing out a crazy lie or him genuinely believing some whatever shit. He's just throwing out wacky claims, which could say what there is to be said about that. And there's plenty of moments of Trump having some rather odd moments, certainly.
Well, yeah, that's
But
his every
but some, but
speech.
some of it, but some of what I'm, but to answer your question of what I'm talking about, it's like Biden, Biden expressing a level of being senile and a certain amount of fucking confusion, basically. Like it,
Yeah,
for
but
one
that's
thing,
because again, that goes
for
back to
him wandering.
that goes back to what I said. Biden cares about what he says. He puts weight to what he says and what he does, and Trump simply doesn't. When Trump says nonsense or fumbles or gets confused, he just doesn't care. He just moves on because he doesn't care.
Well, so Biden at some point addressed the corn pop story and made a serious thing about this and stuff.
Sorry, come again.
Hello?
Yes. Come
So
again.
so when Biden talked about the corn pop thing, like I don't know that there's I don't know that there's exactly an analogy
What was the corn pop?
analogous. I don't think I haven't if Trump had a straight up guy named Corn Pop moment, I don't think I've seen it, or at least I don't recall.
Biden says he faced off gang leader and armed with a razor blade in 1962, a former president. Is that what you're referring to?
There's a guy named Corn Pop. I had hairy legs, cockroaches. Yeah, like I believe that he was saying some weird shit at multiple points.
Oh yeah, that Trump does actually the equivalent of this all the time. He did it in the debate when he said that immigrant prisoners are getting trans surgeries. Wouldn't you say that it's an equivalent?
That is not comparable.
It's
That could
yeah,
it
it's
could be,
worse. It's actually
or
worse.
that's not the same thing. Like
Yeah,
I
I
already
know
drew
the
the
Trump thing is
I
worse.
already drew the distinction. Like maybe that's true, and I don't know. I would have to look into that. But
Yeah.
like a wacky claim, I already drew the distinction between wacky claims Trump
No, it's
makes
not a
and
wacky
the corn
claim.
pop
It's a
story.
claim that attacks directly certain groups, certain things. It's not just a wacky claim. That's the
Dude,
if you think that it's just a wacky claim, then I don't know what to tell you. It's a wacky claim that attacks certain groups of people, trans people, immigrants. I'm sorry. It's not just a wacky claim. It was a claim directly and the sort of thought of to fearmonger against certain groups of people. To fearmonger about trans surgery and fearmonger about immigration at the same time in one sentence. in a rambly old man way, because he sort of jumbled up trans surgeries with immigration for some weird reason. I'm sorry? I cannot hear you anymore. You're distant and quiet. He did say that during the debate, Desidero. Yes. He did say that. People joked about it quite a lot, actually. Getting some gangster's name wrong from 50 years ago or more is nothing to the stuff Trump is saying. Yeah. You're not audible anymore. What's wrong? Technical issues. Technical issues. So how is everybody in the... how are the President Sunday Raiders
all right.
enjoying the debate?
Right. You say that what Trump is saying is worse,
Yeah.
and therefore it is not a wacky claim. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm
You're
sorry,
testing
what?
my goddamn.
I'm not bro.
You're testing my goddamn patience, picking on phrasing.
Can you
Earlier,
okay, slow down and repeat everything that you've just said.
Earlier, I said that when Trump brought up the eating pets things, I said that was a bit random. You said, no, it wasn't a bit random. It was very random. That is my least favorite goddamn thing people do, is argue minute shit and then say the exact
But
same thing.
it wasn't as random as it was. Once again, it was an attempt to attack a certain group of people through a lie.
Yeah, okay. Well, it came out of nowhere. That's like kind of what I meant by a bit
Didn't come out
random.
of nowhere. It is part of his broader attack on immigration, which he does over and over and over again. All the topics in the debate he brought to immigration. And that was just another example.
Right.
Immigrants eat
Sure.
pets. That was just an extension of his entire argument throughout the debate. It wasn't random at all.
I see what you mean there, like calling it part of a pattern. So not necessarily truly random, but it just felt random. Like
Yeah,
it
because
just
it was
sort of came out.
stupid. That's why it felt random, because it was
It
extremely stupid.
came out of nowhere. Even if there is any truth to it, it's not presented very well. He didn't do very well to try to back it up. Immediately, Kamala laughed at him for much of the debate. When I was watching it,
Oh,
it
yeah.
looked like she felt sorry for him and was crying for him.
Yeah, because he's showing himself to be an old rambly man. Yeah.
But
talking about
but
pets being
wacky,
eaten, children being aborted after abortion, and prisoners being turned into different gender.
to me, Trump making a wacky claim, and yes, a wacky claim can be targeted at a group. Like another thing I would call a wacky claim is like, I don't know, the Jews control this and that or whatever. That's targeting a group. That's a wacky claim. There's not a contradiction here.
Well, it's also a
You even
dangerous
said
claim.
you even said wacky, dangerous. Those are synonyms, pretty
Those are
much.
not synonyms. Wacky can be just silly and
And
funny.
this are
Dangerous can lead
synonyms.
to dangerous repercussions and results. Not all wacky claims lead to dangerous results.
Yeah, but like in this sort of context, like we're talking about just create dangerous shit as dangerous claims, wacky claims, people saying dangerous shit, or sorry, people saying crazy shit. But
Well,
like
no.
Trump making a
If Trump said that the moon is made out of cheese, that would be a wacky claim, but it would not be a dangerous claim.
I disagree. Him lying about the geology of a body that orbits us and
So
much of the
what
American public
repercussions would it
believing it.
have in the
I'm
real
just
world?
kidding.
Okay.
I'm just joking. But 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 Trump making like whether it's worse the consequences of it or whatever. If we're talking about the physical well-being of comparing the two presidential candidates. Well, Biden's not in the race anymore, but either way, if Trump says when Trump says something that's weird versus when Biden says something that's weird, Trump says the thing faster is a big difference. Trump says they're eating the corn pop story and things like that. It appears that Biden is not aware of when he's starting and stopping.
So it's just
Um,
prosthetics. You just perceive Trump as being. It doesn't mean that he actually is. Trump makes as much mistakes as Biden did. He just ignores it and powers on because he doesn't care about what he says.
I'm not all the way talking about mistakes, but rather just how it appears, how it like largely appears
Yeah,
that
because again, he doesn't
Biden is
care.
not right. But Trump intentionally lying is different than somebody appearing to not know where they are and shit.
Well, you just said it yourself, appearing not to know. Just because someone's more thoughtful and thinks about what they're doing, and the other person doesn't, it doesn't mean that the one is more cognitive than the other.
Yeah, I guess we pretty much agree on this. Then I don't know.
All right then. So, any other points that you think Trump won against Kamala Harris in the debate, logically speaking?
Just for fun, how about if I try to defend the "oh she's black" now thing? That's really fucking stupid. Let's try try to play devil's advocate. That so when Kamala Harris talks about her race at all, this is dividing the American public, and she's openly promoting racism, and
Sorry,
she's
what?
baiting people into being white supremacists. I'm playing devil's advocate, but let's see. How much could I actually defend? How far could I go in actually trying to defend that at all?
Not far.
Trump at no point said Trump never talks about his race. He never said, I'm not actually orange. I am in fact a white person. We never had moments like that. He's not running on the fact that he is white.
Kamala
I
Harris is
guess I
not
could
running on the
honestly
fact
do
that
that
she's black.
somewhat. Either way, and I was just playing devil's advocate just for fun.
Okay.
It wouldn't really win either person that much, but to some extent there is that. Like Obama ran. I'm not being the first black person to be president, and I guess she's sort of maybe going with some of the woman of color thing or whatever. More so running on the woman thing than the of color thing. So there's that. But like, if she if she believes in what she's doing and she believes she can do a lot of good for the country, and she uses the glass ceiling shit to win, it's not, you can't criticize her that much if it works and if she thinks she can do good with it. But you could
She's not
honestly go
focusing
there.
on her race in this campaign. That's not her.
Focusing on the race in the campaign, not too much, no. And again, there's just devil's
Yeah, so
advocate.
she's not running on the
I would
fact
not
that she's
go
black.
with it.
In other words.
But like somewhat more so the woman thing. But with that, if Trump is being perceived as a misogynist and he's running against the first female president,
I mean, he is a
and
misogynist.
and
That's
he ran.
undeniable. That's just fact.
Well, even if it were completely false, still in terms of, well, yeah, whatever, sure. Like with him running against Hillary, so that she was trying to run as a first female president. There was that. Kamala being first female president is like part of. So if they're going with round two for that, and she's just a better candidate. You know, if you could say she's running more so on being a woman
She's
or
not.
leaning on that,
She's no.
there could be.
No, she's no. She's not. She's not leaning on that.
Well, I said if. I would say at this point she's not necessarily. But there was maybe some of that being a valid criticism early on with them not having, with their website not laying out their policies early on and shit like that.
I mean, if anything, she more runs on having experience as an attorney, if anything, than being a woman or black.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure she's going to win on the legal experience card because, like, Trump has a lot of experience with getting sued.
in breaking the law. That's right.
Yeah.
And she has a lot of experience in catching criminals, so it's like a match made in heaven.
So the Trump saying to Hillary in jail thing, Uno reverse card.
I mean, the difference is that Trump actually broke the law. He's convicted, a felon.
Oh, I mean, Hillary did a bunch of illegal shit and everything, but
well, he's convicted.
But like,
thank you for the compliment.
Okay, right. Well, there is perhaps like that.
I heard
Like,
that
you could say it was like politically motivated by get convicted and everything. But
can you repeat because you started breaking up? You started breaking up.
Based on that, so Trump is now a convicted felon. Anybody was even calling him racist, which I guess with the Central Park 5 thing, there was a little bit of that. But people were barely even calling him racist before he ran for president.
Oh no,
much
people
of, like,
were calling him. No, that's not true. People who were calling him racist for a long time.
Well,
that's not true.
I just clarified. Like, just like less of it anyway, significantly less of it. People like hardly anybody thought of, oh, Donald Trump that racist. There was a little bit of people calling him racist for a few things.
You
but
mean before 2016 or?
Yeah, before 2016, before him even running
he
for
was not in the public eye before that as much.
Right, exactly, yeah. So before that, hardly anyone was even thinking, oh, Donald Trump racist. Even the people who thought of him as a racist weren't like calling him a white nationalist.
Oh wait, he was apparently sued in court for being a racist in the 1970s. So I guess that's not true either.
There was that, but with that, the overwhelming discussion of Trump was not about him being a racist.
Well, yeah, that's because he wasn't in the public eye as much. His racism wasn't as much on display, but he was still sued for being a racist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, exactly that. Then people didn't even think of Donald Trump as a racist that much. He got away with
Can you do
people
something
in
about...
political office? People in political office all over the place get away with so much corruption. People get into office and they use this to insulate themselves from legal trouble. Donald Trump got elected president, and this made him a convicted felon, and everyone hates him and shit.
I'm sorry, what? Wait, I'm sorry. What did you just say? That him being elected made him a convicted?
He got into trouble after getting into office. While
he was in
everybody
trouble
else
before. He was sued in court for being a racist in the 1970s. We just established that. He was in trouble before.
But never got convicted of a crime until like recently or whatever. Usually what I'm saying is usually people use their political power to get themselves out of trouble.
Well, he
pursuing
did. He gave himself immunity via the Supreme Court, didn't he?
Well, there was some of that shit going on. But even with that as something to work with, while others used their political power to get themselves out of trouble, Donald Trump used the pursuit of political power to get himself into trouble. What a
That just means he's
dumbass.
stupid. But that's
Yeah. That's my whole point.
oh. Well, I guess we agree. Yeah, he is stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what point you thought I was trying to make. You were like interrupting me, me saying that you were like, hey, wait a minute, this thing you're saying, which happens a bunch. But someone want to ask you some general questions. So
Okay.
how'd you start streaming? How'd you start streaming and shit?
Well, I decided that while I was in the Riley Grace Rochon community, I decided I wanted to start streaming, and I just did.
You decided what now?
There was a person in whose community I used to be, and then I just started streaming. At first, it wasn't political or historical, but then Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin decided to invade Ukraine, said a whole bunch of historically incorrect things, and I've decided that I should expand my content into history because a lot of people, to my shock, actually believed what he said in his speech right before the invasion. A lot of people I heard said that it was actually reasonable, that the historical claims were actually sounded fair enough, which shook me so hard that I decided that before I was not very confident in actually talking about history on stream or publicly, but that sort of shook me into believing, well, maybe I should talk about history a bit more.
Vladimir Putin's historical claims?
Yeah.
Or so him saying that he has the right to invade Crimea over certain things. And the one person I was talking about that made some claims, this one guy, Ivan the Heathen, something he has discussed that's related to a lot of this is developments. He talked about this in a recent video. Developments.
Who? I'm sorry, who?
Ukraine. Ivan the Heathen.
Who is Ivan the Heathen? Is
Who,
that a content creator?
yeah.
Look him up.
Yeah, he's one of these people who uploads hour-long videos every 3 months at best or whatever, one of those. But what he was talking about is like something he mentioned was talking about, and somebody got assassinated over this, really fucked up. The developments to make Ukrainian more of an actual language distinct from Russian. And
Ukrainian is
other
already a
related
distinct
things.
language from Russian. You don't have to make it more distinct from Russian. It already is very distinct. Polish and Ukrainian are
Right.
more similar to one another than Russian and Ukrainian.
Right, but
I would know. I am
things.
Polish.
Right, yeah, I know you're Polish. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, you said you were like the most popular,
The biggest Polish
Polish
transpolitical streamer, yes.
Which I thought you were like just a small gaming channel from the look of it, but
I mean, I do
cool.
politics and history. I covered the Ukrainian war.
All right. So, but like doing some, or unless I misheard it, but doing further developments to make Ukrainian more distinct. I mean,
No, it was
and
to
more
prioritize. It was to
people,
prioritize
and more
Ukrainian
people,
over Russian. It's not the same. There were laws to
or
prioritize
maybe
the
it was
use
just
of
that, but I thought,
Ukrainian. Okay.
well, but I thought also some development on the language to further make it more. But yeah, there's like
Okay, can
some
you
words
repeat
that
everything?
overlap.
You were breaking up. Can you repeat everything that you just said?
Sorry. Like I maybe misheard or misremembered, but I thought there was also like some discussion of like also making it even more distinct. Maybe it
No.
was just prioritizing the use of the language, and maybe I
Yes, it
misheard
was.
it
It
before.
was the law that would require office workers to first speak Ukrainian, and if asked, switch to other languages. Same in restaurants and in many other places. It was about prioritizing making the number one language in Ukraine actually Ukrainian. But Ukrainian is already a distinct language. It's already good as it is. It does not need any changes to become more distinct from Russian because it already is distinct enough. As well, by the way, as much as it's similar to Polish, Ukrainian is also a distinct language from Polish.
Do you also do you speak Russian, Polish, and Ukrainian?
I speak Polish, a bit of Ukrainian. I don't speak much Russian. Like
Right.
I just
Okay.
understand a lot of Ukrainian because we share about 70% vocabulary.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of overlap in words like taco in English is just talk shit like that.
I guess something like that, yeah.
Hmm. So you said you were part of somebody else's streamer community to begin with that. So so a question about that. So how would so why did you get extensively involved in someone else's community and stuff? Who was that, and what's the deal with all that?
Oh, you're asking me why I became part of someone else's community because I was sort of exploring my trans identity and I joined a trans content creators community.
Oh, trans identity. I didn't know you were trans or whatever,
You
but
didn't know I was
okay.
trans, even though I 5 times said I am the biggest Polish trans streamer.
Maybe I didn't hear that right. I just heard like just biggest political Polish streamers. So you're the biggest Polish trans political streamer, but
Yes.
not necessarily the biggest political Polish streamer overall. Just
No,
the biggest
no, not the
trans
biggest.
one.
Yes, yes, correct.
Oh, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So like much of your early involvement in online politics stuff was to do with trans whatever, and then
Yeah.
all right, and you still get into a bunch of that a bunch,
I'm sorry?
or and you still discuss
Trans
gender
topics?
issues or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah. When it comes up
Yeah.
and it's relevant, then yeah, I will discuss it. Yeah. What is
Huh.
your position on trans issues while we're at it?
I don't know. Depends on the trans issue.
Okay.
I get
Puberty blockers for children.
not like super into that. Not super into transition kids in any sort
Well,
of
puberty
way,
blockers don't
but
transition children in any way, so that's not really
well, puberty. Well, it can be a step in it or whatever.
It
Maybe
can, but
maybe I'd
but
like have
children
to.
can just decide that they don't want to
Right.
transition and get off the blockers.
I would maybe have to look more into some of it. But like, I think there's some potential for harm and stuff. I guess I don't know, but like, I've heard there's also like reasons for putting kids on puberty blockers that's not related to trans stuff.
That's true.
As for like blocking puberty and then worrying about it later, like like there's plenty of trans people who aren't in favor of that. I don't know if you're in favor of that or whatever, but
I think it's good. Yeah, I
either
think it's good.
well either way, I've seen pretty decent for transitions without any of that shit.
Oh, there are many people that didn't have puberty blockers and then suffered a lot in adulthood because certain changes happened to their bodies that they would
There
be
can
much
be that
happier without.
I think maybe it's just case by case basis.
Do you
I would
think
say
I would have
perhaps if
benefited
you
from puberty blockers?
I don't know, maybe you'd be better looking or some fucking shit, I don't know. But I would say that's the right level of analysis. Somewhat is like if you say that you personally would have been better off with that, you can claim for you. It can be somewhat immoral to try to promote that everybody just try this shit or whatever. I've said I've seen cases where there's been pretty decent transitions without any shit like this
So you
pre-puberty or
basically
anything.
play roulette with
Hang
people's
on,
lives
hang on.
because.
I'm not done with my sentence. I'm not done with my sentence.
Okay.
I've seen plenty of cases where nobody need that shit or anything, but I've seen a case or two where they did go on it early and and it like seemed to turn out pretty well. Like this one chick that I've seen around who's trans, born male trans. They were on puberty blockers, and then they got the hormones at like 14, and now they're doing pretty well, sort of.
Are they a content creator?
But yeah, but the kind of content they make, we probably shouldn't discuss
Okay.
here. But I either way, I would say largely that should be the kind of thing you decide for you or whatever.
Yeah, but
As for
are you saying that
encouraging,
are you saying that most trans women would not benefit from puberty blockers? That most trans women just, uh, I will use
maybe
the term
most of them don't need.
pass flawlessly without, sort of.
Maybe most of them don't need it or whatever. But as for my subjective opinion on how good looking you are, like it can be questioned how relevant that even is, considering a lot of biological women don't pass per se or whatever. Again, if you largely you mostly speak for you. Like so there could be problems with advocating for or against what parent like moral issues, like if I just said that that all trying to legislate that everybody who is trans or thinks they're trans or non-binary or whatever should be given the gender affirming care, whatever. There could be issues with that in the sense that um it just has like what's good for one person is not necessarily the answer for another.
Wait, so what do you think
And like
of?
with
Yeah.
well, hang on. One more thing. With this specifically, um, you might be like as well as whatever hormones, you might think you're better off getting bottom surgery or some shit. And there's plenty of trans women and whatnot that don't want to pursue that.
That's true.
And in this regard, promoting a lot of this kind of shit to children with the parents or whoever, with them not all the way being able to make the decision for themselves. There's problems with that. So I would say in pretty much every case, lean towards making a lot of these sorts of decisions as adults or whatever.
Well, keep in mind that.
I do.
Yeah. Can I step in?
I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out on that, but just to continue on to clarify more.
Okay.
I do understand that there could be some difficulty with like if I were basically trans, however harder that could make make how much harder that could make my life, which I don't know that makes everybody's life harder, but if I was trans and wasn't able to pursue shit with that,
yeah,
maybe not doing anything from that during my teenage years, like could potentially. So there's like some whatever with that.
So can
So
I step in for a moment and comment on what you
go
just
ahead.
said? Well, I do. You have to remember when it comes to puberty blockers, these are not just decisions made by children and even parents made in a vacuum. You have doctors involved, psychologists involved that sort of observe the children and talk with them and then decide if puberty blockers is the best course forward for them. So what would you say about situations in
That
which
doesn't make it a
doctors
fundamentally different question in
it
any way. That's a,
does.
that's
It
that's a
does.
means,
Because you said
as
that
far as I can tell.
children
Well, or
making
maybe it does,
hold
depending on what you
on,
mean.
hold on. You said that
Depends
it's
on what you
about
mean, but go ahead.
it's listen, you said that it's about children not being able to make decisions for themselves, but it's not just children making the decisions for themselves. It's doctors evaluating their mental state, their emotional state, and whether or not that's the best options for them. Those are the best options for them. So, how would you feel about legislator banning puberty blockers across the board, even though doctors themselves would say that it's a preferable treatment for them?
As for banning it, I haven't really come to a conclusion on that, so I'm gonna maybe not answer a little bit if that's fine. But like with the doctors, that that can like help people be more informed or some shit. But a doctor could also be one of the potential people that could be uh well,
So, are you
I
against
don't want to say
psychologists and
manipulative
psychiatrists?
in
Are
the
you
sense
against
of
psychiatrists
prescribing malice
prescribing
broadly.
antidepressants then?
I'm largely against antidepressants. Yeah, like that I think is like a lot of the antidepressant stuff is like more harmful than any change stuff or
Can
whatever.
you
But
elaborate on
anyway,
that?
um, like people like having a lot of issues with Xanax and shit. But
Well, yeah, but Xanax is not the
um,
only option that exists. Like, you get.
sure, but to get back more to the point, with with that, I'm gonna need some water.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, what were we talking about? Like the puberty right, hang on. So if I'm a doctor and I'm talking to a kid about whatever puberty blockers I want to put them on or whatever,
Wait,
um
sorry. Yeah, okay. The doctor decides that puberty blockers
the
are
the, the,
a good.
the doctor the doctor could have a bias towards their own monetary incentive, and there could be a
Well,
few
you could
other
say that about any sort of treatment, which would make you just against
yeah,
medical
to
treatment
an
in
extent,
general.
yeah. To an extent, yeah, and to an extent, there is some of
Do
those
you
problems
really
with them,
need that
perhaps.
bypass surgery for your heart? Maybe it's just the doctor's, monetary incentive guiding them.
But with that, yeah, there could be potential issues with that. Like like as for this, it's not because of that. You couldn't just say, okay, um, the puberty blocker doctors are drug dealers, therefore we should ban the whole practice or whatever. You would have to like go far. You would have to, if that were the case, somebody wanted to make raw, all their work, some of their work would still be better than whatever. But with a child dealing with difficult shit and adults being having influence over them that could sway them in a way that goes wrong, a doctor could be part of that in a couple of ways and
I mean, a
stuff.
doctor could have an
So,
anti-trans
so,
bias as
so,
well.
so hang on. So essentially, a doctor is not a magical solution to people being highly fallible as children. But
So then, are you
um,
against all medical
yeah,
treatment for children?
I didn't say that,
Oh, you sort of
and I
did
didn't even.
because children are
Well,
very
no, I
vulnerable,
didn't.
and a
I
doctor
I
can
didn't.
have
I
financial
didn't even.
incentive when it
Well, hang
comes
on.
to any sort of treatment, not just puberty blockers. It could
Well,
be any sort
first
of
of all,
surgery. It could be
in a
any
lot
sort
of
of
medical treatments for children, other than this stuff, those sorts of issues do pop up. Secondly, that
yeah.
I'm like me saying that doesn't mean that me saying this
I'm sorry.
careless,
What?
whatever.
You broke up. Can you
I'm
repeat?
sorry. Like first of all,
Yeah.
like problems with doctors having an influence on a child's decision making with medical practice, unrelated to trans issues, that going wrong, that is a thing that happens.
So should that
Second
be
of
banned
all,
then?
like no, but like second of all, this isn't to say that you shouldn't do this or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this can be true, and it's something to be weighed in your decision on this sort of stuff. Just simply saying a doctor, knowing what they know or whatever, doctor can still be wrong. Like a doctor, uh, trying to use a doctor to aid in your decision making does not erase the issue of a child's fallibility and such. And it's an adult having influence over the decision.
But that's true over any
And
kind of
so,
procedure for a child.
yes, yes. Um,
So it's not anything
but like,
special for
but
puberty blockers.
ever getting a doctor involved being generally helpful or something or whatever, sure. But just throwing it out there that the situation remains the same. That you have the issue of giving a child medical care or whatever you want to call this, but
It's medical care, yeah.
but that's not really making any kind of strong claim on anything.
It is,
Just sort of responding
actually.
to what you're talking about with the
Oh.
doctor. But
So are you in favor or not in favor of puberty blockers being given to children at the end of the day? Okay, now I cannot hear you at all. Now it seems like I hear whispers in the wind of echoes of what you're trying to say to me.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's see. Sorry that. Oh.
Don't just come into a person's debate. I'm gonna kick you
sorry.
out.
all right.
Well, I'm gonna leave.
All right. Well, I guess in total, I guess I'm not really advocating to be banned across the board. Like I said, there was this one person who was on that for a bit, and then they were put on hormones or straight up estrogen for a bit. Which there was some weird, which that whole situation of them was weird. Their like father was also turning trans at the same time.
I'm sorry.
Just some of
Can
that
you
seems
repeat the
like,
entire situation to me because you're breaking up? I cannot. I didn't catch almost any of that. There was someone who transitioned. Their parent was trans. I just.
yeah, the father and or which like father and son turning to his mother treat his daughter. Like there was some weird stuff in the situation or whatever and
So there
everything,
was
but
a weird situation,
um,
but do you think a
I don't
weird
know. But
situation
anyway,
should dictate medical consensus and procedure?
well, no, it being a weird situation, I'm not even saying dictates anything, fucking anything, but just saying it is a weird situation,
So
sort of.
a
But
weird situation happened,
either
but
way,
what's
yeah, yes, either way, that was an instance where it sort of seemed like their life turned out okay, I guess. I don't know, but but as for like more broadly stuff on this, um, it it would it would depend on what we're talking about more specifically. As for like
We're talking about giving
banning
children
puberty.
puberty blockers. That is what we're
Well,
talking about specifically.
it would still depend on what you mean by children. If we're like, if that just means anyone who needs
Pre-puberty,
a minor,
people that are pre-puberty, puberty blockers block puberty. We're specifically talking about children that have not undergone puberty yet. It's actually a pretty specific thing.
all right. Well, how young do you think it's okay to prescribe that? I mean, to an extent, like if you put a 2-year-old on it or something,
Well, right
that it
before
really has
puberty
nothing to do
starts,
with
you
anything.
observe the child and you see that
Right.
puberty signs are starting, and then you put the children on puberty blockers to block the puberty. That is how that works.
All right. Just clarifying a little bit, because some people on like all sides of these sorts of issues will say weird political claims there is about this. There is some people who talk about like transition fields or some shit.
3-year-olds.
I wouldn't ascribe a weird, strange position to you or whatever. Like some of that would seem to like not really have anything to do with the best possible course for transitioning and shit. But just being very clear on it. So all right, yeah. So you're sort of like in favor of that ever.
Of
I
transitioning
haven't given.
3-year-olds.
No, not that. Just what you said. You're like
Of
just in
giving
favor of.
children that are entering
Yeah, yeah.
puberty
That,
and are
what,
feeling dysphoric puberty blockers.
right.
Yes, I
Yeah.
am. Yes, I am in favor of that. Yes.
Which I haven't thought that much about that. As far as for me, as far as I'm concerned, I do not have children. If I did have children and they had these sorts of issues, or they didn't have these sorts of issues, I would have a say in that, and I would have something to think about with that. As for you facing whatever you face with this kind of shit, and then essentially doing whatever advocacy about this, because you do something on the behalf of people in a similar situation to you, I guess best of luck with that. But
Well, thank you.
but I don't have that much stake in this. I'm not trans. As for you saying whatever you have to say, what you think would be best for you, that's one thing. Um, oh yeah, as for like advocating legislation shit, it's like a whole other thing. Um, and, as for me, I don't think I'm required to have a stance on every political issue.
I mean, it helps to be informed about a broad amount of issues now. I think that among
I'm
things
sorry, what
that
was that?
especially people in the US should be definitely informed about is foreign policy. I think people in America should pay a lot more attention to what's happening in the world and affairs broadly in the world, because believe it or not, the US has big influence on over what's happening in the world, and it
And yet we
involves
don't see
people who
anything
are
outside of our country.
and people who are taxpayers are part of that.
Yeah, like that's moving on to sort of another topic and more, and something that we could like largely agree on. Like I was saying earlier, foreign policy, that's two words that should be on more people's minds.
Right?
America has a big influence over much of the world,
That's
and
true.
yet and yet a lot of Americans don't travel outside this country. I have yet to. I would like to. Some people in my family have. We have a massive influence on much of the rest of the world, and at the same time, we ignore that it exists at all. And like I was mentioning earlier, there's people, and keep in mind these are left wing. Like from what I see the most with this, to an extent, left wing progressive Americans, talking about how are sharing perspectives of what is outside the U.S. doesn't matter. So,
Wait, are you saying
so
that
you have,
progressives in the US think that what happens outside of the US doesn't matter?
I wouldn't say all of them. Many of them have been very vocal on foreign policy and such.
Right.
But
Do
there's
you watch
been
any other U.S.
many.
creator? Do you watch any U.S. creators, political creators?
Sure, yeah. But just saying, there's a lot of left wing progressive people who, in a rather hypocritical way, devalue the perspective of anything happening outside of the US, and for that matter, having a perspective of mainland US 10 minutes ago, and that being their whole perspective.
Progressives.
Like some of them being, yeah, some of them being left wing progressives. And what's particularly striking about this is it would seem to otherwise go against a lot of their values. Now, there's plenty of progressives talking about foreign policy and shit like that.
Yeah,
I'm not paying broad enough of a broad talking about that.
I don't know. I think a
But I
lot
can
of
see people doing.
I would say that a lot of left-leaning people do speak of foreign policy. No, at least in the like content
Some of them do, a
creating
lot of them
space.
don't.
No.
Yeah. And the content creating space, more so because essentially they can get views off of talking about it. But at that,
Well,
many
if
of them have a
people, you
very
just said that
shallow perspective on it.
leftists don't care about what's happening outside of the U.S. So how can
Oh,
leftist
I'm
content
sorry.
creators get
I
more
said a lot of
views?
them do.
Sorry?
A lot of American left wing progressives
But left-wing
act like
progressive content
we're the whole world.
creators depend on their left-wing progressive viewers in the U.S. No, so how can they be talking about
I'm just saying I've
foreign
seen certain
policy to get
people
more views if
acting.
their viewers don't care about it?
I never said all of them or
We
whatever.
said a lot of them.
I wasn't trying to make an argument of this. I'm just saying
Well, I'm
a
making
bunch.
an
There's
argument
plenty of,
because you said a lot or most progressives in the US don't
or
care about.
not most, but just plenty of them or whatever. There's a number of people on like all sides of the aisle. Just in America, that's just like an issue with America.
Okay.
Is that it's very the mainland U.S. is all that exists kind of thing. Not even not even the 50 states. The mainland USA is all they see.
You're breaking up again.
And sorry, I mean it's across the pond. And it just got done raining over here.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, and like fucking another thing. God damn it! I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I'm brain farting.
Maybe you should not run for president.
Well, I'm not. Uh, for another thing, like a number of left wing American people, they'll want to talk about foreign countries and say we should be like them, which this is somewhat of a different counter
Let me
thing.
ask you
But to an
something
extent,
because you
pardon
say
me.
a lot of left
Well,
wing.
hang
Do
on.
you? Do
Can I
you?
finish this?
Yeah. Okay.
Can I finish this one thing first?
Yes.
So they'll say we need to have the healthcare system of Norway or Canada or whatever. This being a specific thing, they'll say we need to have the healthcare system they have over here, and then
Well, that is not
if
exactly
you
the
look,
claim
hang
that's
on.
being made.
And then if you look at things, and then if you break things down more, like first of all, the people over there saying the people in the countries they're talking about will shit all over them to an extent. What
I
you'll
mean,
see is
things
like
can
they'll say
always be
we need
improved.
Canada's system. To an extent, they'll say we need Canada's system. And then if you look at things more deeply, Canada's system has its problems,
All systems have their
and
problems.
the proposals. Wait, what?
All systems have their
You're
problems.
breaking
The
up again?
argument being made is not exactly we need this country's
Well, hang
system
on.
or that country's.
Let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Let me finish my sentence. I, I'm not trying to make some sort of weird utopian argument. I'm just
I know.
very specifically. They'll say we need to have Canada's system, so vote for this guy or whatever. And the proposed system doesn't quite match with Canada's system, and other elements of our system would conflict with the application of it. And so Canada's system has its problems, and and a system that's proposed that's being claimed is something that's going to give us what Canada has or whatever, could potentially have some of those problems. And because of the poor application, it doesn't even have all of Canada's solutions. And
Okay,
you'll
but
see that in some other things where people will be like, let's take this bit from this country and some other things like that, and they're not looking deeply at the proposed thing or what's going on over there.
okay, so
Like you'll right, yeah.
okay, so the argument is not we should take this country's system and transplant it into the US, or that country's system and transplant it one to one into the US. The argument is the US healthcare system is very bad. It's mostly profit based. People can hardly afford it. We should think of something better. So we can look into other countries that, in our mind, do it better. We can see what works, we can see what doesn't work, and we can think of a system that would be better here and that would be somewhat modeled on these other systems that work, but it would have to be modeled, yes, to work within the realities of the United States as a country. It would not be just transplanting a system that's in whatever country and putting it here and expecting it to work perfectly. No, that's not the thing that is being proposed. No.
You said the argument. I disagree with the premise there. That what you said would be like the smart way of going about this,
Well,
but
that
there
is how
absolutely
that is
is
what is
people
being
saying,
proposed. Yeah.
well, there absolutely is people saying we need to be more like these
And
countries,
more like these
and
countries
not
is
looking
not
like
saying we
Ukraine.
need to take that system and implement it here. More like these countries saying their system is better than ours. Why not observe it and implement something that would work here that is similar to theirs? Yeah. But it's not a one to
Not
one.
everyone, not everyone arguing for the same thing is going to be as smart as you or whatever. There absolutely is people who view things in an incredibly simplistic way.
I I'm not sure you know. But let me ask you this then, because you talk about left-wing progressives a lot. Do you consider yourself a right-wing oriented person or a more right-wing oriented person?
I suppose right wing, but for some of this, it doesn't matter that much because these kinds of criticisms I could have for much of the progressive left. If I were a progressive leftist, I would care more about the criticisms.
So, what kind of right-wing sort of policies or beliefs do you subscribe to then?
Or I may be less right leaning now. If I'm being totally honest, I was in ANCAP, then I got on welfare.
I'm sorry, what? What about welfare?
It's like, or so I was like an ANCAP, then I looked around and was like, oh yeah, all my online internet buddies who are sharing memes about this ideology with me aren't really around to do shit for me, and there's government services offered to me. Fuck it, you know. Um, like with that, like anarcho-capitalism to an extent, like has been sort of done and can be sort of done good or whatever. I'm living here now. I don't know, but I would say I've moved towards being less ideological than I used to be.
Are you socially conservative? Would you call yourself socially conservative?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You don't know.
Depends on the metric for that.
Like, for example, are you pro or anti-LGBT in a broader sense?
Like tech. Oh, I I don't know. I think I might reject the premise.
Reject the premise. What do you mean? How can you reject the premise? You can be either pro or anti-LGBT. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what premise is there here to reject.
Well, it depends on what you mean
All
by
right,
that.
I guess I can ask you more specific questions. Do you think two
like
men
you,
should be
like
able
you being,
to marry?
like as for like, let's say you being trans.
Yeah.
If I was critical of that or whatever, like if I thought there was something wrong with trans people or something,
Yeah.
I don't know that that would make me anti you.
Oh, it
I don't
would
know.
automatically. Yeah.
I'm not sure I agree. Like,
So okay, do
if I
you
had a problem,
let me
if I
tell
had a
you.
well, or that's what you mean by pro or anti-LGBT or whatever.
Well, I
Like, I
must.
guess I'm bisexual, so I'm
Okay,
pro
I'm just
LGBT
gonna
somewhat or
I'm
whatever.
just gonna ask you a few questions then. Are you Do you think two men should
Sure.
be able to marry? Is it okay that two men can marry in the United States?
I guess I see it as like maybe somewhat of a different thing.
It's
Like with some
do
of
you see it outside of the LGBT?
like 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 a man and a man should be free to form a union with each other. I guess.
You guess.
I suppose to some extent I would see like in terms of rights, then yeah, I'm in favor of that being the right of that. I see it as a different kind of union to an extent.
What do you mean?
Like for me personally, like if it comes to adoption,
Oh.
like if I were to impregnate a woman and start a family that way, that would be a thing. But as for the idea of another dude banging me in the ass and then we adopt a kid with each other, I just don't see those two separate activities as being in any way related.
What do you mean?
But I wouldn't extend this to speaking for other people's relationships.
So are you in favor of two men adopting a child or not?
Um, it would like depend on the two men or whatever. I don't know.
I mean,
I
that's
guess
true of all adoption.
I
It
guess
depends on
yes
the
to the
people adopting,
question.
but that's not really an
I
answer to my
suppose yes
question.
to I suppose yes to the question because I'm not in favor of banning gay adoption across the board. But
Oh,
that's
in what
just more.
instances are you in favor of banning it? You said not across the board, which means that there are instances in which you are in favor of banning it.
I don't know. In the instances that the two gay men happen to be registered sex offenders or some fucking shit,
But
just yes on the
that's not anything that's
right.
particular about gay
As for
people.
as, as for banning gay peoples from adopting,
Uh-huh.
I'm not really advocating that. No,
Okay.
like not like that on the basis of them being gay. Not really. No.
Okay.
But as for culturally, somewhat regarding it differently. I mean, adoption in general, I see some issues with that. There's good and
Adoption.
bad cases of that.
Should children not be adopted? Should they just stay in foster care forever?
I'm not saying that, but there maybe could be more work done in how the system is operated. Like it was a straight couple, not a gay couple I saw, but straight couple adopted a shitload of kids, had a few biological kids,
Uh-huh.
and that shit's totally dysfunctional. The woman left the man to have a relationship with an 18-year-old student of hers, and then after that ended up with another dude. So it was never about her living her truth and being open about being gay. She was just a bisexual person who adopted more kids than she knew what to do with, and then she left the guy with all the kids, and then went and did some floozy shit. So in terms of adoption, there's some issues there, but I wouldn't. But gay people is not necessarily the place to start with it. But is there any other questions on this, like
No,
asking if I
that's it.
think non-binary thing or
That's it.
something?
Okay. So I guess that's it when it comes to
That's
your.
mostly.
But okay,
So
so
that's
I
your
guess
main criteria for what is and is not anti-LGBT or whatever.
uh, I'm still not entirely sure on that, but I guess we can circle back to our main topic of the conversation slash debate, which is, did Kamala Harris win over Donald Trump in a debate? Hello?
How about, well, with that, what if we put a pin in that until we see the result of the election?
But that's irrelevant to the who won the debate. The debate is not a deciding factor on who wins the entire campaign.
Then why are we having the debates?
Because they're a factor, but they're not the deciding factor. You can win
Yeah,
a
right.
single debate, but still lose the entire race because you can make several mistakes after that that would just weaken or entirely invalidate that victory over in the single debate. Like you can
I
build
suppose I would have to
momentum
look more
in a
closely at some of
debate,
that.
but yeah.
Uh, I suppose I would have to look more closely at some. If nothing else, the way Trump's immigration rhetoric, that's so weird. Not like what the rhetoric is, but how it's presented.
I
The
mean,
like
I
not
would say
shutting
both.
like him not shutting the fuck up about it. I somewhat respect that move in the sense of like being gung ho on it and really committing to the bit a little bit in a way, or to the degree that that sort of thing's a gamble that could pay off. I could maybe respect that in a sense, but it seems like it's not paying off. It seems like it looks like him openly trying to derail the entire discussion. Um, the way in which he is saying keeps pushing blacks and Hispanics are losing jobs to Mexican immigrants and stuff. Him like it used to be black. It used to be mainly focused on black jobs. Now he's trying to
Water, I have to ask
pit
I have to ask
Hispanics
you. I'm sorry, I
against
have to
each other.
interrupt you. I have to ask you the same thing that Trump was asked during his interview. What are black jobs?
Yeah. All right. Let's say a black person gets hired.
Does that make it a black job?
So that's a black person is and lives.
Oh, can you repeat? Hold on, you're breaking up again very hard. Because that was one of Trump's biggest fumbles in one of his interviews, using the term black jobs. What are black jobs?
This I disagree on. This it's very clear what he means.
Well,
I would say
no, it's not. It's
a
actually not.
black
It's
job is
implying
when a
that there are
black guy gets
certain
a job.
jobs that are for black people to do.
There's maybe black people have a tendency towards certain jobs
No, they
over
don't.
other demographics or
Black people
something
don't
to an
have. What
extent.
does that mean? That black people have
However, that's not
tendencies
even
towards certain
well.
jobs. What does that even mean?
Well, like if you break down the demographics, there could be certain people overrepresented in certain jobs or whatever.
Are you saying
So
there
that's
is
fucking
something?
irrelevant.
Are you
A
saying that
black
there is
job is
such
when
a?
a black person gets a job.
Are you saying that there is?
It was said by.
Okay, repeat everything. You're breaking up really bad. You're a robot.
Employment rates during this.
You're still a robot.
Huh?
Can you repeat everything that you just said, please?
All right. Very specifically, he clarified, and the term was very clear to begin with. I don't know why people have confusion on it.
Because it's pretty.
Let's say a black
racist, to be quite
let's
honest
say
with you.
It's racist.
Yeah.
All right. Agree or disagree with me. There is unemployment stats that are broken down by demographics, including ethnic group.
Okay.
Do these statistics exist and do people cite them?
They exist. People cite them. Yes.
All right. So if we look at the rate, all right. So let's say the unemployment rate for African Americans is 50%, and like the white is whatever other percent.
Yes.
Let's say we chop that number down into 25%. There's
Alright.
more black jobs now.
What,
I don't
what do
know.
you
I
mean
don't know what
black
to do about
jobs?
it.
That term makes no sense, even in the example that you're giving me. Black jobs.
All right. Let's say.
Are you
All
saying
right. So
there's
I'm
such
a
a thing
white
as
guy.
white
I
jobs?
happen
What are white jobs?
when a white person has a job.
No, that's just a job that a person that happens to be white has. It's just a job. It's not a
You're
white
picking on
job.
phrasing again. This is really silly.
No,
Trump
it's
said
not really silly.
black job. To quote, I think I'm quoting him pretty close to the exact wording he said. A black person or a black job is when someone has a job, something like that. So the black unemployment rate. We agree that that's a statistic. Trump has
Yeah,
said that he
it's the
did
rate of
very well for
unemployment
the
among
black.
black people, and that makes sense
Right,
actually.
right. So black people, which for whatever reason, maybe it's because of discrimination or fucking whatever. So a certain amount of black people have jobs.
Okay.
A certain amount of black people don't have jobs.
Right.
Let's say, all right, so have an unemployment rate of whatever percentage it is.
Okay.
I'm Donald Trump. I run my administration, have whatever policies.
Mm-hmm.
The the black the black unemployment rate
Yeah.
gets lower.
Okay.
And I like
But
so
that doesn't make the job a black
I'm
job. You understand that, right?
hang on. I'm Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I claim
Yeah.
that I have personally lowered the black unemployment rate through my policy.
Okay.
So I'm doing good for black jobs.
No, what do you mean black jobs?
All right, let's start
You're
over.
doing good for for black people's employment, not for
let's
black
take a step
jobs,
back.
quote unquote, whatever that means. It's a nonsensical
Wait.
term.
I don't see how it's nonsensical. I'm
Okay, I
making
will
perfect
explain
sense.
it in
It
a
makes sense
short
to me.
sentence, okay? I'll explain it very quickly, okay? Even if
Yeah?
there's a lot of people who are black who are working a certain type of job, once you start calling it a black job, quote unquote, then what? Once a white person is employed in that sector, are you saying that it's a white person taking a black job? Working a black job?
Could be.
That's
That
nonsensical. I'm sorry, that's just stupid.
A
white person working a black job?
I'm cutting out again. Trump was in fact saying that that immigrants, or can you hear me?
Yes.
Trump was saying that immigrants were stealing black jobs.
Yes. So he
So he was saying exactly like
he
that.
he
and it's
basically
simply and it's simply racist, but in a different way. It's simply pushing xenophobia against immigrants.
No, it's
Now,
also racist against black people because it implies there's a certain job that is for black people and is being stolen by immigrants.
Right. So American people.
This type of job is for black people to work in. That's what is being said here. Black job. It's in the name.
Right. So the thing is he's claiming that immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans.
No, he said black jobs. So they're stealing jobs
Claim,
that are reserved for black people to do.
Well, so claim is immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans, and because of a number of factors, this affects
But that does not change my
but
point about the
but
whole
like
black jobs thing, does it?
like with what's weird about him saying this shit is essentially he's like, if you're for open borders, you're the real racist. So he's sort of going down that line, which is sort of
Yeah,
weird or
because he's
whatever.
saying that again. He's saying that immigrants are stealing jobs that are reserved for this particular racial group.
I can somewhat see that in a way, but with black jobs,
Like if an
I
immigrant
mean,
would, like, okay, if an immigrant,
this
if an immigrant,
this I think. Oh, sorry.
if there was a group
Yeah.
of immigrants that were lawyers, a specialized, hyper specialized immigrant group of lawyers, and they would start taking lawyer jobs in the U.S., what race job are they taking?
Like,
Are they taking black jobs, Asian jobs, white jobs? What jobs are they taking then?
you said, I thought you were going down the line of like, okay, so is this stuff fucking shit? I thought you were maybe trying to put down this or why not?
Are you listening back to the video, to the interview with the two ladies?
The what? The what now?
Hello?
What two ladies? Huh? Hello?
Okay, now you're just far away. I cannot hear you.
You said something about an interview with two ladies?
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
Hang on.
That's better. So what jobs are they taking? What jobs are they taking?
There's some backward, but I don't want to. Because like there's people saying so what about two ladies?
Okay, can you fix something about your connection? I just cannot hear you. To me, it sounds like you're listening to some audio, but it's you speaking, but you're speaking in a way that you're just like you're 5 kilometers away and barely audible. Also, yes, to Desidaro, I do realize that race is a social construct.
You
I'm
muted
just
yourself
meeting
for a
the
second.
person. I'm just meeting the person where they are.
I'm very speakerphone held, so I think you noticed what's going on with that. We're just gonna have to settle for it not being perfect.
Okay, so can you answer my question? What jobs are being taken in my example? Black jobs, Asian jobs, white jobs, what jobs are being taken?
An example of lawyers?
Yeah, taking lawyer jobs in the US specifically.
Well, there's black lawyers, Asian lawyers, white lawyers, Jewish
So
lawyers,
what
Mexican
jobs are
lawyers,
being
woman
taken
lawyers,
then?
man lawyers.
What jobs are being taken? Sorry?
Different groups who are lawyers.
Yeah. So do you now see why the whole black job thing is idiotic?
I mean, you say it's idiotic. But you also agreed with me that black unemployment is a statistic that gets cited.
Yeah, because because it makes more sense because it's just the number of black people that don't have jobs.
Right.
Right.
So, right.
Yeah. It doesn't say
So
that black people are the specific group of people that are, I don't know, unemployed. As in that if you're unemployed, you are black.
right.
And black job implies that if you're working this particular type of job, you're black because it's a black job.
It could imply that under certain
Oh, it
contexts, but
does.
it
It's
doesn't
in the
necessarily
name.
have to.
It's literally in the name, black job.
Well, I mean, but it doesn't imply that with black unemployment. Black
It doesn't.
unemployment
That's why
is
that's why saying black unemployment rates makes a lot more sense than saying black jobs. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So you don't have an issue with the concept. You just have an issue with the phrasing. What's your
I do
point?
have a big problem with the concept of saying black jobs because it implies that there's a specific type of job that is made for black people. Black jobs.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. It's in the name. Black jobs. Jobs for black people.
Or it could mean a synonym for black employment.
No, it does not.
Couldn't it?
No.
Why not?
Because those are two different terms that mean two different things.
So when we talk about black unemployment, that means black people who don't have a job.
Yeah.
So what is black employment?
Black employment is like number of people that have jobs.
Who are black?
Yeah, those people. Yeah,
So
if you
black
have about
jobs.
black. No, not black
Black jobs.
jobs.
Jobs that are
No.
black.
No. I'm sorry. We're seeing a basic logic failing here.
I mean, like, there's no
The employment among black people, right, means the amount of black people that happen to have a job. But those jobs themselves are not black jobs. They're just jobs. If a black
Right.
person's
So
working as
the
a
phrase,
lawyer, he lowers the unemployment among black people. But he's not working a black job. He's just working as a lawyer. He's just
right.
working
So
a job.
the phrasing here sounds like it can imply something about whatever, but that, but like, this, as far as I can tell, that's what he meant is
Well, he
that
didn't.
like he thinks that he personally did a lot to help black people get jobs. Like he believes that he personally has done a lot to provide more employment for black people, and this is part of a push involving immigration. And a lot of the claim is that immigration on multiple levels in many ways, and focusing on illegal immigration, a lot of the claim is that people coming over the border illegally takes jobs from black people, and legally immigrating Hispanics as well as natural born Hispanics and such.
Yeah, but even if he meant that,
And there's a claim in here being made that Trump uh, thinks that him pushing for these immigration policies can continue to do a lot of good for people or whatever. But like I would say that the reason why it's not that great of an idea to just pick on the phrasing is that like, well,
oh, it is a good idea.
what about wouldn't it be more productive to attack the actual claims?
Well,
Like
that's
Trump
the problem,
claimed,
isn't it? There are only two possibilities here. Either Donald Trump actually means what I'm saying, that he is assigning certain types of jobs to black people, which is pretty racist in themselves, or he just phrased it horribly, which just makes him stupid. So is he malicious or stupid?
I wouldn't even necessarily say stupid. I would even go as far as to say that a lot of the people attacking him on the phrasing of it are being malicious or whatever.
Oh
For
no.
me personally, for
I'm
me
sorry,
personally,
the
hang on.
people, yeah.
For me personally, even if you're right, then it would make every bit of sense to focus more on attacking his actual claims. Like, I mean, would you agree or disagree that immigration or that illegal immigration is doing a lot of harm to our country?
No.
You disagree with him on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
so
people
follow up
do attack
question.
on, people do
So
push back on him on that, yeah.
so follow up question. Um, does the specific meaning of the black jobs thing have any
That's an
bearing
additional
on that?
claim, yeah. That's an additional claim. Not only are you racist against immigrants, you're also racist against black people. Yeah, those are two different
Okay, but
claims.
here's another question: Who gives a shit if it's racist? Is it
Who
right or
gives a
not?
shit if he's racist against black people?
To an extent, I mean, there's a valid to in many ways there is valid reasons to attack people on being racist. There's especially in the cases where he's advocated or said racist shit that incited violence or whatever the fuck.
So who
But
cares if a
specifically,
presidential candidate for the United States is
there
in
can be an answer to
the
this. Though.
multiracial country? Who cares if he's racist? If that's what you're asking me.
To to an extent, or sorry, not to an extent. Flat out, it's not a rhetorical question. Um, like why is each thing he says racist and why does it matter could be answered, but with this, I would say, let's say as for the immigration thing, um, what if what if what if we don't discuss if any of it's racist and just say, hey, I think he's wrong that illegal immigration causes this, that, or the other thing.
Well, racism plays a big part of it, so it also has to be discussed. Yeah.
All right, that's a fair way of answering it. But specifically, I would like to, in that regard, turn it more to some of the shit with that, and I think you'll see that it could perhaps be more productive to
Well, it is
uh,
productive, and that's why
get into
people also
get well
discuss those points in addition to pointing out
more
the
productive
racism.
to discuss some of the other points.
People do both.
And
You can do both.
right, but like let's say specifically talking to somebody in Trump's base or whatever. I'm not Trump's base, and I disagree with you on what black jobs means or whatever. You're probably not going to convince a Trump supporter on this. So
But
like
nobody.
with that, it could be eliminated from
That's the
productivity
thing I
anyway.
think you don't understand. Those
Yeah.
types of elections don't focus on trying to get the opponent's voters. A Trump voter is not just going to be swayed to, oh, I'm no longer a Trump voter. No, who people are trying
That's
to get
true.
are undecided voters, those who are on the fence, those who might potentially not go to vote at all. You're not aiming at the
All right.
opponent's voter base. You're voting at those who are in the middle, those who are undecided, those who are, you know, those
Right.
who can
But
actually still get.
in regards to that, piggybacking off of what you just said, actually, that made me think of something. Um, there's people who, like you said, you're not going to convince a lot of the base and everything. Um, as for the racist thing,
Yeah.
that's not going to be swaying. That's not going to be swaying the undecided voters. If
Good.
people think Donald Trump is racist and they're going to vote against him, or for that matter, if they think he is racist and they're going to vote for him because they're racist, or if they don't think he's racist and they're voting for him, a lot of the people who are not undecided are not going to be swayed on that. They've already made up their mind in regards to that.
Well, they
So
haven't. If they're undecided, then they
hang on, let me
haven't.
finish.
If
Let me
they've made
finish.
up their mind, they're not undecided.
Right. The people who the undecided people, like people who made a conclusion about whether or not Trump is racist and are voting for or against him on that, they're not undecided. So
Oh yeah,
to
so
your
they're not
point,
undecided. So they're not the people you're targeting people who are undecided, not
right,
people who have already made up their mind, because those people are not
right.
undecided by
So I guess we'll have
definition.
to backpedal on or backpedal and maybe retrace on specifically talking to Trump's base and stuff, but to this even you're better off you would be more likely convincing them on economic whatever if there's any
It
chance. But
depends.
anyway, for the undecided people, um to me it would seem like you would want to focus on some of the economic stuff on whether
Well,
or
you
not
can
they
do
should vote
both,
for more.
and people do both. Yeah.
Well, I guess, but essentially what I'm saying is people have already made up their minds on whether he's racist and how
Well, how do
much it
you know?
matters.
You don't know. You're just saying
Well,
that all people have already decided on whether or not he's racist or
I
not.
guess not all, but for the most part, people, uh, just about everyone I've seen loud enough to hear, who has an opinion on whether or not Trump is racist, and who is swayed to vote a certain way based on that, has already made up the decisions on that. As for
But
if
those
I'm
people are
undecided,
not undecided. If they've made their decisions on who to vote for, they're not undecided.
yeah, or am I misphrasing it? Like the people who would make their decision on whether or not Trump is racist, some of those being racist voting for Trump because they think he's more racist than he is or whatever. Those people who would already all have made their
And
decision,
even
so
if,
they're not undecided.
like,
Yeah.
it can,
So
like,
as for the people who are undecided, like if I think if I'm questioning whether or not Trump's immigration policy or Kamala's immigration policy is better, um, you would have to look into how this affects many different issues and like what the policy actually is. Part of that would have to would have to be more on looking at what Kamala's actual policy is, with like let's say I'm a black person and I think that more black jobs is good because I'm black and I want a job.
again with
Like
the black
if
job
you were to
thing.
straight up, if you were to tell me about how racist all of this is or whatever, I mean, what if I'm a black guy who's racist against Hispanics or whatever anyway? But and there's a good few that are and shit. There's all sorts of people, but like this wouldn't be too convincing. Like, but
Why wouldn't
let's
be too
say
convincing? Keep in mind,
like
he was attending some sort of like a conference of black people who were reporters, right? He was interviewed by two black women, and the first thing they asked
oh,
him when,
that's what you meant. That's
yeah,
what you meant
the
by the
first
thing
thing that
earlier. I got
like
you.
they asked
The vibe there
him
was
was,
weird, but
what are black jobs? And I think that's a legitimate question. And you
yeah,
even
it's fair to ask him to
you
clarify on
repeated
things,
it
and he did
again,
clarify.
the saying, if I'm a black person and I want a black job. What does that mean? Wanting a black job
Well,
as a black person. What does that mean? I want a
I
black
happen to be
job as
black and I
a,
want to have a job. Like getting into this wouldn't be too
so
like in
why
that
say I
case,
want a black job?
this
Why
wouldn't be
not
that
just say I
convenient.
want a job? If you're white and you want a job, do you say, damn, I want a white job?
It's a reference to black unemployment rates and black
No,
employment
no, it's
rates.
not. It's not.
Employment agree with me. Employment is a synonym for jobs.
No, no, it's not. It
You disagree
absolutely
with me
isn't.
that employment is a synonym for jobs.
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you think somebody's going to be convinced to sway their vote for this semantics that's gone in circles like this for as long as it is?
It's not
I'm telling you,
semantics.
man. I'm telling you, dude, or what like the talking the economics would be more convincing. Like if like it like let because I mean, let's say I'm a black person who happens to be voting for
So thank you
Trump
for the tier 1.
because I think he
Thank you,
gives
Malaki.
just a better overall economy and specifically provides more black jobs
I
or
do my
just
best
jobs
with
in
the
general. But,
setup.
if black people are more likely to face unemployment issues, then, in the sense of more jobs, more black jobs, because they would be more, if they're more affected by
So
unemployment issues. Hang on. Let's say that's my mindset, and you tell me that um, Kamala has better economic policies, and Joe Biden has had better economic policies, and it can be presumed Kamala will continue those and further those. Like, what's going to be more convincing? What's going to be more convincing? Telling a black person that they're voting for a racist because they're stupid, or telling a black person, hey, Kamala has this bright new idea that she's going to give you a free sum of money for a new homeowner. Which
What?
one do you think is going to be more convincing?
What are you talking about? What does that have to do with my argument? You can make both the
Maybe I cut out again. Maybe I cut out
you can
again. My
make
bad.
both you can make economic argument as well as pointing out racism when you see it. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say you have a
Well, I
state.
suppose you
Let's say you have
could.
a state, right? That's primarily white people live in it. It's a very poor state. A lot of poor white people.
I do. Thank God. Just kidding, obviously.
A lot of poor white people. A big unemployment among those people. Yes, you can imagine such a state existing, right? With a lot
I
of
don't
poor.
have to.
All
I
right
live
then.
in one. I don't have to.
Okay then. So let's say Trump promises to sort of lift the unemployment, and he would say that immigrants are coming and stealing those jobs that he's trying to give to those people in that poor state. Do you think Donald Trump would ever say immigrants are stealing white jobs? Or that a poor person that is unemployed would say in that particular state, damn, I really want a white job.
If he did say that, I wouldn't be that surprised.
You wouldn't be
But again,
surprised
with
if a
I
white
would
person that's
not be
unemployed would
surprised if he
say,
said
I'm
that.
looking for a white job.
Well, as for saying I'm looking for a white
Well,
job,
you gave the
that's not
example
how.
of a black person saying, I'm looking for a black job. So it stands to reason that you should be able to see an equivalent
A
of a
black
white person
person.
saying, I'm looking for a white job, because it's just a synonym of
Well,
unemployment and employment.
a black person might very well say that specifically in reference to this. And if Trump said white jobs, then a white person might say that specifically in reference to this. But again, you say that you can do both things.
Yeah, you can.
I've tried to move things into discussing some other stuff. If you start a debate with the person, the discussion of the more important issues could be derailed in the same way we've watched it get derailed now.
Well, it didn't get
Um,
derailed. You just pivoted.
well, I mean,
It didn't
we
get
ended up
derailed. We
covering
were talking about
we ended
one
up
topic and you
covering
pivoted in the middle of it towards
well,
saying, well, that's not important. Let's talk about economics. We can talk about economics, but that's a separate thing.
well,
You're
I
just
mean,
saying racism doesn't matter. Let's just discuss economics instead, which just
well, I didn't say racism doesn't
but
matter.
you
I
sort
said
of in effect do.
I asked the question not rhetorically, mind you. I was asking, if you say something's racist, like you should have more to say about that. Like typically, because I mean, you gotta sometimes be careful with it. If I say something's wrong because it's racist, and it's racist because it's wrong, that's a
Well,
circular argument.
thankfully that's not
But
what I said.
but yeah, so so you want to say more than just that and stuff.
I did.
And indeed, something being racist can be relevant. And indeed, I mean, if you did at any point during this discussion make a straight up circular argument, I didn't see it. So yes, you did not you didn't do that shit. I wasn't accusing you of that. But
Yeah.
just saying, calling something racist is not shouldn't be like the end of the discussion or
That's
whatever.
right, and it's not.
But
it doesn't mean
right.
that we should not have that discussion at all, because economics are important and we can discuss economics, and they are
I think
being
we should.
discussed, but that discussion also is worth having. Those things are
I
not
think
mutually exclusive, not at all.
right. Well, when we discuss something being racist, we should it could be maybe better to discuss how racist certain policy is more so than rhetoric or whatever. But
I
as
mean,
for like but as for the thing we've been talking about, like with black job, I mean, like again, this is largely like just sort of referencing the employment statistics, and I mean, it's like for a number of factors, including our corrupt criminal justice system or whatever, historical inequalities, like the rates between demographics is somewhat different. The like some of the pay and how and the hours worked between men and women is like different. There's people arguing about the cause of that, and I don't really want to get into that, but you know, the unemployment statistics between different demographics is different. So, I mean, do you think? I mean, like, so we've gone back and forth on this one thing for a for quite a large amount of time. Um, it's gotten to the point where you said employment is not a synonym
Of jobs, yeah. It's not.
for jobs.
It's not.
What is it that? Well, I'll want to ask in a minute what is employment. But
Employment means that you are employed. It means that you have a job.
right.
A job
So it's
is the thing that
oh,
you
that's a
do.
synonym for jobs.
A job is something you perform. Employment is having the thing that you do, having a job. Those are not synonyms.
One is in reference to another. That seems to
Yeah.
be synonyms to me.
No.
But anyway.
Education is
So
not a synonym to the word school.
I mean, okay,
Even though one is in reference to the other.
but education is education is school. I think you mean
No, education is not school. School is
what would be the word for like my school career or whatever? Like, how about
School is an
school leaving?
institution,
How about
and
instead of school
education is a
leaving,
system of teaching.
job, employment?
Education is
That
also
would
the
be
thing
like,
that you have, knowledge that you've
well,
accumulated.
employment is not a synonym for workplace. That would be closer to the analogy you're making with that.
No,
But
workplace
either
is
way,
a place where you perform the job.
but but either way, um, all of the semantic stuff and how frustrating I find it. Like if anything, right now you thinking you wanting to push this to this extent where you're saying unemployment is not a synonym for jobs,
Because it's not.
And you not accepting my explanation of the thing.
Because I know
Like
what synonym means.
this is going to be the only thing that could make me want to vote Trump. Meanwhile, in the case of undecided voters who are voting on economics, and keep in mind, we have not been able to discuss this and economics at
Well,
the same time.
if we cannot discuss what
If I
basic
were
words mean, then we're at an impasse. Yes.
well, if you don't accept what Trump says as him
Well,
explaining what he
I
means
mean,
by
if Trump
something,
uses his own private language or is just not intelligent enough to articulate himself in a way that will not get misinterpreted, then I have to ask, do you want a president that then cannot articulate himself coherently and clearly?
I mean that's like considering there's better examples of Trump having miscommunications or whatever, or bad phrasing and whatnot. Fair point in to an extent, but um, with this though, it seems like when Trump says a black job is when someone has a job and all that, it seems to like make enough sense to me, and it seems to me that it would really make more sense to be like I think it would just be more productive to talk about like the economic impacts of his immigration policies and whatnot.
I mean, that is being
Aside,
discussed
aside
a
from
lot.
aside from like disagreeing on this or whatever, but like we cannot technically do both at the same time. I guess we'll
Well,
just have to drop this a bit.
not if we disagree with what basic words mean.
Well, to me, the unemployment rate or the employment rate or the unemployment rate is the rate of people who don't have jobs. Less unemployment is more jobs. But moving on from explaining why employment is different from jobs, moving on from that, which won't sell an undecided on anything. This level of discussion, I don't believe, would sell an undecided voter on anything. Um, Looking into the immigration policies and such, um, so with Donald Trump's policies, so assuming you even agree with the kind of immigration policies Trump has advocated for in his rhetoric, would you even say he lived up to his promises of, say, building a wall and making Mexico pay for it?
No.
Right. So why not? May as well just say that.
Well, people keep saying that, but it doesn't it doesn't seem
May
to.
as well just say that if we're talking about his immigration policies and stuff.
Well, people say that all the time. People mocked his wall before it was even, before the thing.
Right.
People mocked it
May
when
as
it was
well
still a
just keep
slogan.
saying. May as well just keep saying that instead of potentially falling for bait. Like I think he, to an extent, wants to say brash shit on purpose. Like the thing of saying with Mexicans they're rapists and some of them I assume are good people and whatnot. Um, like with that, he's not saying much of anything of actual value with that. Like if you
Oh,
look at
he
that
actually is
statement,
saying a lot. He is fear mongering to people.
of value.
Well,
He's not providing much value with that statement. Um,
it doesn't
like
matter
when
if
you
he
see,
is.
okay,
It doesn't matter if he provides
well,
value. All he has
I
to do
disagree.
is scare people into voting against the other party that will invite rapists and murderers
Right,
into the country.
right. Well, I think fear mongering like that. I mean, you're just explaining why it doesn't have much value, pretty much.
Well,
But
it doesn't
anyway,
have much value, but it works. Just because something doesn't have much
right.
value doesn't mean that it won't work.
Like with that, I think with the fear mongering shit, I think part of the strategy he's gone for that you actually see on much of the right is what I could call like cancel culture grifting or something like that. So
In
he
fact,
would rather,
the perceived value of people that hear that is, hey, if those people are not allowed in, my value is that I won't be raped or murdered.
right. But like what I'm sort of getting at is just like this keeps fucking happening. This
Thank
over
you,
excessive
Tail.
breakdown of shit. Just simply what the point I'm making with that. So you have so he has so he makes an intentionally inflammatory statement. He also wants the inflammatory response or whatever. I mean, he wants it to be responded to as an inflammatory statement, as well as making an inflammatory statement that he wants people to take positively. So, like when he
Positively?
says
What do you
that,
mean positively?
like as in people agreeing with the inflammatory statement.
People
So
agreeing
when he
with the
says,
no, they don't take it positively. They take it negatively. That's the whole point.
well, his base, I mean.
What do you mean by
But
take it
anyway,
positively? How can you take a thing like, what do you mean?
anyway, like so he wants people to agree with him to not think too deeply about it. And he wants people who disagree with him to not think too deeply about it. And I think he intentionally speaks in a sort of to an extent speaks in a which this works against him to an extent, but he wants to speak in a aside from it just being how he is, speaking in a brash way, he's intentionally dumbing down the discourse.
Yeah.
So he says shit, and he wants the response to be, "You're racist." And he wants to intentionally avoid logical arguments and stuff.
Well, that is a
If
logical
um,
argument if you explain why it's racist. Then it becomes a logical argument. Yeah.
well, you can make a logical argument against him based on it being racist and shit, but
Yeah.
either way, with the Mexicans are rapist thing, with saying that, he part of the thing is he wants people to focus on people attacking his personal character, and he attacks other people's personal character and stuff.
No, it's not about
Um,
attacking people's personal character. It's about framing immigrants as a group as a dangerous band that will commit
right.
crime and kill people. It's about instilling fear in people and then continuing to say that other party will not take care of it. I will take care of it. Vote for me.
Well, yeah, there's that. There is
Well,
also
that's
that,
the
and that's a
main
valid
thing.
and that's a valid response to that. So it's not that perfect. So not that perfect of an example or whatever. But a better example would just be how he insults people and whatnot. A better example would be the Mark Rubio thing. So with that, he starts going after people in all sorts of ways, and then somebody makes a small penis joke against him, and he's like, "No, I don't got no issue with that." Um,
Okay.
uh, and so he's just dragging people down to his level. That's a
Okay.
better example of it. And people like go, "Oh, this guy's talking about his dick," and like forgetting that it was in response to Marco Rubio. And so he got Marco Rubio to start talking about penis size, and then he beat him in that election. Um, and so, I mean, so with some of that,
Yeah.
by operating in this sort of way,
Mm-hmm.
he wants people to, if they disagree with him, talk about what a black job means and try to imply, like this, for instance, he perhaps wants people to imply that he's referring to picking cotton or some shit, and he wants people to not actually discuss the numbers. They he wants people to say employment is not a synonym for jobs, even though employment rate refers to essentially the number of people who have a job. He
Yeah.
wants people to
The
he wants
number of
people to
people that
say,
have jobs.
hang
It
on,
doesn't refer to
he wants
jobs as
hang
a
on,
concept.
hang on, hang on. He wants people to say shit like that instead of saying you're wrong about you having caused this many more black people to have jobs and all that.
Uh-huh.
And you're wrong about Joe Biden's economy and such. He wants to focus on that. And I mean, I would say, in my experience right now, somewhat works. So as for the people misunderstanding him, many of whom want to misunderstand him, that's a feature, not a bug.
I mean, I'm not sure if Trump's helping his case in addition to his bad economic policy by making himself, as a bonus, a racist.
I mean, if you want to say he's a racist,
I mean, he is,
you can
objectively.
say you can't. If you want to say he's a racist, you can make that kind of claim, and you can come to a lot of conclusions based on that claim that lead in a lot of places.
To
As for can you get to a lot of places by pointing out just how racist each and every, like the way he phrases things, just how racist it is. It's like, if we assume he is a racist,
Yeah.
maybe a lot of the things he says that are not racist are going to sound more racist because it's a racist talking. Um, and and going over the details of how everything he says sounds racist, maybe I would say this doesn't do that much, and it would make more sense to maybe more so explain like how the conclusions he's getting to is racist and stuff. Because like with him apparently talking about jobs that are meant for black people or something, has have you heard Donald Trump advocating for discrimination in the workplace based on race? Like, has Donald Trump, like for instance, advocated furthering um, affirmative action or something? Has Donald Trump advocated
Wait, furthering
for
affirmative
for
action
discrimination
is.
in job?
Wait, hold
Like when
on.
he says he makes the case, oh yeah, I'm making all these black jobs. Has he at any point said, here's a policy where um, black people will be the only ones able to get certain jobs, and I think this will do a lot of good for this country.
Wait, did you just say Trump uh, further
Has Trump
policy
advocated a policy
that is
of
discriminatory
getting
in the
people black
workplace?
jobs by discriminating in favor of black people? For,
Did you give an
has he
example of
advocated that?
affirmative action as a form of
Um,
discrimination in the workplace?
like, well, affirmative action involves some policies that do that sort of thing, but
What
forget
sort
I
of
said the
thing?
word affirmative action.
I mean,
Forget
I'm
about
pretty
that.
familiar with with alternative action, how it works, so I'm pretty curious as to what you mean.
Forget about the affirmative action
Okay.
thing. That's not because that could be a whole other rabbit hole. But
Yeah, it
with
could be.
there being a racist thing about black jobs meant for black people, has he been advocating for discrimination in hiring in favor of African Americans?
Yeah, he has, actually. In that very
What would that
statement,
policy be?
when he said that immigrants will steal black jobs, quote unquote.
I mean directly, not whether or not we let them into this country. Discrimination in
Well,
terms
he's literally
of
directly
of
saying that a
hiring.
group of people that will be able to do a job will steal a job that should be only for black people, which is in but in your mind that would be discrimination in favor of black people for those particular jobs.
In my mind, if if a if a company were only able to hire black people for a particular position or make it white people or whatever, that would be direct hiring discrimination. As for this, if we don't let people into this country, they won't be able to quote unquote steal jobs. If black people have a higher unemployment rate, it could be assumed that if there's job stealing, they'll be hurt by this the most. Now there could be fallacies within this, and I think it would be more.
Yeah.
It would be better to pursue that because, like, assuming assuming that black people have less jobs, and assuming, or if there is people losing out on jobs to immigrants, and if black people have less jobs, it's not necessarily the case that immigration restriction would get those jobs back or anything like that.
That's true.
And like so as for as for saying, okay, a black job means that Trump thinks that black people work different jobs or something. It's like,
No, it
I
basically
mean,
means because what sort of jobs do immigrants typically get?
what sort of jobs do immigrants get?
Yeah. a lot of the
Well,
time.
that would be a question that would actually have some insight if you pursued the answer of it. Like in a lot of cases, it's farming jobs and stuff.
It's
That's
usually underpaid, low level,
that's a
quote
much
unquote
better
jobs.
question. That's a much better question than asking what is a black job when it's
It is
pretty fucking obvious
related
and he explained
because
it.
by
Somebody already
extension,
did ask him that and he answered it. The question of what kind of jobs immigrants get, it's like,
yeah,
like,
but
is it all the same
th-
jobs that
those
black
are
people get, you could ask.
those are related because by extension, black jobs become synonym for underpaid, low level job.
There could be that, but I mean, let's say we did something to help a bunch of black people get college educations so they could get better employment, and this could be the answer for them winning on the job force instead of immigration. So what if you took this and you said, "Hey Trump, I have a better way of providing for black jobs." And and instead of getting into all this, we could be like, and the main problem with this is if we run with the line you want to run down, which I'm telling you goes nowhere,
Oh, it goes somewhere
and
definitely.
it's gone nowhere so far,
Well,
for fuck's
it
sake.
brought us to the question of what sort of jobs do immigrants get, which you said it was a good question, so it did get us
That
somewhere.
that question that question is like more so going somewhere.
Well, it was
Um,
born through this discussion
It's
about what black
it's
jobs
related
are.
to the original question. It's related to the original question,
Yeah.
but
So it did take us somewhere.
taking it that step further, I'm saying specifically instead of focusing on if the phrasing is racist or whatever. So so black people. You're not saying that. With what you're saying here, you're not saying Trump is a racist because he thinks black people tend to get certain jobs. It sounds more like you're agreeing with him that black
No.
people tend to get certain jobs, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I'm saying
But
he's racist because he's saying those certain types of jobs are jobs for black people. Not
are
that
for
they
black
happen
people,
to often get those jobs.
right? So this is primarily so this has nothing to do with immigration, and Trump just wants to keep the black man down in the lower paying jobs,
Yeah.
right?
Basically,
Yeah,
you could
okay.
very well
Well,
make that point.
I mean, well,
In fact, you could
here's
make a
the
point that
problem
he's
with
saying
it.
that the low
Here's the
paying jobs
problem with it. This
are
is in
black
reference to
jobs.
immigration policy.
Sorry?
This is in reference to immigration policy, though, not in reference to discriminating against black people getting other jobs. So
It doesn't matter. He
instead
could
of
have made a slip while discussing
so
immigration.
instead of so here I want to explain. So here's the problem I have with going with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
With talking about it in this way, framing things in this way seems to just grant Trump's assumption that immigration hurts jobs of American citizens. And there and I'm not necessarily comfortable just granting that assumption.
Granting what
Uh
assumption?
grant operating in this way, like it's like this it totally in effect grants the assumption that immigration hurts
It
jobs,
doesn't. No,
and
it doesn't at all.
I do not necessarily agree that immigration on the whole hurts jobs.
It doesn't grant that at all.
Huh?
It does not grant that at all. It does not
I
grant it.
mean I mean
How does it grant it?
prioritizing this argument to be of any significance, and saying that like what he means by black job
Yeah,
is
it
this
does
whole
not
thing.
grant anything when
When he
it comes to
explains,
immigration.
like
No.
Trump said a black job is basically just saying just switch out the word job for employment. So he claims he lowered the black unemployment rate. I mean,
No. You didn't just switch out the
if we're
words. You
saying,
changed the entire sentence.
if we're saying that, I mean, so he thinks that some jobs are meant for Black Americans.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Black Americans as opposed to immigrants.
Yeah.
So, and his solution is to restrict immigration.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I'm Trump. We should restrict immigration to preserve black jobs. What's your response?
My response is, what are black jobs?
It's when someone has a job who's black. Black job used to be, or there was a guy who was president.
So okay,
I took a black job,
what sort of
sort of.
jobs will, what sort of quote unquote black jobs will immigrants steal then?
Immigrant jobs.
What are immigrant jobs?
When an immigrant has a job.
Okay, so if an immigrant becomes a lawyer, do they steal a black job?
Maybe. How many black
if
lawyers
an
is there?
immigrant
Now, this is very
becomes a
much talking about
doctor,
Trump
do
talk.
they
I
steal
don't
a
know how
black
many black.
job?
Well, how many immigrants are taking these jobs?
That doesn't matter.
How many immigrants are taking these lawyers and medical
Because you
jobs?
also have to assume that every time an immigrant gets hired, they replace someone, which is not even, which I don't even have to grant.
You see, saying that actually provides something of value. So let's say a bunch of immigrants come into this country, and shit gets cheaper or whatever. Labor costs go to which perhaps if nothing else in the short term, a lot of people who are already here could lose jobs, and they could the jobs they are able to get could lower in pay, but if they're overall good for the economy, this could increase the amount of jobs there is, like especially if there's more productivity and everything.
So in other words, the
So
whole black jobs thing doesn't make sense.
if you say so, but there's black people who don't have jobs in this country, and a lot of them would like to have jobs.
Yeah, jobs, not black jobs. What is the difference between saying I'm a black person that would like a job and a person saying I'm a black person that would like a black job?
I mean, if there's no difference, then you have conceded the point, unless I'm confused. I don't know.
Well, I
Maybe.
would tell you why
If there's
add
no
the
difference,
black?
then there's no
Why
difference.
add the
There you
black?
go. That's what?
Why add the word black to job?
Because he's referencing black unemployment rates.
No, I'm telling you specifically. I'm a black person is saying I'm looking for a job, and the second example, a black person is saying I'm looking for a black job. Why would the black person add I'm look black to the word job?
I mean, like I said, a reason I could imagine somebody saying that is simply in reference to Trump saying that. But as for why does Trump say he's so good for black jobs and all this, I mean, it is somewhat of a racial rhetoric in a way, but not in the sense that he's saying black people don't deserve certain jobs or
Actually,
some fucking shit,
even
which
within Trump
is not really
rhetoric,
related.
why would he say I'm giving black people black jobs?
Because people call him a racist, so he's like, I'm super good for black people. It's that
No,
simple.
why wouldn't he just say I give black people jobs?
He did say that. He said,
No,
I,
he
I, I
didn't.
created more black jobs than any other president or
Yeah,
whatever.
I
Well,
create
that's the
more
same
black
thing.
jobs. Why wouldn't he just say I create more jobs for black people?
So he can get you to go in circles about this, and then and instead of talking about instead of
But
actually
there's
talking
no
about the
talking in
economics of what's
circles.
going
They
on.
just asked him. He gave an embarrassing answer, and he looked stupid in an interview. That hurt him.
I mean, I already said earlier that, in my opinion, people who argue against him misunderstanding why he's
Well,
saying
that's the
is a
common
future, not a
argument
bug.
about Trump, that people just misunderstand him. But if people misunderstand him so much, then once again, do you want a president that is so bad at communication that people constantly misunderstand him?
That's a fair point. I'm speaking to like what he's trying to do or whatever.
Well, he's failing at
Like
it,
a
which is a
strategy.
big problem in
That
itself.
could also be true. The strategy might also not be working. Um, um, like as for do I want to have a president that intentionally makes himself less understandable to people who disagree with him, because he has weak positions.
Does he? Does
And
he? Wait, hold on.
hang on, let me-
That's. Does he? Does he disagree with black people on black people issues?
like as for the question of like taking one thing at a time, we'll get to that. As for do I want a president who is not very confident in what he's who's not very confident in his rhetoric to the point where he intentionally incites people to misunderstand him as a tactic. Um, uh, like, do I want a president who strawmans himself or whatever the fuck, so that in order do I want a president who on multiple levels shields himself from criticism? I suppose not particularly.
Yeah. So because you're saying that he's doing that to people that disagree with him, why would he assume that the two reporters who happen to be black, who interviewed him, just disagreed with him? They were the ones that asked him what are black jobs. Did he just assume
Well,
that they would right off the bat disagree with him?
well, in that case, I mean, he does. He perhaps generally. I mean, he might. I wouldn't know for sure, but he might assume people are more hostile to him than they generally are. But with that, in that case, although I mean, just
If he's
throwing
trying to
around
appeal
the
to black people, why would he create a message that is confusing to people that he's trying to appeal to?
I might have got mixed up arguing some of this, maybe, but I mean, maybe it's an unintentional side effect that could, to some degree, work in his favor, more so than him intentionally confusing people. Because again, it seemed clear enough to me. He said, "All right, I created a bunch of black jobs." He looks at
That's great, but
unemployment
it
rate,
didn't seem clear to the people that he's
phrases it
actually.
as black jobs because
Yeah,
people
but
talk about
it's not.
it's common for politicians to go jobs,
It's
jobs,
not.
jobs.
Yeah, that's great, but it's not clear to the people that he's trying to appeal to with this.
Like the difference between jobs and unemployment, and he is again referencing black unemployment rates and such. The difference is jobs is one syllable. So with that, the reporter asked him,
Yeah.
and it seemed like, considering there was some people to some extent making weird assumptions about what he's saying,
I mean,
it seemed like a pretty good faith. There was some discussion on what he means by that.
yeah,
It
and
seems
he
like
fumbled it and he made a fool
it
out of
seemed
himself.
like an
Yeah.
incredibly good faith thing to just ask him point blank what he means by that.
Yeah, and
So
he
the
couldn't
and
answer
so
coherently, and he made himself look silly in front of a crowd of
I
people that he
mean, he
tried to appeal
perhaps
to.
answered in a not very thorough way because he assumed that most of the people who don't understand him don't want to, and
Well,
I think
then
that's quite
why try
fair.
to appeal to a group of people who you will just assume won't understand you and don't want to understand you?
You're cutting out, I think.
Why
As
would
for
you try
I
to
think
appeal to a group of people if you just assume that not only will they not understand you, but they will choose not to understand you?
I mean, like we already discussed, there's going to be a lot of people who are not undecided voters. There's many decided voters. But as for that, like appealing to people who, I mean, as for me defending his political strategy,
Yeah.
I can defend it to the extent that he won an election, but then he lost the election after that. So I can only defend it so far. But you know, like he maybe just got as far as he could, and he's a one trick pony or something. But as for specifically on this, I mean, he maybe didn't think it would be that confusing. Like, it's
Well, maybe he
jobs,
should have
people
crafted
don't
his
matter.
message better. You know, it's just like it's a pretty important race, I would think.
Maybe, but like, when it came down to it, they're like, okay, what do you mean by this?
Yeah,
And he's
and
like,
he
oh,
failed
black
to
job?
answer
That's when somebody's
adequately.
got a job. He's just like, oh, black job? It's like when somebody gets a job, a black job, an example of a black job is president. And at this rate, it might the presidency might be yet again a black job per se.
But that makes no sense.
I mean, so perhaps when he originally said black job, he's like, all right, so looking at the unemployment statistics, I think I can make an appeal to a base of voters I'm weaker on.
Mm-hmm.
So the Democrats are winning the black vote. That's been a lot of their success. I'm going to try to appeal to them. I'm like, hey, I got you people jobs.
Yeah, I understand that, but you just phrased it in a way that made him look like a racist,
And so
and that
and so
is
he's
on
like,
him.
all right, so I have got more black jobs for any for I'm really good on black jobs. Um, and then he just sort of assumed people would know what he means by that.
Well, you shouldn't assume. That's the whole
Perhaps
thing.
assume that people would be charitable on that. And then when he's asked to clarify, he's like, "Oh, people are confused about this." It's like, well, for the people who are confused about, if people want to be confused about this, fuck it, they can be confused about it.
Well,
And he
then
perhaps
that's
is
not
just like,
really a
okay,
ticket to winning the election, is it?
maybe might not work.
Just
I mean,
throwing a
he lost
confusing
the
message
last
and then saying,
election.
"Oh, if you don't want to understand what I mean, then screw you." I guess.
Again, there's certain people who want to be confused, and you may as well let them be as confused as possible. If
I mean,
someone is against
you're
you and they
saying
want
that,
to
but
be
you need to
confused,
demonstrate that they just wanted to be confused rather than the message just being incoherent and confusing to begin with.
though the evidence is pretty clear. I explained it to you multiple times
Well, you
or
didn't
whatever
though.
that a black job is when a black person has a job. Um, I explained it to you. I explained to you that he's referencing unemployment rates, and you told me that
Yeah, and both of these things can
and
be
you
true
told
at the
me
same time.
employment is not a synonym for jobs. What is employment?
Employment is the act of having a job.
I'm talking about in terms of statistics.
What is employment in terms of statistics?
Employment, what is an
The
employment
number
rate?
of people, the number of people that have a job.
You say it's not a synonym for job, but you keep saying the word job in reference to employment.
Yeah, because it contains the word job. Employment contains it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Employment
mean
is
by
the
synonym.
action of having a job.
Right. So Trump unintentionally baited you into arguing these semantics, and now I'm voting for him because this pissed me off so much.
Well,
Meanwhile, if you had simply said, okay,
I'm sorry, this argument wasn't
um,
even meant. Are you black? Sorry to ask.
no,
Well,
but
that argument
either
wasn't
way,
even meant for you. So,
well, yeah, but
so
well, yeah,
why would it involve? Why would
but
it
either way,
affect your
just
voting or not?
voting for him purely out of spite over this, even though some of Kamala's policies and her explanations of them are better. How about that? Like just because
We
this
can do
pisses me
both.
off so much,
I
I'm
mean,
I'm voting for Trump. How about that?
well, I mean
So meanwhile,
that's your cross to bear.
meanwhile, meanwhile, if you had explained to me why Trump is not as good for black unemployment as he claims to be, that might have
Yeah, but
been a little
what
bit more
you have to
convincing to
understand
Kabbalah.
what in his mind black employment means. In
I
his
believe I
mind,
do
black
understand what he means
employment
by that.
means low paying, low qualified jobs. That is the whole point.
Well, to an extent, there is some correlation with that. Like with him saying immigrants are stealing black jobs or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, to an
You
extent,
might as well
there
say
is that.
that immigrants
But
are
that's
stealing
but
low
that's
paying, low qualified jobs.
but that's sort of the thing, man. Is like because of the way things are, at least according to a lot of people's perception, black people are getting fucked over, right? And so a lot of them don't have jobs, and the jobs that are available to them are not good jobs. And there's plenty of black people who are spiteful towards immigrants and see them as stealing their jobs. Um, I
So
mean,
by that logic,
in the
people who are
in
not
this,
black, who occupy higher paying jobs, are stealing their jobs as well.
I mean, some of them probably view it that way, but but
So
like why their jobs are not available to them is it's like complicated, whatever. I mean,
is it?
but I mean, like let's say there's a job that isn't available to a black person that's a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
The reason it's not available to them is not necessarily because somebody else occupied it, and them losing that job wouldn't necessarily open it up for them. But again, this would be going down a more productive line of discussion than just going, um, you know,
No.
if you're black, you're stupid for voting for racist Trump.
Well, I never
When
said that.
meanwhile, when there's plenty of black people who are anti-Hispanic in their view of things, who are black racists voting for
Well,
Trump
I just don't
because
remember is using that
there's
argument throughout this entire conversation that if you're black, you're stupid for voting. I don't just. Can you send me a clip or a timestamp of me saying that?
fair enough. You didn't say specifically that, but a lot of them would take it that way. Like if
Oh,
I like if
so
I
who's exactly focusing on semantics now? I guess the roles have turned. Now we're really focusing on semantics.
I guess fair enough or whatever, but I mean, either way, I mean, to the degree I'm falling prey to that, this I don't like to the degree I'm arguing semantics or whatever. I probably in doing that wouldn't convince somebody to vote, wouldn't change somebody's vote either. But again, the more productive line to go down would be like, okay, what is Trump advocating? What are the effects of it? And if you say, okay, immigration, if you really think about it, um, doesn't have the effects people claim it has, and in fact, like immigration can make shit cheaper. Inflation's an issue. Could get into some of that shit.
Yeah, but that's not really helping black people, is it?
I'm sorry, what?
That's not really helping black people.
Making shit cheaper?
Yeah, if they're kept at underpaid, low-level jobs, yeah.
Well, if somebody's poor, then making shit cheaper, lowering inflation rates would help them. I may be mishearing what you're saying. Um, am I retarded? Can you explain what your argument is again?
Just because some things will get cheaper with immigration, it will not really help black people standing if they just keep being kept at low level, low paying jobs.
All right, I think I see what you mean. So if the inflation,
Like his
so
policy
if
is not really
inflation,
pro black people; it's just anti-immigrant.
sure. So, what you're saying is basically like
It's basically
if shit,
saying I found all those low paying jobs for black people and they should be grateful and they should want to keep immigrants out to keep those low paying jobs. Because if the immigrants come here, they will steal them.
right?
And that's
And
since
so,
that's the only option for black people, hence black jobs, they'll be out of luck. There'll be nothing left for them anywhere.
right, okay, so somewhere in there, on some line of thinking, it's like, okay, if shit gets cheaper, but you're still out of a job, you're still shut out of luck, or something like that.
For example.
What?
For example.
For example,
Yeah, for example. Yeah. It's basically
the
saying that this sort of
the
jobs is the
one,
only one that this group of people has. And once immigrants come, they won't even have that.
right. Um, so I mean, maybe you could sort of still go down. I mean, maybe still going down the same line. Like, maybe I could rescind my earlier comment that it's totally worthless or whatever. Like, if you go down the black jobs line, I mean, even if he wasn't necessarily directly applying whatever, just going off of it, just if you want to say, okay, this is what Trump thinks a black job is, here's a black job could be this instead or whatever. I mean, that could be a way with rolling with it. Maybe, like with like if that is the thing, then I think for that to go somewhere, maybe pair that with a way of providing them with better jobs and a better economy and stuff. I suppose, I don't know.
So, is there anything else? I think we've been at this for. Let me check, actually. 4 hours. We've been debating for 4 hours.
I'm just gonna ask.
Yeah.
So what sort of shit's going on in fucking Poland?
In what? Floods. A lot of floods. A lot of cities being flooded by water.
Like is people in Poland arguing about the same stupid shit like racism and abortion as over here?
Well, race relations are not quite the same in Poland, but a lot of things, immigration is actually being debated in a similar vein, yeah.
Right, immigration's a big deal.
Yeah, and it's also based on racism, just like Trump's immigration policy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like there's, I mean, when people deny that there's a connection between, or I don't know if people go that far in actually denying that there's any connection, but there being a connection between racism and immigration. Like, I mean, you know, for that, you just got to look at how the borders were drawn to begin with.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions for me? How do you feel that went?
I don't know. I guess it went all right. Like sort.
Yeah.
As for if you're asking if I won the debate or lost the debate,
Yeah. How do you feel? Did you win? Did you?
I absolutely won the debate, and here's why.
Yeah.
I spent 4 hours with a content, or I spent 4 hours collaborating in content with another, or with a much bigger channel. So as for you talking about maybe doing political debate for views, everybody wins in that way.
I suppose so. I suppose so. All right then. I guess I'll see you, hopefully.
Good luck. I'm gonna delete Discord forever again now.
All right. I'll see you out there somewhere.
Probably not, but good luck.
Bye bye. Damn. See, I got my debate. I said that I wanted a debate. I got my debate. Said I needed to debate someone somehow. So, how did that go? How do President Sunday audiences feel about my debating prowess? How did that go? Rate me. Rate my debate before I go and pass out. Oh, Jesus. Was good? Although I will have to break it up to a few separate videos, I think, if I'm gonna upload this. Oh my gosh. Have I gained any subscriptions? I didn't, well, you know. So you think I did well? Sunday was losing to Brooks and Loner. Wait, really? President Sunday lost to Loner Box? I liked it. Sounded like how you would argue with a friend, like persuading but not trying to have them get mad at you. I see. Okay. Oh, Philip Augustus. Okay, I'm gonna ask you this, Philip Augustus. How did my debate compare to your second favorite streamers? How did my debate compare to DBZ's debating style thing? I'm not actually sure if I was all that prepared. You did with what you had. What do you wanted to debate icon? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I have to think of something. So what? How is? So yeah. What's your answer, Philip Augustus? I think both you get more aggressive and detailed when fighting someone bigger because then the goal is different. Oh, more aggressive and detailed. Right. When DBZ debates smaller people, he does similar things like being more chill and a bit condescending. Was I chill and condescending? Was I condescending in this? Was I condescending? Like, oh. I will a tiny bit. All right. Have I earned any subs or donations with this performance? This is my time to beg for money, you know, because I'm a poor streamer. I'm a small poor streamer. No? No? Oh. Oh. I thought I earned at least a sub or something. You know? Oh, no to the comment of condescension. I understand. Yes. I think I did my best. It takes me forever to donate. Oh, okay. I will wait for a bit. I will wait for a bit for any donations or subscriptions too. Do you think I should debate more? Oh, that's some new static. Can you start a poll on the site chat? And I'll start it on YouTube. Should I debate more? Should I debate more? Hell yeah. Heck no. There you go. Hard Rock Truth. We send money to finish the wall. Actually, Poland has built a wired fence. It's okay. I'm waiting for some last minute donations. I'm waiting to see if anybody's gonna donate or, sub last minute. I've earned my stripes. Damn. Do you think this style of debate would work? It's 8:12. Do you think this style of debate would work in a panel? We'll put in hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully you'll not. Damn. Crack triple digits before begging. That's a laugh. If I did that, I'd never beg, which means I would never make any money. You don't have good business sense. You should beg us, crack triple digits. You're funny. You're funny. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the $5, Steve Piamero. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great. Thank you. But also, Philip Augustus said to give them a minute because they're turning on their other computer. So we might get something from Philip Augustus. I'm waiting. I'm waiting patiently for Philip Augustus. In the meantime, I'm gonna show you something cool. Banana suit? Are you that content creator who wears a banana suit? There is a whole content creator that wore a banana suit. That's right. Final Fantasy Tactics. I told you I'd show you something cool. Wait, I'm waiting for some last minute stuff. Also, I have to finish this mission and save the game. Listen, I'm a tough cookie. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you! Stupid fork with VPN. Thank you for the $10, Philip August. Well, now I can finish stream. Thank you for the tier 1, Malaki. I want to see more Final Fantasy Tactics. Then you should watch this stream more often, because that is what I do on these streams. I play Final Fantasy Tactics a lot. Although I might have to reset or something. Thank you for the $10, Rifter. I'm too silly to figure out how to give random serious money. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. See, it was worth not going to bed. It was very worth not going to bed, okay? Oh, there's beloiling. Yep. Act quietly. That's racist, what you just said. You just said it's very racist. Yeah, that's right. That's right. $30. Let's see how much. What's it called? Oh yeah. Why isn't it loading? All right, let's see. Yeah, and bank scams are the only reasons I open my personal PC. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see. How's the Lucy business? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Today's the 20th, right? Huh. That's weird. Alright. That's perfect. So I guess we'll finish this level and, you know, go to bed. You're a chemist. We're gonna revive the chemist, don't worry. We're gonna revive the chemist. So you really think... I think that they should debate more. Do you really think I did well here? Oh my god, guarded. Alright. Damn. I could have, but I felt more better about it than the long abortion thing, to be honest. Where a fetus becomes a person and uh-oh. Damn, I'm in trouble. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, a range of rhetorical styles. What are your... Okay, I'm gonna be mean to myself, okay? What are the actual rhetorical styles that I possess outside of just casual conversation? Have I actually demonstrated any type of rhetorical style that's not that? Ever? Serious question. Academic, I guess. Like, have I ever debated in an aggressive way? Oh. Oh no! Well played. Uh-oh, I'm screwed. Uh-oh. I might lose. The debate went well, but the level is going very bad for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oof. Uh-oh. What? Okay, listen. We're gonna pick this up tomorrow, okay? That was a very bad ending for me in FF Tactics. That was a failure. Oh my gosh. I did get chocoboed. I remember when you put up the banner after the one conversation with Stardust where they said something weird about non-binary people. I wouldn't really describe that as aggressive though, per se, more so impassioned, and rightfully so, I guess. I mean, the person that I was talking to right now was more chill than the people that were on that particular panel, so we do love our non-binary. Listen, the thing is still up if you haven't, you know. The thing is still here, I believe. And the react. Look. It's still here. We love our non-binary siblings. It's still here. If I go to the react thing. It's still here. So it never went away. And never will. It's a mainstay of the channel after that particular. Not enough. If I play it on every stream, you just don't come and watch. I'm playing this game on every stream recently. What do you mean? You should just watch more of... See, people don't watch my streams, and then there's like, that throws out. Alright, we're gonna continue Final Fantasy Tactics tomorrow, or today. More on screen. Oh, now it's more on screen. Alright, I guess I'm gonna finish stream for now. And good night, and I'll see you. Good night, good night. Good night.